In a distant sacred pure land of the cosmos, a man with a mohawk hairstyle and an elderly man with white hair and red skin were silently observing the man lying on the ground. The man was covered in bloodstains, his battlesuit shattered, a brown tail curled up, and he was in a deep coma close to death. Lord Kaishin, I truly cannot understand. This man named Bardock is merely a low-class warrior. Why would you go out of your way to save him? And bring him to the sacred realm of the Kaishin? The red-skinned middle-aged man Kibito was full of confusion. Kibito, I saved him mainly because of his fearless defiance for his people just now. Kaishin watched the half-dead Bardock, a look of admiration in his eyes, and said the Saiyan race is bloodthirsty and warlike, having committed many atrocities. Almost all Saiyans are cold-blooded, considering human emotions worthless, but this Bardock is an exception. He is not as cold-blooded as other Saiyans. For his own people he dared to resist even the galactic tyrant Frieza and never gave up until the very moment of death. For that alone I saved him. In truth, the Kaishin had not saved Bardock out of special concern for the Saiyans. As a Kaishin he had too many planets to observe and manage. He merely happened to witness the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. He was naturally well aware of the Saiyans, a race infamous across the universe. Even without Frieza given their conduct, their destruction was only a matter of time. However, Bardock earned his respect, so he made an exception to save him. He did not wish to see such a remarkable person die. Kibito, heal him quickly. He can't hold on much longer. Sensing Bardock's life force fading, the Kaishin urgently instructed Kibito to save him. Understood. Kibito said no more, his palm glowing green and Bardock's wounds visibly healed. Kakarot. Bardock felt as if he had a very long dream. In the dream he saw his youngest son defeat Demon King Piccolo. He also saw his two sons fighting each other, saw Prince Vegeta being defeated by his younger son, and even saw him become a Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza. It was as if he had experienced it himself. All of Sun Wukon's life experiences were imprinted in Bardock's mind. Every person and event that Sun Wukong encountered was crystal clear. Defeating Frieza, battling the ultimate android, cell-killing Majin Buu, becoming sworn brothers with the god of destruction Beerus, chatting and laughing with Grand Zeno, and even experiences from different timelines were all imprinted in Bardock's mind. For example, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and so on. I never thought Kakarot would achieve such greatness. I'm impressed. Bardock saw his youngest son grow from a little brat to a realm that rivals gods. Bardock, you are finally awake. While Bardock was savoring the memories in his mind, a gentle voice reached his ears. Hearing this voice, Bardock's eyes snapped open. What came into view were two unfamiliar yet familiar people. Why familiar? Because Bardock had seen these two in the memories within his mind. Kaishin Shin. Bardock sat up suddenly, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, recognizing the place. He exclaimed, is this the Kaishin realm? Are you Lord Kaishin? Didn't I die? Why am I here? Bardock felt incredulous. He clearly remembered dying at Frieza's hands, so why was he here? And the memories of Kakarot's entire life in his mind, could they be real? Bardock was utterly puzzled, while Kaishin and Kibito were both shocked. You know Lord Kaishin. And you recognize the Kaishin realm. Unbelievable. Kibito was beyond shocked. How could a mere Saiyan know of the exalted gods? Mr. Bardock, I don't know how you know my identity, but this is indeed the Kaishin realm. Kaishin spoke after being shocked for a while. You indeed almost died at Frieza's hands. I sent Kibito to save you and bring you back. So that's how it is. Bardock nodded, his thoughts racing. So he hadn't died. But what about the memories of Kakarot in his mind? Could that be everything that happened to Kakarot in the past and future? If so, then couldn't I prevent those two brats from killing each other? Thinking of this, Bardock became excited and quickly said, Lord Kaishin, may I trouble you with something? He first needed to confirm the timeline to plan his next move. Please speak, Mr. Bardock. The Kaishin was approachable and did not refuse. I would like to ask you a favor. What year is it on Earth now? Bardock didn't know how long he had been unconscious, he just wanted to confirm the timeline. How rude. The Lord Kaishin is so exalted, how could he bother with such trivial matters? Kibito glared, finding Bardock extremely impolite. Kibito. Kaishin silenced him with a look, then smiled. In Earth years it is currently age 762. What? Age 762. That means 20 years have passed since you saved me. Bardock was shocked. He hadn't expected to be unconscious for a full 20 years. That's right. I'm not sure what happened either. Your wounds had healed, but you wouldn't wake up until just now. The Kaishin is a god, time means little to him. 20 years may seem long to humans, but to a god it is merely the blink of an eye. It must be related to the content of the dream. Bardock calmed down. It seemed that the reason for his 20-year coma was the life experience of Kakarot in the dream. Suddenly Bardock's pupils contracted as if he remembered something. He quickly said, "Lord Kaishin, please send me back to Earth. I have important matters to attend to." Bardock suddenly remembered that age 762 was when that brat Raditz would descend on Earth. Damn, what a coincidence. Kibito saw Bardock's presumption and was about to curse but was stopped by Kaishin. Kaishin smiled. "It's easy. I'll have Kibito take you to Earth using instant transmission." "Lord Kaishin, thank you. Bardock owes you a favor. If you ever need my help, I will not hesitate." Bardock looked deeply at the Kaishin. From Kakarot's life memories he knew that this Kaishin, though timid, was indeed a good person. "Well then, I hope we meet again." Kaishin bid farewell to Bardock and gestured to Kibito. Kibito snorted reluctantly, grabbed Bardock and vanished instantly. "He's such an interesting fellow. I saw light in him. Perhaps in the future we really will need his help." Kaishin gazed at the stars, murmuring to himself. "This is as far as I go. I'll change your clothes before I leave. Good luck." Above a grassland on Earth, Jibite snorted coldly, dropped Bardock off and teleported away instantly. That old man. Bardock felt speechless. Jibite's attitude toward him was truly awful, but the man was still righteous at heart. Boom. 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 Intense explosions rang out not far away. Bardock's eyes sharpened. He knew his two children were slaughtering each other. Without a second thought, Bardock flew toward the destination at full speed. "Piccolo, hurry. I can't hold on much longer." On the cratered grassland, Goku held Raditz in a death grip with all his might, shouting hysterically. Raditz was far too strong. Even working together, he and Piccolo were no match. They weren't even on the same level. Now that he had seized the opportunity, he was determined to drag the enemy down with him, even if it cost his own life. "Wait. Kakarot, I'm your older brother. Are you really going to kill me for the sake of this foolish Earth?" Raditz was panicking, struggling desperately but unable to break free. "Hey, getting rid of two formidable enemies at once is the best outcome for me." Piccolo's ki surged to its peak, purple light gathering at his fingertip. "Special beam cannon." He roared, swinging his finger forward, sending a spiral purple beam hurtling toward Raditz and Goku. "Stop." Just as the special beam cannon was about to pierce through both of them, a figure suddenly flashed into view and with one palm strike deflected the terrifying beam aside. "What?" The sudden turn shocked the three present. They all looked up at the newcomer. "You are. This is." Raditz looked as if had seen a ghost. Piccolo and Goku were bewildered. The figure wore the same battle armor as Raditz and also had a tail. Most strikingly, his face was almost identical to Goku's except for a scar across his cheek. "You damn brat, what are you doing?" Bardock stormed over in fury, flashed in front of Raditz and punched him to the ground. Although Saiyans usually held blood ties lightly, Bardock was different. He was a Saiyan of deep loyalty and love. Seeing his two children fighting each other tore at his heart. "You're also a Saiyan. You. Who are you?" Piccolo remained on high alert, his mind churning with shock. This man was terrifying. His ki was as deep as an abyss, far stronger than Raditz. If he were an enemy, there would be no chance of victory. As for Goku, his eyes were wide. He felt a strange closeness to this man, a resonance deep in his bloodline. "Kakarot, you idiot, he's our father." Raditz stood up, still looking like had seen a ghost, stammering, "Dad, you aren't you already? It's a long story. But I'm alive now." Bardock then walked toward Goku, smiling with relief. "Kakarot, no, I should call you Goku. You've grown up and become strong." "What? Dad?" This time it was Goku and Piccolo's turn to be astonished, especially Goku, who found it almost unbelievable. No wonder the man looked exactly like him. No wonder he felt a bond. So this man was his father. But soon a surge of battle lust rose in him. His father was so strong he longed to fight him. It must be said that a Saiyan's brain works differently from a normal person's. "Raditz, get over here," Bardock called coldly. Raditz walked over to his father in dejection, not daring to say a word. In his heart he both admired and feared Bardock. He dared not defy his old man. "I'm asking you, why are you fighting Kakarot to the death?" Though Bardock already knew the reason, he still questioned sternly. "Dad, it's not my fault. I wanted to invite Kakarot to join my team, but this brat was ungrateful, so..." Raditz, like a child caught misbehaving, lowered his head and made excuses. "Oof. I told you not to hang around with Vegeta and the others, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the mess you've become." Bardock didn't hold back, scolding Raditz relentlessly. In truth, Raditz wasn't like this when he was little. He was arrogant, yes, but it was after hanging around Vegeta that he turned into this. Piccolo and Goku exchanged glances, amazed that the overbearing Raditz acted like a little kid in front of Bardock. You will apologize to Kakarot now. That's an order. Bardock's presence was intimidating without showing anger. Yes. Raditz was deeply aggrieved. Though he was extremely unwilling, he walked up to Goku and gritted his teeth. Kakarot, I'm sorry. I was wrong. After saying that, Raditz's face darkened. When had Lord Raditz ever been so humiliated except in front of Vegeta and Nappa? As long as you want to do evil things in the future. Goku, soft-hearted and kind, accepted the apology. Only Piccolo remained wary. He didn't trust Raditz and still kept his guard up against Bardock. These Saiyans were all cold-blooded and cruel. He couldn't let his guard down. Bardock noticed Piccolo's gaze but paid it no mind. Instead, he said to Goku, Kakarot, in 1 year Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth. Do you think you can defeat Vegeta with your current strength? I'm sorry. Though it's frustrating, with my current strength I can't win. Goku was honest. He couldn't even defeat his own brother, let alone the much stronger Vegeta and Nappa. I'll tell you, Vegeta's battle power is 18000. Moreover, there's an even more powerful and terrifying Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, pulling the strings from behind. We Saiyans must stop fighting among ourselves and unite to defeat Frieza. Emperor of the Universe. Frieza. Goku and Piccolo were shocked. They had never heard of Frieza, but the title alone told them he was a dangerous figure. Dad, don't be rash. That's Frieza. Even Vegeta is no match for him. Raditz naturally knew Frieza's horror trembling inside. I could rebel against him once and I can do it a second time. Bardock remained calm, saying flatly, as long as we surviving Saiyans unite and train hard, even Frieza can be defeated. Our Saiyan potential is limitless. But Raditz still couldn't imagine it. He only felt that coming to Earth was a death sentence. Mr. Piccolo, could you please gather the Dragon Balls? I know a place where we can rapidly increase our strength. Bardock said, also gather your friends together. It'll take you all to boost your battle power. Bardock originally had a battle power of around 10000, but thanks to the Kaishin's intervention he had been resurrected from the brink of death and his power surged. Now his battle power had reached 50000, easily enough to handle Vegeta. But to resist Frieza's terrifying 120 million power, it was still far from enough. You actually know about the Dragon Balls. And why should I trust you? Piccolo felt that Bardock was increasingly unusual. Despite being a Saiyan, he knew about the Dragon Balls. His cautious nature made him hesitant to trust Bardock easily. I know much more, for instance, that you are a Namekian, your homeland is the distant planet Namek, and you share a common origin with the Earth's deity. Bardock smiled faintly and said, furthermore, if I intended to harm you with my strength I could kill you with merely a breath, so why bother with such tricks? At this, Piccolo stood frozen in place. It turned out that what Raditz had mentioned about Namekians referred to aliens. Is his homeland really Namek? Not only Piccolo but even the old deity observing the battle in the heavenly temple was equally shocked. So I am an alien, no wonder I have been different from others since childhood, the old deity murmured. Piccolo, I believe what my father said. Goku, however, was more open-minded, having already accepted Bardock's identity in his heart. He sensed no evil aura from Bardock, instead he was filled with righteousness. Moreover, with Bardock's strength it would be far too easy for him to harm them, there was no need for him to lie to deceive them. TCH. Piccolo now understood, curled his lip and temporarily set aside his guard. Kakarot, let's go back to your home first, I haven't met my daughter-in-law yet. Bardock then walked over to Gohan, picked him up and smiled. This child's potential is boundless, he will be an exceptional talent in the future. From Kakarot's life experiences he could clearly see Gohan's growth trajectory. The first to break through Super Saiyan 2, the strongest mysterious state in singular form, and ultimately awaken a beast form that can contend with the Ultra Instinct. This is his grandson, he must not allow Gohan to waste his martial arts. Hahaha, Shishi and Gohan will be very happy to see you. Goku laughed heartily, then turned to Piccolo and said, Piccolo, please inform Krillin and the others about the situation and find the Dragon Balls. We will strengthen ourselves together. He was very interested in the place where Bardock mentioned one could rapidly grow stronger, and he even wanted to go there to train right away. If I won't lose to you again, son Goku. Piccolo huffed proudly and flew into the sky. This time he could truly be said to have been utterly defeated. Not only was Raditz powerful, but Bardock was even more terrifying, which his strong pride could hardly bear. He needed to train hard and surpass these three. Alright Kakarot, lead the way, Bardock said. And you Raditz, show some respect, treat Kakarot's family better in the future or you'll be in for it. Raditz was on the verge of tears. Why was there such a stark difference in how the two brothers were treated? However, due to Bardock's influence, Raditz's originally brutal nature was slowly changing. Baozi Mountain. Chi-Chi, we're back. Goku shouted excitedly before even reaching the door. Welcome back. Did you have fun with Master Roshi? Chi-Chi, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was stunned the moment she opened the door. Ah. Who is this? Chi-Chi was astonished as she saw a fierce-looking long-haired man, and even more ridiculous was another man who looked exactly like Goku holding Gohan in his arms. Chi-Chi, let me introduce, this is me and my elder brother Raditz. Goku paused for a moment, then smiled and said, this is my father Bardock. What? Elder brother. Father. Chi-Chi's mouth dropped open in shock, but then she realized she had lost her composure and quickly said politely, oh elder brother father, it's nice to meet you, I am Chi-Chi. This was her first time meeting Goku's family. She had never heard Goku mention his relatives before, and she finally understood why they looked so much alike. Those two glimmering tails were the best proof. Raditz snorted coldly, not responding. He was unaccustomed to such familial warmth, but instinctively he thought of the love his mother had shown him as a child. However, thinking of his mother Jine's death, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Among the entire Saiyan race, only Jine had truly cared for him. Hello Chi-Chi, thank you very much for taking care of my child and giving birth to the lovely Gohan, Bardock said with a smile. Oh dear, don't just stand there, come in. I need to cook more dishes. Chi-Chi hurriedly welcomed Bardock inside, then went to the kitchen to clang and bang while cooking. She knew well the terrible appetite of Saiyans, and this time she was afraid to exhaust a month's worth of food supplies. The family circumstances are tough. After Bardock entered, he found Goku's home quite simple and resolved to help Goku improve his living conditions, considering it a meeting gift for his daughter-in-law. But he still needed to think of a way to acquire a large sum of money. As a Saiyan, he had never had much concept of wealth, but after experiencing Goku's life, he understood that Goku's family environment was not affluent. It was precisely because of this that Chi-Chi was so eager for Gohan to study. He could not allow such a thing to happen. At that moment, Gohan stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately saw Bardock, who looked exactly like his father, and the fierce Raditz. This frightened Gohan, causing him to wail, while Raditz looked impatient and Bardock displayed a kind smile. It took a while for Goku to calm Gohan down. Upon learning that Bardock was his grandfather, Gohan's face instantly lit up with joy and his fear of Raditz diminished. Children are like that, their emotions come and go quickly. Father, can you tell me in detail about the universe and Frieza? Goku was fixated on Frieza because according to Bardock he was a fearsome deity and Goku couldn't wait to battle Frieza right away. Alright then, he'll tell you in detail. Bardock played with Gohan while explaining Frieza's story to Goku, including how planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Damn it, I thought planet Vegeta was destroyed due to a collision with another planet. It turns out Frieza was behind it. We Saiyans helped him as slaves, what a despicable scoundrel. Raditz was furious after hearing this. He wished he could kill Frieza immediately to vent his anger, but he knew he was currently not a match for Frieza. He too needed to train hard and personally slay this demon Frieza. Goku didn't feel much attachment to planet Vegeta, his concern was solely about Frieza's strength. When he heard that Frieza had 3 transformations, ultimately reaching a combat power of 12 million, Goku was both shocked and excited. He learned from Bardock that his own combat power was merely over 400 points, a level that was no different from an ant. Frieza's terrifying power loomed like an insurmountable mountain before him. But it was precisely because of this that Goku felt more motivated. He needed to train harder to defeat Frieza. Your Honor, the World King, it is as follows. Bardock then meticulously recounted to the World King the impending Saiyan invasion of Earth and Frieza's growing machinations. That is the situation, thus I humbly request Your Honor to teach us the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Bardock spoke with utmost sincerity, embellishing nothing. Oh. You actually know of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? The World King blinked in surprise, then crossed his arms proudly and chuckled. It seems my techniques are renowned across the cosmos. Dad, what are the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? Goku asked, utterly bewildered. Raditz and the others stood equally baffled. The Kaioken is a technique that pushes one's combat power to its absolute limit. As Bardock explained, the stronger one's physical body, the greater the amplification, but it bears a grave drawback: it consumes immense stamina and ki. It cannot be sustained for long. Exceeding one's physiological threshold will shatter the body itself. As for the Spirit Bomb, it is an ultimate offensive technique capable of gathering the life energy of all things in heaven and earth to empower its user. It exerts perfect suppression against evil beings, its sole limitation being the extended preparation time required. Incredible. There exist such techniques. Goku and the others stood stunned, especially Goku, whose heart raced with fervent longing. Mastering these 2 arts would catapult his strength to unprecedented heights. Piccolo clenched his teeth in silent resolve. He swore he would master both. A Saiyan who grasped such details so precisely, you are truly extraordinary. The World King regarded Bardock with genuine astonishment, then twitched the antenna-like protrusions atop his head and said, you speak truthfully, 2 Saiyans are indeed en route to Earth. they should arrive within a year. Your Honor, please train us. Goku ever at ease dashed over and slung an arm around the World King's shoulders with a grin. Young man, you're rather disrespectful. The World King sighed, coughed twice and declared, I will train you, but only if you tell me 3 jokes that make me laugh. Jokes. They stared in utter disbelief, their lofty awe-inspiring image of the World King crumbling before their eyes. Raditz, Piccolo and Bardock were wholly unsuited to joke-telling. Goku strained his mind in vain until Yamcha, seasoned by years of urban charm and courtship, stepped forward and delivered several delightfully terrible puns, sending the World King into fits of laughter. Very well, you are all promising disciples. After a prolonged bout of hearty laughter, the World King smiled and said, to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb you must first pass a trial capture Babidi ape Barbarossa. The World King gestured toward the hulking gorilla-like Barbarossa beside him. Is that all? Then I'll give it everything I've got. Goku volunteered instantly and lunged headlong at Barbarossa. Yet under tenfold gravity and Barbarossa's uncanny agility, Goku exhausted every trick and failed even to graze a single hair. The other Dragon Ball warriors joined the pursuit, including Piccolo and Raditz. Compared to the others, Raditz fared far more easily, his power second only to Bardock's, yet even he could not seize Barbarossa immediately. As for you, your strength renders such a trial unnecessary, the World King mused slowly from his throne. With your current power, defeating those 2 Saiyans would be effortless. Why go to such lengths? Though others could not gauge Bardock's true might, the World King perceived it instantly. The Saiyan's power surpassed his own by several orders of magnitude. Because I wish to unite the Saiyan race. If we continue our fratricidal wars, extinction looms inevitable. Bardock gazed steadily at Goku as he continued, moreover my strength remains woefully inadequate against Frieza, I must grow stronger by any means necessary to vanquish him and avenge our fallen kin. I see. The World King studied Bardock intently, then broke into a warm smile after a long silence. You are unlike other Saiyans, your heart is pure, your spirit just. You alone are worthy to inherit the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. The World King personally instructed Bardock in both arts while Goku and the others trained relentlessly to ascend their own limits. Time passed swiftly. A year vanished in the crucible of their unwavering cultivation. Dad, I'm coming in. Old man, watch this. High above the World King's planet, Goku and Raditz flanked Bardock, their furious ki churning the very heavens. Raditz, your power is too scattered. How many times must I say it? Facing the brothers' dual assault, Bardock calmly caught both fists mid-strike and admonished Kakarot, are you fasting? Is this all the strength you possess? Thud. Thud. With a kick apiece he sent them crashing to the ground. No wonder he's dead, truly magnificent. Watch me, Kaioken 2. Kaioken 3. Crimson ki blazed around Raditz and Goku as they charged again, swifter, fiercer and vastly more powerful than before. Yet Bardock met their ferocious onslaught with serene mastery, every punch, every kick effortlessly deflected. Uncle Piccolo, can Dad and Uncle Raditz defeat Grandpa? After a year of rigorous training, Gohan had transformed profoundly. His gaze darted wildly between the 3 figures locked in aerial combat, dazzled beyond comprehension. Notably, Gohan's entire year of cultivation had been guided solely by Piccolo. Owing to Piccolo's solitary nature, he refused to train alongside others, Gohan alone was the exception. The boy's innocent sincerity had thawed even this ice-cold Demon King's heart. Though reluctant to admit it, your grandfather's power is overwhelming. He faces Kaioken-enhanced Goku and Raditz in his natural state, unflinching. Arms folded, Piccolo observed coldly. A year's discipline had granted him mastery of the Kaioken and a battle power exceeding 10,000, narrowing the gap with Goku significantly. Yet compared to Bardock he remained immeasurably distant. Goku's father is utterly monstrous. Saiyans are truly formidable. Tien Shinhan and the others watched spellbound. A year of hellish training had elevated their battle power to 8,000, far surpassing their former selves. Yet toward Bardock they felt profound reverence, not only for his overwhelming strength and relentless discipline but for his peerless innate talent. Forcing me to activate the Kaioken, you have grown stronger. But now, it ends. Still facing 2 opponents with unruffled composure, Bardock's eyes sharpened, his body flared crimson. In a blur he evaded Goku's Kamehameha and struck with a devastating blow, hurling Goku to the earth. Then in an instant he reappeared behind Raditz, delivering a whip-like kick that sent him sprawling. Incredible. We simply cannot beat Dad, Goku panted, drenched in sweat, sprawled on the grass. Raditz lay similarly spent. After a year's arduous effort his battle power had surged to 15,000, matching Goku's exactly. Yet against Bardock the outcome remained unchanged, overwhelmed utterly without chance to counter. Bardock lifted both sons to their feet, his gaze alight with quiet satisfaction. This year had not only magnified Goku and the others' strength, it had propelled Bardock's own power from 50,000 to 100,000. At present he could sustain Kaioken 10 at his absolute limit, his meteoric growth owed largely to Goku and Raditz's tireless sparring. Such is the Saiyan way, to evolve explosively through battle. Goku now far eclipses his canon counterpart in sheer might. You are all to return to Earth. Your Excellency the World King, we sincerely apologize for the disturbance over this period, Bardock said politely. We shall depart now, please inform Earth's Supreme Kai so he may guide us back via the Snake Way. None of them possessed the ability to traverse between the living and the dead, only the Supreme Kai could facilitate their passage. The World King longed for these unwelcome guests to vanish immediately, their insatiable appetites had nearly devoured all his pets within a single year. He prayed only that they leave and never return. Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll meet again someday. Goku waved cheerfully before darting straight toward the Snake Way. The others likewise bid farewell to the World King. Kakarot, let's see who's faster. Raditz challenged him playfully. After a year of coexistence, the Dragon Ball warriors no longer shunned Raditz. Though occasionally arrogant, he had shed the savage cruelty he once displayed upon first arriving on Earth. Perhaps it truly was the case that one becomes like those with whom one dwells. I won't lose to you, brother. Deep within his heart, Goku had fully accepted Raditz, and now unleashing his full power, he blazed across the sky like a meteor. I won't be outpaced by you, Son Myokang. Piccolo, equally unyielding, surged closely behind Goku, his speed astonishingly fierce. Wait for me, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's velocity, though inferior to Goku's and Piccolo's, remained terrifyingly formidable. Hey. Do you even consider how we feel? Krillin and the others erupted in frantic protest from behind. West City, Earth. Once a vibrant metropolis teeming with life, it now faced imminent catastrophe. In the heart of the bustling downtown district, two compact spacecraft descended. From them emerged two fearsome battle-scarred men. So many have come to welcome us, Nappa sneered, surveying the terrified citizens around him with a cruel smirk. What a primitive planet, its inhabitants are pathetically weak. Still, a proper greeting is in order. With a flick of his finger upward, Nappa unleashed an overwhelming aura. Within a single second, the entire city center was reduced to utter ruin. Every resident vanished instantly into ash. Oops, I may have overdone that greeting. Ha. Nappa gazed upon his devastation, bursting into unrestrained laughter. You realize your foolish greeting might have obliterated the Dragon Balls themselves. Then you'll find little to laugh about. Vegeta cast a cold, disapproving glance at Nappa. I'm sorry, Prince Vegeta. Nappa instantly recoiled, drenched in cold sweat, barely daring to draw breath. Enough. First we must locate the Namekians and learn where the Dragon Balls are hidden. Vegeta activated the scouter embedded in his ear, but detected nothing. Strange, why does this planet register no powerful combatants? Could they be hiding out of fear? Frustration simmered within Vegeta. All he desired was to secure the Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life. Then let us raise the planet district by district, until they dare no longer hide. No sooner had Nappa spoken than darkness swallowed his vision. His massive frame hurtled backward, crashing into the earth and carving a colossal crater. Moments later, several figures descended from the heavens. Who dares ambush this mighty warrior? Enraged, Nappa spat dust from his mouth and glared forward, only to freeze in stunned disbelief. Raditz. Bardock. Impossible. Vegeta's face paled with shock. Raditz was slain by the Namekians and Kakarot. How can he stand before us now? And Bardock executed 20 years ago. How is this possible? Though generations apart, both Vegeta and Nappa knew Bardock well, a low-class warrior yet terrifyingly formidable in strength. Vegeta, Nappa, my, how those two little boys have grown. Bardock smiled gently to him. They were mere juniors. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. And Nappa. In days past, Raditz would never have dared speak thus, but now, empowered beyond measure, he stood unflinching before them. With his father's backing, he bore no need to bow or grovel. Such overwhelming aura. Gohan, Piccolo and Krillin stared in wide-eyed astonishment, fixing their gaze upon Vegeta. This diminutive figure radiated an aura far more terrifying than Goku's. Nappa standing beside him drew little attention. I'd love to fight him. Goku too brimmed with exhilaration. He sensed Vegeta's immense power clearly surpassing his own. Oh. Raditz, you've not grown stronger in a year, yet your arrogance has swollen tenfold. Vegeta did not rage, only scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe Bardock's patronage grants you license to address a prince thus? How laughable. You're as good as dead, Raditz. Nappa grinned savagely. Let's see whether your combat prowess matches your bold tongue. He activated his scouter, and upon reading the number burst into mocking laughter. A mere 5,000 combat power. You dare speak so boldly? Scanning the others, he found their powers hovering around 1,000, and laughed harder still. Were these people here for comedy? Vegeta, I know your purpose. Bardock stepped forward calmly. You seek immortality through the Dragon Balls to defeat Frieza. But such a path is unnecessary. If the Saiyans unite toppling Frieza is not impossible. Bardock, who do you think you are? Vegeta ground his teeth. You have no concept of Frieza's terror. And you mere failures dare imagine confronting him. You cannot even best me. Do you truly expect anyone to take such boasts seriously? The haughty prince dismissed Goku and his allies without a second thought. Is that so? It seems I must show you some true power before you'll listen quietly. Bardock understood Vegeta's disdain. It stemmed solely from underestimating their strength. That made matters simple. Observe my true power with your scouter. Bardock roared, and from his core erupted a cataclysmic aura. A devastating shockwave exploded outward, hurling everyone violently backward amid shrieking gales. What? 50,000 combat power, and still rising. Vegeta and Nappa stared as if beholding specters. Their scouters' readings spiraled ever higher, until overwhelmed they shattered outright. Terror gripped them both. How could Bardock, a mere low-class warrior, possess such unimaginable might? Incredible. Dad's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder he's our father. Grandfather is truly extraordinary. Goku and the others had never before witnessed Bardock unleash such an immense aura. Astonishment rippled across every face. Well. Can we now speak calmly? Bardock retracted his aura and smiled. By the way, that was merely half my strength. Damn it. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. His proud regal pride had suffered a grievous wound. He was the prince of the Saiyans, yet now a fated elder had utterly surpassed him. It was nothing short of absurd. I won't even bother mentioning those earthlings. Any one of them could effortlessly defeat that Bardock. Bardock continued, pressing the knife deeper. Vegeta, my two sons. Either one now rivals or exceeds your own power. Do you believe me? Impossible. How could these pitiful earthlings possibly defeat me? Bardock's words left Nappa seething. As a warrior of noble Saiyan lineage, how dare mere earthlings, nameless insignificant beings, be deemed capable of besting him? Oof. Don't underestimate us, Bardock, Vegeta said coolly, regaining his composure. Nappa, you brought the Tuffle seed pods, didn't you? Let the Tuffles entertain these earthlings, and make Bardock the laughingstock of the day. Ah, excellent idea. Nappa paused, then broke into a cruel grin as he scattered several seeds onto the ground and dripped nutrient solution onto each. Miraculously, 5 grotesque stunted figures erupted from the soil. Each Tuffle possessed a battle power exceeding 1,500. Tuffles, attack. Tear these earthlings limb from limb. At Nappa's command, he settled back to watch the earthlings' inevitable humiliating annihilation. Even if their battle power hovered near 2,000, they stood no chance against the Tuffles' terrifying speed and ferocity. Fine, I'll finish these monsters off in one fell swoop. Goku, long itching for action, cracked his knuckles eagerly. Hold on, Goku, this time the spotlight isn't yours. Yamcha leapt forward, grinning with quiet confidence. You've saved Earth time and again, now it's our turn. As Earthlings, we too must prove ourselves. After a full year of rigorous training, bolstered by Bardock himself as sparring partner, the Dragon Ball warriors' combat prowess far eclipsed their canon counterparts. Yamcha alone now commanded a staggering battle power of 8,000, an awe-inspiring figure. Exactly, Goku, step aside and let us handle this. Krillin gently but firmly pulled Goku aside. Curse you. Shatter these insignificant earthlings like insects. Nappa roared, incensed by the warriors' easy banter and unshaken calm. Whoosh, without hesitation the Tuffles surged forward as one. Excellent, let's begin. Yamcha's spirit flared, his body vanished midair, instantly clashing with one Tuffle in furious combat. Tien Shinhan and the others each selected a Tuffle opponent. Across sky and earth, thunderous impacts echoed, the raw clash of overwhelming power. Gone. Vanished. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he'd trained relentlessly for a year, his regimen had consisted almost entirely of merciless drills under Piccolo's stern tutelage. He'd yet to face true battle. Fool. How many times have I told you? Don't rely on your eyes, feel with your spirit. Piccolo snapped, exasperated, and immediately scolded Gohan sharply. Ah, I understand. I'm sorry. Gohan, flushed with shame, shut his eyes tight and focused his entire being inward. Gradually he began to perceive faint movements in the air, the whisper of motion, the rhythm of blows. Then clearly, he sensed the Dragon Ball warriors locked in combat with the Tuffles. They've already won, it's astonishing. Gohan's eyes snapped open. He'd just realized Krillin and the others had already subdued all 5 Tuffles effortlessly without strain. Shush, 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 as if summoned by his words, Krillin and the others materialized before him in unison, each wearing an expression of serene ease. The 5 Tuffles by contrast lay broken and battered upon the ground, utterly incapacitated. What? How is this possible? Nappa's eyes bulged in disbelief. What had happened to these earthlings? Though their battle power marginally exceeded the Tuffles, such instantaneous victory defied logic. Frantically, Nappa donned a fresh scouter. Staring at the readout, he froze, stunned into silence. Battle power 8,000. Even the weakest among them registers 5,000. Nappa's very sense of reality began to fracture. Cursed earthlings, they can suppress and unleash their power at will. Vegeta crushed the scouter in his fist and barked, voice grim, Nappa, you will eliminate them all. Fail and you need not return. Vegeta's worldview trembled. When had these low-born earthlings risen so close to the Prince of the Saiyans? It was sheer mockery. Yes, sir. Nappa's gaze flickered with fear. He knew Vegeta spoke without irony. Failure would mean death. After all, fratricide was commonplace among the Saiyans. Be cautious, all of you. Though your power matches Nappa's, he hails from an elite bloodline, his strength must not be underestimated. Raditz spoke up, offering a warning, but made no move to join the fray. His own battle power soared to 15,000. Nappa posed no threat. His sole quarry remained Vegeta. We'll defeat him, don't worry. Krillin and the others steeled their expressions. Nappa's aura was colossal, his bulging musculature radiated palpable menace. He was a formidable adversary. You're first. With no preamble, Nappa's massive frame moved with startling agility, blurring toward Kaiatsu and unleashing a devastating punch. Kaiatsu, watch out. Ha! Startled by Nappa's sudden assault, Kaiatsu flinched, but reacted with lightning speed. Emerald light flared around his hands as his unique psychic ability ensnared Nappa, freezing him in place. Though his battle power stood at only 5,000, insufficient for direct confrontation, he could still restrain Nappa effectively. What? Psychic powers. Nappa felt as though countless thorny vines coiled tightly around his limbs, immobilizing him completely. Wolfang Fist. Dodongop. At that instant, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan struck, launching their signature techniques while Nappa remained helplessly bound. Weia. The combined force sent Nappa hurtling backward. Kamehameha. Krillin followed instantly with his own blazing energy wave. The cataclysmic blast shredded Nappa's battle armor and hurled him violently across the landscape, shattering mountains in his wake. You wretches, how dare you! Enraged by the barrage, Nappa soared skyward from the rubble, fingers gathering searing incandescent energy before slashing downward with brutal force. Boom! The earth convulsed as though struck by a magnitude 10 quake, a colossal fissure splitting the land before them, molten heat surging upward in thick billowing plumes. Only thanks to their exceptional reflexes did Krillin and the others narrowly evade the devastation. So dangerous. Such powerful destructive force. Klin and the others wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The Saiyan was truly terrifying. If they were just a moment slower, they might have been severely injured. TCH, this useless fool. Vegeta, standing to the side, was already feeling impatient. Nappa noticed Vegeta's expression and immediately felt a sense of panic. I'm going to take you down. Nappa knew he had to give it his all or his life would be in jeopardy. He suddenly plummeted from the sky, his fist seemingly imbued with immense force, striking fiercely towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan remained unafraid, raising his left arm to block Nappa's heavy punch, but the terrifying force still sent him flying backward. Double energy sphere. At that moment, two energy spheres shot forward at high speed, one to the left and one to the right, attacking Nappa. The angle was extremely tricky and Nappa could only fly into the sky, yet those two energy balls seemed to have a mind of their own, tightly pursuing him. Damn earthlings, just using some strange tricks. Nappa glared fiercely at Yamcha below, feeling as if he was being toyed with by these earthlings. Solar flare. A figure surpassed Nappa at a faster speed, arms outstretched, and the sky suddenly filled with an intensely blinding light. What? What the hell is this? The strong light blinded Nappa's eyes, while Vegeta below also shielded his eyes with his hand. As for Goku and the others, they felt no impact at all. They could sense the chi, making their eyes virtually unimportant. He's already lost. Goku murmured. Although Nappa's combat ability was strong, his attacking style was too monotonous, purely relying on brute force. Against the well-coordinated techniques of Klin and the others, he simply could not defend. As Goku predicted, after being hit by solar flare, Nappa was instantly surrounded and attacked by Tianjin Fan and the others, and blood occasionally rained down from the sky. Go back to your planet. In the end, Klin landed a heavy punch, sending Nappa crashing down from the sky right next to Vegeta. Vegeta. At this point, Nappa was already severely injured, trembling as he reached out, wanting to seek help from Vegeta. I told you, if you lose, don't come back. Vegeta's gaze was cold, completely ignoring Nappa's plea for help as he grabbed Nappa and hurled him into the sky, simultaneously unleashing an energy blast. In his eyes, a defeated Saiyan held no value. Boom! Just as Nappa felt despair, Bardock's figure suddenly appeared, swatting away Vegeta's energy blast and firmly catching Nappa. Dad! Old man! Goku, Raditz and the others were all bewildered, not understanding what Bardock was trying to do. Bardock, you. Nappa was equally confused. He was clearly the enemy, so why was Bardock saving him? Bardock slowly descended from the air, placing Nappa on the ground, and said to Raditz, "Raditz, take care of Nappa." Understood. Although unwilling, Raditz obediently approached Nappa, shielding him behind himself. Bardock, what use is it to keep this trash around? Vegeta was extremely annoyed. He felt Bardock was repeatedly ruining his plans. Vegeta, battle power does not determine a person's worth. Bardock said slowly, Nappa is also our Saiyan. We are a warrior race and now there are only a few of us left. I cannot allow any more Saiyans to die, including you. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Nappa felt a stir within his heart. Compared to the cold and ruthless Vegeta, Bardock was clearly more humane and had a strong sense of nationality. At this moment, Nappa felt no hostility towards Bardock and the others anymore. Ha ha ha, Bardock, who do you think you are? What status do you have to speak to me? Vegeta laughed uproariously. As long as I get the Dragon Balls, I will be invincible, huh? You foolish fool. Bardock shook his head helplessly. Vegeta was truly a stubborn mule, and it seemed he needed to be defeated before they could have a proper conversation. Kakarot, go ahead and defeat Vegeta. Let him know that lower-class warriors can surpass geniuses. Bardock had Goku take the field. He had no intention of stepping in, as both in terms of battle power and seniority Vegeta was a junior and he looked down on fighting with juniors. Alright, it's finally my turn. Goku was extremely excited, twisting his neck as he slowly ascended to the sky, feeling as if all the blood in his body was boiling. Oh. Kakarot. You don't think you can win against me, do you? How arrogant. Vegeta sneered, crossing his arms as he rose into the sky, not taking Goku seriously at all. Uncle Piccolo, that guy is really strong, let's go help Dad. Gohan, worried about his father, suggested they go assist Goku. Gohan, don't worry, old son will not lose. Piccolo said calmly, moreover you can't help in their battle, just watch and learn well. Piccolo's power had now reached 10,000, second only to Raditz and Goku. He felt somewhat displeased that he had nothing to do in this battle. Klin and the others were aware of Goku's personality and watched the battle with a mindset of spectators. Ah. Ha. At that moment, two terrifying auras erupted, scattering the clouds in the sky. The ground shook, rocks continually fell. I never expected. I have been training very hard, yet my chi intensity does not compare to his. Goku felt a secret shock. Although he had already heard Bardock say that Vegeta had a battle power of 18,000, experiencing it firsthand, he could still feel Vegeta's terror. Kakarot, die. Vegeta laughed maniacally as he launched a fierce attack, each heavy punch striking Goku from different angles. So fast, so heavy. Facing Vegeta's fierce attacks, Goku was caught off guard, but relying on his rich combat experience, he managed to block them all. The sound of collisions echoed in the air as the two continuously attacked and defended, battling from the ground to the sky, then back down again. What an intense battle. Tianjin fans' three eyes moved in unison, yet they still couldn't keep up with the actions of the two. Bardock and Raditz stood together watching the battle in silence. Not bad, Kakarot, you can actually keep up with my movements. After dodging Goku's attack, Vegeta distanced himself, laughing arrogantly. Then I should be a bit more serious. Whoosh. Vegeta's figure instantaneously flashed in front of Goku, his speed significantly faster than before. Oh no. As he faced the onslaught of Vegeta, Goku's expression changed drastically. However, he was just a moment too late, and Vegeta's fist struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a massive deep pit. It's not over yet, Kakarot. Vegeta pressed his advantage, swiftly flying into the sky and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the pit below. The legendary Prince's combat style re-emerged. Boom boom boom. Thick smoke billowed from the deep pit, accompanied by Goku's agonized screams. Daddy! Gohan was immediately panicked upon witnessing the scene. Don't worry, Gohan, this level of attack won't harm Goku. Krillin patted his nephew's shoulder. As the one who understood Goku best, he naturally knew Goku's capabilities. You hit me so hard. Sure enough, a figure glowing with a red light broke through the barrage of energy attacks, soaring into the sky with unstoppable momentum. Kaioken. Goku roared, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Pooh. The tremendous impact caused Vegeta immense pain, almost bringing him to his knees. It's not over yet. But Goku denied Vegeta any respite, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying into the sky, then quickly circling around to land another crushing blow, slamming him back to the ground. A series of fluid combos severely injured Vegeta. With the Kaioken activated, Goku's battle power surpassed 20,000, firmly overpowering Vegeta. Damn it, impossible, this can't be happening. Vegeta's eyes widened in rage. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could he be easily defeated by a low-class warrior? This was simply a joke. Vegeta, did you see that? Kakarot's battle power far exceeds yours and this isn't even his limit. Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. Vegeta was clearly losing his mind, his eyes blazing with fury as his energy continued to escalate. What? Goku's expression changed as he clearly sensed that Vegeta's energy had surpassed his own and was still rising. What Dragon Balls, what Earth? I'll destroy everything. Vegeta exploded with rage, striking a classic pose as he roared, turn into cosmic dust Kakarot. Final flash. The purple energy wave shot down towards Goku. This is bad, this guy has lost all reason. If this attack lands, the entire Earth will be obliterated. Goku's expression turned serious. He also took up a classic stance and shouted Kamehameha. The blue Kamehameha surged upwards, colliding with Vegeta's final flash. Terrifying energy erupted, the heavens and earth changed color, mountains and forests collapsed and a hurricane rampaged, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, a spaceship was approaching Earth. Inside the ship stood a man in battle armor, his dark skin adorned with a small brown tail. Boss, up ahead is Earth, but... A brown-skinned bumpy alien spoke to the man. Speak your mind, the man replied casually. Yes, the spaceship's communication system intercepted some information. The data shows that Vegeta and Nappa are currently on Earth, the alien reported respectfully. Oh. Vegeta. Nappa. The man's expression showed surprise. After pondering for a moment, he said, no worries, as long as the Tree of Might can take root on Earth, even Vegeta won't be my opponent. Let's hide for now and observe Vegeta's intentions on Earth. We can reveal ourselves later. Understood. Damn. Why is Kakarot so strong? Vegeta was grinding his teeth, having exhausted powers beyond his previous limits, yet he still couldn't suppress Goku. It was as if Goku had an endless supply of terrifying energy. I won't let you succeed. As he felt the impending final flash coming at him, Goku's forehead bulged with veins, his muscles exploded with power, and he roared, triple Kaioken. The originally disadvantaged Kamehameha suddenly reversed the pressure, overpowering Vegeta's attack and pushing upwards, reaching Vegeta in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Vegeta couldn't believe it, but before he could react, the terrifying energy engulfed him, launching him into even higher altitudes. So dangerous. After using the triple Kaioken, Goku reverted to his normal state, his hands propping him up on the ground as he felt utterly exhausted. The burden of the Kaioken was too great, the higher the multiplier, the greater the strain. His limit was the 5 times Kaioken, and utilizing the 3 times Kaioken had significantly drained his energy, leaving him nearly out of stamina. Are you awake? Krillin and the others rushed over, surrounding Goku, including Gohan. Vegeta's energy has disappeared, it seems he couldn't withstand the last attack and has already perished. Even Piccolo, who is usually calm and cautious, believed Vegeta had no chance of survival. Only Bardock remained silent, his perception was stronger than Goku's and he clearly sensed that Vegeta was still alive, holding on to a faint trace of energy. This guy, is he going to use that technique? Bardock seemed to sense something, his expression slightly changing, but he did not intervene. Kakarot, do you really think you've won? You've underestimated me, Prince Vegeta. Just as everyone let their guard down, Vegeta's figure staggered down from the sky. At this moment, Vegeta appeared extremely disheveled, covered in wounds, bleeding from various parts of his body, his once sturdy battle armor now in tatters and his energy lower than Goku's. What? As expected of Vegeta, you can survive even after that. Goku was greatly shocked, not expecting Vegeta to be so tenacious, surviving such an attack. He forced his weary body to stand up, determination igniting in his gaze once more. As for Krillin and the others, they weren't as tense since Vegeta was now at the end of his rope, not to mention Goku, even Kaihatsu could take him down. However, they still wisely stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to Goku. This fight belonged to Goku, no one could interfere. Kakarot, you're just a lowly warrior, yet you've surpassed me. This is unforgivable. Vegeta strained to push his body, channeling his remaining energy into a ball of light which he hurled violently into the sky. In the next moment, the light ball rapidly expanded, shining as brightly as a small moon. This is bad, Kakarot, he's going to transform. Seeing this, Raditz, knowing Vegeta's intentions, hurriedly warned Goku. Transform. Raditz's words left Goku bewildered. But the next moment a roar echoed through the skies. Vegeta's originally small frame transformed into a colossal figure towering dozens of meters high upon seeing the artificial moon in the sky. At the same time, Vegeta's previously low energy suddenly surged. What? How is it possible? Without a full moon, how can he transform into a great ape? Krillin and the others were astonished, recalling how Goku had transformed into a great ape upon seeing the full moon. But now there was no full moon in sight. This is our Saiyans artificial moon, created using our energy to mimic a full moon, Raditz explained. Transforming into a great ape increases battle power by tenfold, but it consumes a large amount of energy. Is that so? Piccolo also heard this for the first time, feeling a sense of dread at the power of the Saiyans. Perhaps it was in the Great Ape form that the Saiyans truly revealed their might. I understand now, the monster that killed my grandfather and caused chaos at the martial arts tournament was me all alone. Goku realized many things, feeling a wave of guilt. It turned out he had personally killed Grandpa Gohan. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I will apologize to you in person one day. Kakarot, you will pay for this. Although Vegeta had transformed into a great ape, his already injured body meant his battle power was only comparable to that of a weakened Goku. He was filled with rage, a proud prince of Saiyans being forced to use all his skills against an inferior warrior. It was a tremendous humiliation. He brought his massive foot crashing down toward Goku. You want escape? Goku shouted as he activated the Kaioken, his body erupting with red light. He transformed into a red flash, dodging Vegeta's attack and quickly closing in, his fists clenched and ready to slam into Vegeta's head. Get out of my way. Vegeta's tail swept through the air, striking Goku directly. The immense force sent Goku flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, lightning crackled as Vegeta gathered a purple energy blast in his mouth and launched it toward Goku. Damn it. Goku steadied himself. It was too late to dodge now. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to deflect the energy blast, sending a cloud of dust into the air. But at that moment, a massive shadow loomed over Goku. He sensed danger and instinctively threw a punch behind him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two clashed once more. Vegeta took several punches from Goku, his energy rapidly depleting, but Goku wasn't in any better shape. His stamina was already low, and now with the Kaioken activated, his energy was exhausted. Bang! The two collided fiercely, both being knocked back. Goku landed on the ground, the red glow around him fading as he gasped for breath. This is bad, old son. Stamina can't support the Kaioken, Piccolo thought, clearly analyzing the situation accurately. Goku was now on the verge of collapse, but Vegeta in his great ape form had energy slightly stronger than Goku. Look over there. At that moment, Gohan pointed excitedly at the sky. Krillin and the others followed his gaze and spotted a circular energy wave rapidly approaching Vegeta's tail. It's the spirit slash, that guy Goku. Krillin was ecstatic, realizing Goku had learned to perform the spirit slash. That's right. If we sever his tail, Vegeta will revert to his normal state. That guy Goku. Yamcha shouted excitedly. Sure enough, Goku unleashed the spirit slash as he fell, severing Vegeta's tail. What? Damn it. I'm not going down without a fight. Vegeta roared angrily, wanting to dodge but lacking the strength allowing his body to revert to its original form. Once back in human form, Vegeta crashed to the ground. He was gravely injured and now anyone could kill him at will. Hahaha, as expected of Vegeta, truly formidable. Even with all my strength I could only manage a draw, Goku said, now lacking the strength to even stand, filled with admiration for Vegeta. Gohan, go give old son a senzu bean, he's out of energy now, Piccolo instructed Gohan, reminding him that they had brought some senzu beans from Master Karen for emergencies. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan nodded obediently and flew toward Goku. Whoosh. But before Gohan could take off, an unexpected event occurred. A powerful energy beam descended from the sky, moving as fast as lightning, landing right in front of Gohan in the blink of an eye. Gohan, watch out. Bardock reacted quickly, flashing toward Gohan. He was too careless, focusing solely on Goku's battle and completely unaware of the ambush. Wah! The sudden turn of events left Gohan frozen in place, his eyes showing terror. Gohan! But at that moment, Piccolo stood in front of Gohan and the descending energy beam pierced straight through Piccolo's heart. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan was shocked and the others were equally stunned. They hadn't expected Piccolo to step in during Gohan's critical moment. Hee, I never thought that I, the great demon king Piccolo, would sacrifice myself for a child. Piccolo's life force quickly faded as he looked at Gohan with a comforting expression. Gohan, it's been great knowing you. You are the first person to treat me sincerely. You've grown stronger, but it's a pity I won't be able to see it. Farewell. Piccolo slowly closed his eyes, his presence disappearing from the world. At the same time, the Supreme Kai in the temple also vanished. He and Piccolo were of the same essence. With Piccolo's death, he could not escape his fate. Who? Who is it? Goku's heart burned with fury. He understood Piccolo's importance. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls would disappear, leaving no chance for resurrection. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as if something within him was awakening, rendering him silent and still. He resembled a beast poised to erupt. What a foolish Namekian, sacrificing his life for a brat. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. One of the figures surprised everyone. This person looked exactly like Goku, but with dark skin and a sinister expression akin to that of a venomous snake. Darius, is that you? Is it really him? The badly wounded Ba and Vegeta lay on the ground, their faces displaying surprise. They certainly knew of Dales, but they never expected him to appear at this moment and take down Piccolo with a single strike. A traitor of the Saiyans, how dare you show your face? Bardock's eyes were cold. He was an old generation member of the Saiyans and was quite familiar with Dales. Not only did this guy look just like him, but more importantly he was despicable and had betrayed the Saiyan race, establishing himself as a so-called cosmic bandit. Bardock. Why are you here? Didn't you die? Dales noticed Bardock at this moment, his expression somewhat shocked. Wasn't Bardock supposed to have died at Frieza's hands 20 years ago? How was he still alive? Haha, just in time, let me personally execute you, traitor. Bardock smirked coldly while he hoped for unity among the Saiyans. It certainly did not include Dales. This scoundrel was no longer worthy of being a Saiyan. Oh really? Just because of you? Dales spoke disdainfully. In his impression, Bardock was merely a lower-tier warrior. How strong could he be? After years of training, his battle power had already reached 50,000. Taking down a washed-up Saiyan shouldn't be a big deal. Ah. Just then a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone was startled by this sudden surge of energy and turned their heads. Gohan. The Dragon Ball warriors were astonished, for the source of this terrifying aura was none other than Gohan. Goku felt a shock at that moment. Gohan's aura had far surpassed his own. That little brat. Vegeta looked as if he had seen a ghost, his pride taking a hit. How was this possible? A mere half-blood Saiyan child had such terrifying battle power. Give me back Uncle Piccolo. Gohan charged up like a furious beast, his small body shooting into the sky at a speed that was hard to see. In the blink of an eye he was already in front of Dales, his fists raining down like a torrential storm on Dales' abdomen. Puff. Gohan's rage-fueled power was too overwhelming. Dales couldn't withstand it and was struck, spitting blood. Demon Flash. After a series of fierce strikes, Gohan kicked Dales away, then gathered a powerful wave of energy in his hands, firing it at the flying Dales. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, a terrifying energy wave forming a massive mushroom cloud, flattening everything in the surroundings and creating a vacuum. Incredible. Raditz was dumbfounded. The power his nephew unleashed in an instant was astonishingly fierce. After releasing his pent-up energy, Gohan's intense aura rapidly diminished, leaving him extremely weak. This little brat's battle power actually fluctuates with his emotions. Vegeta, experienced in battle, quickly saw through Gohan's weakness. This little guy harbored a terrifying power within him, but he couldn't control it. In the current situation, it was entirely due to rage that he was overexerting himself. Gohan, be careful. While everyone was shocked by Gohan's strength, Bardock shouted loudly, bursting with energy as he flew toward Gohan. Grandpa. Before Gohan could react, he felt a shadow loom over him. Dales had appeared before him like a ghost, gathering an energy blast in his hand aimed at Gohan's cheek. Die, little brat. Dales was in a dire state, his battle suit tattered and covered in blood. After taking a beating from Gohan, he was clearly injured. He needed to take down this damn little brat first. No way. Bardock's roar echoed his speed like the wind. In a critical moment, he darted in front of Gohan and punched Dales away. Gohan, quickly go back to Raditz. Leave this guy to me. Bardock said rapidly. Don't worry, I have a way to revive Piccolo. Now hurry and leave. Got it, Grandpa. Gohan, though dazed, reacted quickly and immediately flew back to Raditz's side. Seeing Gohan was safe, Bardock sighed in relief, then turned to glare at Dales, his killing intent surging. Indeed, you are a despicable scoundrel. You've successfully angered me. Bardock, it seems you are truly eager to die. Dales wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted angrily, you lot, kill all the trash below. Yes. Dale's subordinates did not dare delay, rushing towards Krillin and the others below. Oh no, their energy is too strong and Goku is currently not in fighting condition. We are no match for them. Krillin's face turned extremely grim. The aura emanating from the opponents was far superior to theirs. They were no match. Krillin, protect Gohan, and Kakarot, leave the rest to me. Just when things were dire, Raditz, who had been holding back, stepped forward, single-handedly blocking the 5 opponents. This guy. Krillin and the others were stunned. They never expected Raditz would block the enemies for them. This guy had really changed a lot. However, now was not the time to think about those things. Krillin and the others quickly evacuated, moving the critically injured Goku to a safe area while a few protected Gohan from harm. As for Vegeta, no one cared about him at all. It seems your plan has failed. Bardock sneered. Dale's subordinates had battle powers lower than Raditz, who was more than enough to take them out alone. You bastard, do you think you've won? Let me show you something good. Dale's eyes turned cold and with a wicked smile he threw a seed to the ground. Boom. As the seed hit the ground, in the blink of an eye it grew into a towering giant tree. The spirit fruit tree. Bardock muttered, looking at the massive tree. He had seen this scene during Goku's life experiences. This was a very magical tree. As long as it had suitable soil it could instantly take form. The spirit fruit tree was also exceedingly strange. It could absorb the nutrients of the planet and bear spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were incredibly overpowered. Eating them could greatly increase one's battle power. Sure enough, the spirit fruit tree was frantically absorbing nutrients from all directions, causing all flowers, grass and trees within 100 feet to wither instantly. You bastard, you even know about the spirit fruit tree. Dales was slightly taken aback. The seed of the spirit fruit tree was something he had stumbled upon, but he had been limited by the universe's scarcity of suitable places to plant it. He had come to Earth precisely because the environment here perfectly suited the spirit fruit tree. He just never expected that Bardock would know about the spirit fruit tree. But what does it matter if you know? You can't change anything. Dales grinned wickedly, picking several spirit fruits from the branches and devouring them in 2 or 3 bites. Boo! A terrifying aura erupted from Dales and a powerful energy formed a tornado that swept in all directions. Boo! 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 A purple flame soared into the sky, bringing with it a suffocating aura. Wukong and the others were in shock. The aura emanating from Dales had increased tremendously compared to before. This is the power of the spirit fruit. My combat strength is now over 100,000. Dales boasted arrogantly, sneering. Now how will you respond? Oh, 100,000 combat power, is that impressive? Yet facing Dales' terrifying strength, Bardock remained indifferent, as if he didn't consider Dales a threat at all. This was due to his absolute confidence. His current normal strength was already at 100,000, and if he activated the King's Fist, defeating Dales would be trivial. Sharp-tongued brat. Bardock's attitude irked Dales, who shouted angrily and charged at Bardock, his hand glowing with purple light, an invisible yet powerful aura sending Bardock flying into the sky. Swish! Dales vanished from his spot and the next moment appeared above Bardock, his fist coming down heavily on Bardock's head. The immense impact sent Bardock crashing to the ground, creating a massive pit and raising clouds of dust. Trash is trash, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Dales stood with his hands on his hips, expressionless as he stared down below. To him, Bardock was simply too weak to have any chance of survival. However, in the next moment Dales' expression changed. A beam of white light shone, dispersing the dust, and Bardock's figure was slowly floating back into the sky. Aside from some dust on him, he was completely unharmed. You're actually fine. Dales' pupils contracted, disbelief evident in his voice. How is this possible? Relying on external things to forcibly boost strength, how can that possibly be your own power? How could you harm me? Bardock coldly replied, Saiyans are a warrior race. Only through continuous battles and diligent training is the true path. Don't embarrass yourself with your underhanded ways. Swish! Bardock's figure vanished, moving with unbelievable speed, appearing behind Dales and unleashing a flurry of strikes. The sky resonated with bursts of sound. Facing Bardock's relentless assault, Dales had no opportunity to fight back, remaining entirely in a defensive position. Just as Bardock stated, Dales' power was merely a forced enhancement through external means, not his true strength, thus he couldn't unleash his full potential. Bardock, on the other hand, had painstakingly cultivated his strength step by step, creating a significant disparity. On another battlefield, Raditz was incredibly fierce. Although outnumbered 5 to 1, he maintained the upper hand, growing even stronger as the fight progressed, ultimately defeating Dale's subordinates. Wukong, your brother and father are simply too strong. We're leagues apart. Krillin marveled internally. These Saiyans were truly monstrous, and there was no comparison. As expected of my father and brother, I must continue to work hard on my training. Wukong was equally fired up, vowing to train even harder to surpass his father and brother. Kakarot, can you hear me? At that moment a voice suddenly echoed in Wukong's mind. Father. I can hear you, what's up? This voice was naturally Bardock's, though Wukong was unaware of what Bardock wanted to convey. You need to gather a spirit bomb quickly and then blow up that tree. That's the spirit fruit tree. Normal methods can't destroy it, only the spirit bomb can erase it completely. He remembered that the original Wukong, when facing Dales, couldn't destroy the spirit fruit tree with all his methods, and it was ultimately the spirit bomb that purified it. Now he was instructing Wukong to employ the same technique. There was no other way. The training requirements for the spirit bomb were too high, requiring a completely pure heart, and only Wukong fit that perfectly, while he himself could not grasp it. I understand, father. Wukong distinguished the priorities. He gritted his teeth and stood up, receiving a senzu bean from Gohan, instantly recovering. After explaining to everyone, Wukong began gathering energy for the spirit bomb. Damn it, I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose. Dales was left disoriented from the beating, clearly losing his rationality. He frantically stuffed the spirit fruit tree into his mouth, his combat power continuously rising, though the rate of increase was no longer as rapid as it had been at the start. It seems you have yet to realize that continuously consuming the spirit fruit tree results in diminishing returns on your enhancement. Bardock grasped Dales by the neck, speaking calmly. Underhanded means are ultimately underhanded. Now let me show you what true strength is. Bardock let out a fierce roar, radiating red light as an aura that instilled fear in Dales erupted. To instill complete terror in Dales, Bardock directly activated the fivefold King's Fist. However, this was not Bardock's limit. Even at 5 times the King's Fist, Bardock's combat power reached a staggering 500,000, a dimension apart from Dales. You this power, how can you? Dales stammered, frightened by Bardock's terrifying strength. He now felt like a mere clown. No matter how brilliant your strategies are, in the face of absolute strength, everything is but a cloud. Time for you to go. Bardock was too lazy to waste words with Dales, condensing energy waves in his palm and directly releasing them against Dales. Boom! A dazzling white light shot up into the sky. After a wailing sound, Dales' aura vanished without a trace, his body reduced to dust, dispersed in the cosmos. That up there must be Dales' spaceship, right? This is a valuable asset, we cannot waste it. Bardock returned to his normal state, looking up at the spaceship hovering in the sky. Since Piccolo had died and the Earth's Dragon Balls no longer existed to revive Piccolo, one must go to Namek. Thus the current spaceship was of utmost importance. According to Bardock's estimate, Dale's spaceship would travel much faster than the ones Bulma had made. With that thought, Bardock flew towards the spaceship and upon entering found it completely empty. Looks like Dales isn't doing so well, just a few weak subordinates. Bardock scoffed, but he still approached the controls to land the spaceship on the ground. On the other side, Wukong had gathered the spirit bomb and successfully purified the spirit fruit tree. Peace returned to Earth once more. Everyone gathered around Bardock, all of them filled with admiration. Without Bardock, Earth would likely have fallen into crisis. The only one displeased at the scene was Vegeta. His eyes seemed to spit fire, the pain in his body seemingly forgotten. This day was undoubtedly the most humiliating of his life. He, the Prince of Vegeta, a genius among geniuses, was now defeated by a lowly warrior like Wukong. To make matters worse, even Raditz, a former subordinate, was no weaker than him. Even more outrageous was Kakarot's son. The burst of power in that moment left him shaken. As for Bardock, he was an existence Vegeta could only look up to. With all these factors combined, Vegeta truly felt like destroying the Earth would be a release. Gohan, give me 2 senzu beans. Bardock took 2 senzu beans from Gohan and first offered one to Nappa. The miraculous effect of the senzu bean left Nappa astounded. He instantly regained full vitality. Yet his position was awkward. Krillin and the others held him in little regard, leaving him no choice but to remain near Raditz. He knew only Raditz among those present, yet after this battle he dared no longer act arrogantly before him. Likewise, he felt no particular awe toward his elder brother Vegeta. Blunt and physically formidable, he found Vegeta's actions perfectly natural. Such was the brutal, unrefined ethos of the Saiyans. Vegeta, how about it? 1 senzu bean will restore you completely. Bardock approached Vegeta, not to humiliate but with quiet sincerity. In his heart he bore no enmity toward Vegeta. Get lost, I need no such thing. Though he had witnessed the senzu bean's wonder firsthand, his pride forbade him from accepting a gift, especially from the very man who had defeated him. It made him feel as though others pitied him. Oh, what a pity. Bardock had anticipated this reaction and smiled faintly. I had planned to take you somewhere extraordinary. On Earth lives a woman named Bulma who invented the gravity chamber. Training within it accelerates strength growth dramatically. Kakarot and I will begin shortly. Since you decline, it seems we must part ways. Dealing with a personality like Vegeta's, Bardock was utterly masterful. What? A gravity chamber? At the promise of rapid power enhancement, Vegeta immediately bit. He had already been overtaken repeatedly by Bardock and the others. If they trained further, would he not fall even farther behind? That was utterly unacceptable. Vegeta bristled, but clinging fiercely to his dignity retorted, "Umph. You will never surpass me. I shall train relentlessly, shatter the Saiyan limits and defeat both you and Kakarot myself." Excellent, I'll await your ascension. With a wry smile, Bardock tossed the senzu bean to Vegeta and said, "Then follow me." So saying, he soared toward Goku. Kakarot, lead us to Bulma first, I have urgent business with her. Bardock issued swift instructions. Raditz, take this spaceship and follow closely behind, we'll need it for our journey to Namek. Namek? Isn't that Piccolo's homeworld? Goku frowned, puzzled by Bardock's intent. Kakarot, you truly are foolish. Raditz scolded him sharply. Father's meaning is clear, Piccolo is a Namekian, so Namek must possess Dragon Balls. We'll retrieve them there, allowing Piccolo to revive. Ah. Grandfather, that's your plan. Gohan suddenly grasped it, astonished yet elated. Raditz speaks truth. Bardock ruffled Gohan's hair with a gentle smile. Indeed, Namek's Dragon Balls surpass Earth's in power. Their Shenron grants 3 wishes, though each may revive only a single soul, unlike Earth's Shenron, which can restore many at once. Incredible. The Shenron of Piccolo's homeland is truly magnificent. Those familiar with Shenron, Goku among them, exclaimed in awe. Vegeta and Nappa remained silent. Nappa stood blank-faced while Vegeta's gaze gleamed, calculating, purposeful. But I must deliver troubling news. Bardock's expression turned grave. Our voyage to Namek carries high risk, we will almost certainly encounter Frieza. At our current strength we cannot even match a single finger of his. What? Frieza. At the name Vegeta and Nappa paled, they knew Frieza's terror well, though neither could fathom the true scale of his might. Even now Vegeta naively believed Frieza ranked only slightly above Captain Ginyu. Dad, is Frieza truly that powerful? Goku's face darkened too. Bardock had spoken of Frieza's dreadfulness more than once. Collectively all of us combined wouldn't reach even 1/3 of his power. Bardock chose not to crush their spirits further, withholding the full horror of Frieza's might. After all, a battle power of 120 million would seem cosmically unfathomable to Goku and his peers at this stage. And beyond him loomed Golden Frieza and Black Frieza, whose speed eclipsed even Ultra Instinct. Frieza indeed reigned as Emperor of the Cosmos. Enough talk, Bardock, take me to that place now. I must begin training immediately. Vegeta could wait no longer. Hearing Frieza might appear on Namek, he refused to waste another moment on Earth. Very well, then let us go to Bulma's residence. Bardock, wise and perceptive, saw through Vegeta's hidden urgency, but said nothing. He knew Vegeta's ambition would fail. Goku led Bardock and the others in a grand procession to Bulma's home, a fortunate stroke given the sheer size of their spaceship. That is the situation, Bardock summarized for Bulma. So much has happened. Uncle Bardock, consider it done, I'll have it ready by tomorrow. Bulma slapped her chest confidently and grinned. Though I'm deeply intrigued by that spaceship, I'd love to study it closely and perhaps upgrade its systems as well. A genius inventor, Bulma's curiosity ignited the moment she laid eyes on interstellar technology. We entrust it entirely to you. Bardock glanced briefly at Vegeta, then leaned close to Bulma and murmured, also arrange accommodations for these 2 Saiyans, especially the shorter one. Show him no courtesy. I'll have Raditz stay here to ensure order. Got it. Bulma winked playfully, her eyes flicking toward Vegeta, then pausing as if noticing for the first time his striking brooding presence. Then until tomorrow. Leaving Raditz behind, Bardock departed with Goku and Gohan for Mount Paozu. After a year of rigorous training, it was time for Gohan to return home. Krillin and the others remained at Bulma's, fearing Vegeta might cause trouble. They stayed on guard. Fortunately, Bulma's mansion was vast enough to house them all comfortably. Well then, gentlemen, follow me and let me treat you properly. Bulma smiled, crooked a finger at Vegeta and Nappa, and sauntered off with a playful sway of her hips, chattering cheerfully with Krillin and the others along the way. That wretched woman doesn't even see me. Vegeta clenched his teeth, but restrained himself, seething only at Bulma's flagrant disrespect. Come Vegeta, we do need rest, Nappa urged gently. Poof. Vegeta responded only with a cold, disdainful snort, already vowing in silence to train with merciless intensity, then slip away unnoticed to Namek. Frieza would not claim the Dragon Balls. The distant expanse of interstellar space. A colossal starship glides silently through the frigid void. Inside its main chamber, a diminutive figure with a long sinuous tail gazes into the infinite blackness of the cosmos. This being is none other than Frieza, the tyrannical emperor who has reigned supreme across the galaxies for millennia. Have you still not located Vegeta's whereabouts? A chilling signature smirk curls upon Frieza's lips, so unnerving it sends shivers down the spine. My Lord, Vegeta and Nappa's energy signatures were detected on Earth just recently, then vanished without a trace, reports one of his fully armored subordinates, voice trembling with fear. Indeed, serving such a sovereign is like treading beside a tiger. Frieza's cruelty is legendary and no servant dares speak carelessly. Earth. Where is that? Frieza frowns in genuine confusion, he has never heard of such a place. It is a primitive planet in region Z35, replies the subordinate, bowing low in honest deference. Poof. What scheme is Vegeta plotting, to flee so far to the edge of oblivion? Frieza's tone grows irked. Bah, these wild Saiyan monkeys feign obedience while scheming behind my back. I spared them once out of condescension, granting them a sliver of mercy. Yet now it seems they've grown brazen beyond tolerance. Issue the order, Vegeta is to be executed on sight, no exceptions. Vegeta outwardly submits, but secretly undermines him at every turn. Frieza sees through it all. As you command. The subordinate pauses briefly before adding, my Lord, intelligence confirms the existence of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Oh. How splendid. Frieza's icy countenance flickers, his voice trembles with rare excitement. So the legends are true, the Dragon Balls grant any wish. Excellent. Set course for Namek, maximum velocity. Within his heart surges an intoxicating thrill. If he secures the Dragon Balls, he may fulfill his deepest ambition. With absolute dominion over them, even Beerus, the god of destruction himself, may one day fall beneath his might. In that moment Frieza's boundless ambition blazes forth unmasked and unapologetic. Meanwhile Bardock remains unaware of Frieza's imminent arrival at Namek. He and Goku have returned to Mount Paozu. A year has passed and Mount Paozu has undergone a profound transformation. Most striking are two towering villas rising proudly above the landscape. Chi-Chi, our home has changed beyond recognition. Goku stares momentarily stunned, gazing at the grand villas and surrounding structures. Hey, we owe much of this to Grandpa. Chi-Chi surveys her handiwork with quiet pride. We live in a mansion now, those folks down the mountain can't help but envy us. Over this past year Chi-Chi has truly come into her own, not only constructing these lavish villas but also acquiring the latest model of hovercar, leaving the couple from the valley below utterly awestruck and envious. Yet she has not forgotten Bardock's instructions. A third villa stands adjacent to their home, built especially for him. She holds him in deep reverence and gratitude. Without him her life would still be one of hardship and want. Now her life has flourished, her bank account swells with substantial savings ensuring comfort and security for generations to come even without ever working again. Thus Chi-Chi no longer urges Goku to seek employment nor does she hinder his cultivation. Bardock, indifferent to domestic affairs, exchanges only brief pleasantries with her before departing alone. Carlin Tower. Ah, you must be Goku's father. You bear his likeness down to the last detail. The cat hermit studies Bardock closely. Indeed, their features mirror each other perfectly, though their auras diverge starkly in temperament and essence. Hermit, do you happen to have any senzu beans remaining? Bardock wastes no time, he is preparing to depart for Namek and senzu beans are indispensable. I regret to inform you, the last few beans were given to you just recently, replies the cat hermit stroking his whiskers. Fresh ones won't ripen for another month. A month then. Bardock nods thoughtfully. A full month grants him ample time to reach Namek well before Frieza arrives. After expressing his thanks, Bardock returns to Mount Paozu to rest. Tomorrow he will enter the gravity chamber for grueling training. Time slips swiftly. By dawn the next day has arrived. Bulma's residence bustles with activity. Every Dragon Team warrior is present, Bardock and Goku's family included, all eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the gravity chamber. Everyone gather here, this is the custom-built gravity chamber I finished overnight. Bulma leads the group inside, gesturing proudly. It contains 10 individual chambers, each equipped with adjustable gravity generators, capable of simulating up to 150 times Earth's gravity. Unlike the original design, Bulma has constructed 10 full-scale gravity chambers, each spacious enough to accommodate 15 or 20 warriors simultaneously. Dad, that's amazing. We can train together. Gohan beams with unrestrained enthusiasm. His personality has evolved, he now embraces combat and strength with fervor yet never neglects his scholarly pursuits. Keep pushing forward, Gohan. Goku ruffles his son's hair, eyes warm with quiet pride. Don't bother me, I'll take a chamber to myself. Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, immediately seizes one chamber for his sole use. Though his arrogance sparks frustration among the others, none dare challenge him. Ultimately the Earth warriors share one chamber. Goku and Gohan train together, Raditz and Nappa occupy another, and Bardock trains alone. Train hard, within 1 month the senzu beans will mature and we shall set sail for Namek. With those words Bardock vanishes into his chosen gravity chamber. Cursed fool, I will surpass Bardock and Kakarot. Vegeta scans the chamber, strides straight to the control console, and seeing the display reading 1 instantly cranks the gravity to its maximum setting. He intends to undergo the most brutal trial imaginable. Near 150x gravity means nothing to him. Ugh! An overwhelming gravitational force crashes down upon him like a falling asteroid. Even with every fiber of his being straining, he cannot rise, his internal organs warp under pressure, blood already welling from his ears and nostrils. Damn it! His face contorts in terror and agony, he feels death breathing down his neck. Fortunately he remains within arm's reach of the console. With agonizing effort he forces his trembling hand to shut off the gravity field. Instantly the crushing weight vanishes. Vegeta gasps raggedly, his breath raw, his body trembling. In that instant pure dread floods his soul. Had he delayed by even 20 seconds his body would have been reduced to pulp. Having witnessed the lethal power of maximum gravity, Vegeta abandons recklessness. After recovering he carefully calibrates the chamber to a tolerable level and begins relentless, ceaseless training. Let's start with 50 times the gravity. Bardock stayed alone in the gravity chamber and without any hesitation he directly activated the 50 times gravity. Based on his estimation of his own strength he could only bear the intensity of 50 times gravity at present. So heavy. Indeed, under the environment of 50 times gravity Bardock struggled to move, and even the most basic actions of raising his hands were extremely difficult. However, Bardock did not back down and he chose to withstand it with his pure physical body. His approach was different from others. While others cultivated their chi, he opted to train his body. Only by strengthening his physical form could he enhance his chi cultivation, yielding even better results. Indeed, without using chi and relying solely on his body to withstand the strain was truly overwhelming. Bardock felt as though every bone in his body was being crushed, but he did not lose heart. Instead, he forcibly withstood the pressure and attempted some simple movements. Although the actions that seemed easy to ordinary people were extremely challenging for Bardock, beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye a month had gone by. During this month, Bardock's gains were nothing short of tremendous. He could now move freely under the highest gravity, and the strength of his physique had undergone a qualitative change. With his current physical strength, he far surpassed Goku and the others. For instance, in the original story, Goku in Super Saiyan blue form could be punctured by a bullet. However, for Bardock, even in a relaxed state, no bullet could breach his defenses. As for the intensity of his chi, Bardock had not lagged behind either. This complementary training approach yielded immense benefits, but Bardock also paid an unimaginable price for it. As a result, his combat power had now reached an astounding 500,000, a terrifying rate of improvement that only a Saiyan could achieve. No, it's still not enough. With this level of strength, even if I activate the 20 times Kaioken, I won't even reach half of Frieza's power. Standing on the spaceship, Bardock appeared deep in thought. Behind him were Goku, Raditz, Gohan, and Nappa. As for Krillin and the others, realizing their limitations, they chose not to come along, fearing they would hinder the mission instead. Interestingly, Vegeta had left Earth a week earlier and had even stolen Bulma's newly developed spaceship. This behavior naturally infuriated Bulma. "Dad, what's wrong? Why do you look a bit unwell?" Goku noticed Bardock's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but walk over to ask. After rigorous training, Goku's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, with his combat power skyrocketing to 300,000, much stronger than when he first arrived on Namek. "It's nothing, just pondering some matters." Bardock did not divulge his inner worries to Goku. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the spaceship suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a series of explosions. "Nappa, what's going on?" Bardock's expression changed and he hurriedly asked Nappa, who was piloting the spaceship. "Damn it, we're being attacked." Nappa continued to maneuver the ship, trying to stabilize the spacecraft while quickly activating the ship's protective system. "What? Out of nowhere, how could anyone attack us? Are we encountering space pirates?" Bardock was also baffled. They were in the vast universe, who would have nothing better to do than attack them. "Space pirate Dales, you have been surrounded by our galactic patrol. Surrender immediately if you know what's good for you." Just then a voice suddenly echoed within the spaceship. "Galactic Patrol? What is that?" Goku and Gohan had never heard of the Galactic Patrol. "I see, it's the Galactic Patrol." Bardock sighed and said, "Right, we're currently using Dale's spaceship, so the Galactic Patrol must have mistaken us for him." Speaking of which, Bardock had some past connections with the Galactic Patrol and now it came in handy. "Nappa, connect me to their signal. I need to talk to them." Bardock instructed Nappa. "All right." Though Nappa didn't know what Bardock was up to, he obediently operated the spaceship. "To all Galactic Patrol members, you are mistaken, we are not Dales." After connecting the signal, Bardock spoke up as Gak there. "Gak is my friend." Hearing this, the Galactic Patrol members were taken aback and another voice came through. "Your voice sounds familiar, who are you? Why do I know you?" Upon hearing this voice, Bardock's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Gak, long time no see, it's Bardock." "What? Mr. Bardock. You aren't dead." Gak's tone was filled with shock. "It's a long story, I survived a tribulation, so I didn't die." Bardock chuckled and said, "By the way, what are you all doing in this area? Is it to apprehend Dales? If so, you can go back, I've already taken care of him." "Oh. So you dealt with Dales? No wonder his spaceship is with you." Gak seemed somewhat surprised and said, "We originally came here to hunt down a wanted race, but we stumbled upon Dale's spaceship, not expecting it to be a mix-up." "A wanted race? What did they do wrong?" Gak's tone became serious as he said, "It's a very evil race known as the Daetongmu tribe. The members of this tribe are conducting a sinister experiment and we received news and immediately came to sanction them." "The Daetongmu tribe?" Bardock pondered, realizing he had never heard of them, and then asked, "Are they strong?" "Their combat power isn't particularly high, but they employ some strange tactics that are quite difficult to deal with." Suddenly excited, Gak said, "By the way, Bardock, since you're here, could you help me deal with the Daetongmu tribe? With you around, our chances of success are much higher." Gak's thoughts were racing. He knew Bardock was formidable. With his help, capturing the Daetongmu tribe would be a piece of cake. Then he could return to headquarters to take credit, feeling absolutely delighted. Bardock was stunned to hear this. He was on his way to Namek and didn't have time for such trivial matters. Yet deep down he couldn't help but want to meet the Daetongmu tribe. After all, he was a Saiyan and his warrior's heart could not be restrained. "Alright, in your favor, I'll help you this once." Bardock said. "Open the hatch of your spaceship, I'll come over now." "Thank you so much," Gak exclaimed excitedly. "Father, you've agreed just like that. If you leave now, how will you reach Namek?" Raditz wore an expression of bafflement. He held no fondness for the Galactic Patrol. "It's but a minor favor. Once I resolve this matter, they'll escort me to Namek, rest assured." Bardock smiled faintly and said, "You all go ahead first. Listen carefully, if Frieza truly awaits on Namek, under no circumstances must you provoke him before I arrive. Father, let me accompany you. I want to see just how formidable the Daitangmu clan really is." Goku and Bardock were unmistakably father and son. At the mere hint of battle, excitement surged through him. "No need. You head to Namek instead. Gohan still depends on your care." Bardock refused Goku's request. After bidding farewell to the others, he opened the hatch of his starship and soared without hesitation toward Kakarot's vessel. Though Saiyans cannot survive indefinitely in the vacuum of space, brief extravehicular movement remains possible. Upon reaching Kakarot's ship, Bardock discovered not only Kakarot aboard, but several members of the Galactic Patrol as well. Their combat power, however, was shockingly low, barely exceeding 5,000. "Bardock, it truly has been ages. You look exactly as you did before," Kakarot murmured wistfully. Bardock's appearance had not changed a day in 20 years, a silent testament in Kakarot's mind to the Saiyans' defiance of time itself. "Enough talk. Proceed immediately to the Daitangmu clan's homeworld," Bardock commanded without preamble. "And once this is settled, you will transport me to Namek." "You wish to go to Namek? That poses no difficulty." After traversing the star-strewn void for what felt like an eternity, Bardock and his companions descended upon a planet of breathtaking splendor. This world resembled a celestial sanctuary. Towering mountains cascaded into crystal rivers, vistas of serene beauty unfolded endlessly, each more soul-soothing than the last. Most striking of all was a colossal levitating palace suspended at the planet's very heart, ancient beyond reckoning, shrouded perpetually in thick mist-laced clouds like a celestial pavilion adrift atop the heavens. Such ethereal grace seemed utterly incompatible with malice. Fascinating, this planet teems with immense turbulent energy signatures. Bardock probed the ambient aura inwardly, musing. One presence dwarfs the rest, vast, ancient, and steeped in malevolence. Were Kakarot and his team to confront it alone, none would survive. "According to our intelligence, the Daitangmu clan resides within that palace," Kakarot announced, adjusting his telescopic visor toward the floating edifice. "Kakarot, you and your squad wait here. Your adversaries are far beyond your league," Bardock declared firmly. "I sense numerous overwhelming presences within. With your current power levels, entering would be little more than suicide. Leave this to me." "What?" His words ignited indignation among the Galactic Patrol officers. Was he truly dismissing them so contemptuously? "Silence, obey Bardock without question." Kakarot hastily clapped a hand over his comrades' mouths. He knew full well the Saiyans' legendary ferocity, and that these men stood no chance against such wrath. Moreover, he understood Bardock well enough to know this was no mockery, only sober warning. "Bardock, we entrust this to you. Stay safe." For once Kakarot spoke with solemn gravity. He could not bear the thought of Bardock falling for his sake. "Relax. I'll be back before you know it." Bardock offered a faint smile, then rose effortlessly into the air, his trajectory unwavering, aimed straight at the floating palace. "Have you located a suitable site to cultivate the divine tree?" Within the palace, an elderly man stood with arms clasped behind his back, his hair and beard snow-white, his eyes eerie gray orbs etched with cryptic spiraling patterns. He was not alone. Every being in that hall bore the same uncanny traits: pale alabaster skin, twin horns arching from their foreheads, eyes shimmering in kaleidoscopic hues, no two alike. Before them loomed a titanic stone idol. Elder Sage confirmation is complete. In region Z35 lies a world called Earth, ideal soil for the divine tree's growth. A diminutive man stepped forward to deliver the report. "Excellent. So long as the divine tree flourishes, our pill refinement shall continue unimpeded." The Elder Sage nodded in quiet satisfaction. "Then dispatch Ichishi and Kagaya to Earth. Let them undertake this mission together." "Understood, Elder Sage." Ichishi offered a subtle knowing smile, while Kagaya remained impassive, her inner turmoil boiling beneath stoic silence. Among their people, hierarchy was absolute. Those of lower rank obeyed without question, no appeal, no resistance. She was but a servant, powerless to defy the will of her superiors. Whoosh. "So, you are the Daitangmu clan. Daring to covet Earth. A death wish indeed." A cold, detached voice descended from above. A towering figure hovered midair, gazing down upon them with regal disdain. "Who is that?" Shock rippled through the Daitangmu ranks. How had this man infiltrated their sanctum without sound or trace? "I am but a Saiyan," Bardock replied, his face unreadable, yet his gaze locked unblinkingly onto the colossal stone idol. The overwhelming aura he'd sensed emanated from that statue, yet the contradiction gnawed him. How could lifeless stone radiate such palpable sentient energy? A Saiyan. The warrior race, the Saiyans. Their faces paled. They had not expected such a fearsome adversary. The Saiyans were renowned for savage strength and merciless brutality. Saiyan, we Daitongmu have never crossed paths with your kind. What business brings you here? The elder sage's voice lowered grave and measured. Moreover, your race has long since vanished from history. I advise you, do not meddle where you do not belong. Saiyans were madmen, untamable, unpredictable. He wished no part of them. Enough talk. I act only out of loyalty to a friend, to deliver you all bound and subdued to the galactic penitentiary. Without another word, Bardock vanished, then reappeared in a thunderous descent. Unforgivable. Seize him. The elder sage roared. Though the Daitongmu prided themselves on discretion, they would not suffer insult from any outsider. Kaguya, you fight first. Their elite commanders, unwilling to sully their dignity, delegated the task to the lowest ranked among them. Damn bastard. Fury contorted Kaguya's features, but duty left her no choice. With a snarl, she lunged, her pale hands blazing with searing white light. 80 divine sky strikes. A blinding storm of luminous fists rained down upon Bardock. Woman, step aside. You're in my way. Facing the torrential barrage, Bardock neither dodged nor flinched, meeting it bare-chested. His erupting aura shattered every fist midair. In the next breath, he closed the distance, slapping Kaguya aside with a single open palm. To Bardock, she was pitifully weak, not even half as strong as Vegeta had once been. Against such weakness, especially a woman, he saw no reason to draw blood. Ugh! Kaguya crashed onto the floor, her body racked by unprecedented force. In that instant, terror seized her. This man was incomprehensibly powerful. Even their entire clan combined would stand no chance. And so a desperate plan took root. She collapsed motionless, feigning death. Oh. You have some skills. Let me sure have a go at you. After seeing Bardock instantly defeat Huiyi with a slap, a plump man stepped forward. His hand glimmered with red light as a crimson scythe appeared out of thin air, aimed directly at Bardock for a fierce slash. Just a petty trick. Bardock scoffed disdainfully, merely extending a finger to effortlessly block Jinshi's scythe. With a slight grip, Bardock crushed the scythe to pieces, much to Jinshi's horror. You. Jinshi couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but the next moment Bardock's massive fist came crashing down. Puff. Jinshi's enormous body was obliterated as if it were mere tofu under Bardock's punch. What? This Saiyan is so powerful. The other members of the Daitongmu tribe displayed expressions of terror. Could Saiyans really be this formidable? In just a single encounter, they had lost 2 of their kin. You lot, let's go together and kill this damn Saiyan. The Grand Elder roared in fury. Their Daitongmu tribe was already sparse in numbers, and now they had lost 2 at once, suffering a heavy blow. Golden Wheel explosion. The remaining members of the Daitongmu tribe finally took things seriously, with one named Shirin charging in with all his might. A massive beam resembling a crescent moon suddenly slashed down, its terrifying power capable of cutting through anything. Chi Yuan slash. Facing the oncoming crescent beam, Bardock's expression remained unchanged as he casually unleashed his Chi Yuan slash. The size difference between the 2 sides was immense, yet astonishingly the Chi Yuan slash directly cut through the Golden Will rebirth explosion. Not only that, the Chi Yuan slash continued unabated, flying diagonally towards Shiren's head. Shiren's pupils constricted and he hurriedly dodged, but it was too close. While he avoided the fatal blow, one of the horns on his head was still severed. Good reaction, but your power is too weak. Bardock was somewhat surprised this guy named Shiren had impressive reflexes to dodge at such a close distance. Puff puff puff. However, at that moment Bardock suddenly felt his body slow down and his forward charge abruptly halted. What is this? Bardock looked down and found that his hands and feet were all pierced by black rods. It was these rods that restricted his movement. Under the secret arts of the Daitongmu tribe, you cannot move. Just accept your death obediently. At that moment, a short man with a sinister grin jumped out, his eyes bulging with veins, looking extremely ferocious. Taosher, well done, finish him off. The Grand Elder couldn't help but clap in approval upon witnessing this scene. I will blow him to smithereens right away. With just that, do you think you can kill me? Taosher raised one hand, red light flickering in his palm as a massive energy ball rapidly formed, shooting directly at Bardock. Bardock's gaze grew colder as he clenched his fist and shouted, rich white energy surging forth. The powerful aura instantly knocked the black rods impaled in him away, and facing the giant energy ball hurtling towards him, Bardock advanced instead of retreating. With expressions on everyone's faces as if they had seen a ghost, Bardock kicked the energy ball into the air with a single kick. These guys were so weak, not even reaching 30000, he had no interest in wasting time with them. You are too weak. Bardock decided to end this, quickly gathering blue light in his hands as his energy continued to rise. Kamehameha. The dazzling blue wave howled past, turning the palace's decorations to dust along its path. It's over. Damn, he's too strong. The members of the Daetongmu tribe turned ashen. Bardock's power was on a completely different level and they had no chance to retaliate. Damn it, they still had many plans to execute. Were they really going to die here? Outrageous. Just as the Kamehameha was about to engulf the remaining Daetongmu, a voice filled with authority suddenly resounded. Moreover, an immense energy surprisingly neutralized the Kamehameha's energy. Ha! Bardock squinted, staring intently at the gigantic statue. That voice had just come from the statue. Yes, our ancestor has made a move. The ancestor will eliminate this Saiyan. The members of the Daetongmu tribe were filled with excitement. They had long forgotten when their ancestor last intervened. However, this did not diminish the invincible image of the Daetongmu ancestor in their hearts. Buzz buzz. Red light surged from the statue, enveloping the surviving members of the Daetongmu tribe. The Daetongmu tribe members, enveloped in red light, suddenly discovered in terror that their bodies were splitting apart and rapidly transforming into pills radiating red light. These pills turned into streams of light, all merging into the statue. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as the entire palace violently shook at that moment. The surface of the statue continuously shed in countless red lights, enveloped in a terrifying aura, seemingly awakening. Such a terrifying aura, the sky has absorbed his own tribe members as nutrients. Bardock hurriedly flew away as the aura emanating from the statue was rapidly increasing. The powerful aura he had sensed earlier truly came from this statue. This was the so-called ancestor of the Daetongmu. Meanwhile, Hui Yi, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly got up. She looked at the glowing statue with terror and then glanced at the collapsing palace. What an opportunity! Hui Yi's eyes brightened as she hurriedly scoured the palace, swiping all the treasures of the Daetongmu tribe, and came before a colorful glowing teleportation array. Traitor, die! Just then a beam of energy containing immense power shot towards Hui Yi. Not good. Hui Yi's face turned pale. Without any hesitation, she quickly stepped into the teleportation array, the means by which the Daetongmu tribe traveled to other locations. The red light pierced through, but it was still a step too late. Hui Yi's body had already begun to fade. Before disappearing, she cast a deep glance at Bardock, reminding herself in her heart to never provoke a Saiyan. Bardock did not notice Hui Yi. The fish that slipped through the net, as before him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with a single horn on his head and skin as pale as a corpse. Are you the leader of the Daetongmu tribe? Bardock's expression grew serious as he felt a sense of danger from this man. Saiyan, such an ancient race. The man spoke coldly. I am the god of the Daetongmu. Today you shall meet your end here. The god of Daetongmu. Who do you think you are to call yourself a god? Bardock scoffed, for while the Daetongmu was powerful, it had yet to reach Frieza's level. At such a level, daring to proclaim oneself a god. Let's not even mention the destroyer gods. This fellow in front of me can't even surpass the Kaishin. What a frog in a well. Your words have angered me, the god of Daetongmu replied, furious at Bardock's words. This mere Saiyan had no idea of his terrifying power. His pupils turned gray, covered in intricate patterns. The god of Daetongmu blared and a ball of pitch-black flame appeared out of thin air around Bardock. The suddenly appearing black flame caused Bardock great discomfort. He immediately erupted with rage, trying to dispel the dark fire. It's useless, this is the fire of Amaterasu. It will never extinguish until the enemy is burned to ashes, said the god of Daetongmu, hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent, exuding an aura as if a deity had descended. Bardock tried several times only to find that the flames could not be dispelled and were frighteningly powerful. With his physical strength he could hardly withstand the burning of the flames. Had he not covered his skin with chi, he would have likely turned into a charred mass by now. If that's the case, then I will unleash my full power. I refuse to believe your flames are that strong. A greater force erupted from Bardock, shaking the mountains and scattering the clouds around him. As Bardock's chi exploded, the so-called eternal fire of Amaterasu was forcefully dispelled in the next moment. Hey, it seems the god of Daetongmu has a sense of humor after all. A sarcastic smile spread across Bardock's face. The god of Daetongmu was slapped hard in the face, his expression turning extremely unpleasant. He fell silent, his pupils starting to rotate. A gigantic meteor descended from the sky. This is the celestial obstruction quake star. How will you deal with it? What kind of move is this? A meteor of such size appeared out of nowhere. Bardock gritted his teeth and caught the massive meteor falling from the sky. However, after undergoing training under 150 times the gravity and with his enhanced body, the weight of this meteor was still within his capacity to bear. Yet he was quite intrigued by this god of Daetongmu. This fellow's techniques were bizarre. From his observations, they appeared to be abilities connected to the opponent's eyes. This was the first time he encountered such abilities. This Saiyan has such high physical strength. The god of Daetongmu frowned involuntarily, his pupils rotating again as a second meteor fell. Boom! The weight of the two meteors was such that even Bardock found it hard to endure, his feet sinking deep into the ground. At this level you want to defeat me? Bardock's aura transformed into a red hue as he roared Kaioken. As Bardock activated Kaioken, his momentum skyrocketed and the two enormous meteors were lifted into the air. What? What kind of move is this? Why has your power suddenly increased so much? The god of Daetongmu became uneasy. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, prepare to face my attack. Bardock's gaze was sharp as he unleashed a barrage of violent energy blasts at the god of Daetongmu. The prince's battle technique was activated. However, to Bardock's astonishment, his energy blasts could not harm the opponent at all and were all absorbed by the god of Daetongmu's strange abilities. You can absorb others' chi. Bardock was now uneasy too. It was as if the opponent's eyes were a cheat producing endless bizarre techniques, and now they could even absorb chi. This is the ultimate reincarnation. Not only can I absorb your chi, but I can do this too. The god of Daetongmu's eyes shone brightly. Bardock's previously launched energy blasts were shot back from the god of Daetongmu's eyes. Their power was significantly enhanced. Bardock's body was continuously bombarded by the energy blasts, his battlesuit shattered and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this guy's eyes are too troublesome. Bardock was covered in wounds, clearly having suffered significant injuries moments ago. In that case, let's win through strength. Bardock, with rich combat experience, reasoned that since his chi attacks were being absorbed, he would resort to physical techniques. Surely they couldn't absorb physical attacks as well. Whoosh! A flash of red light sped past and Bardock dashed in an instant to the god of Daetongmu, throwing a punch towards him. Celestial sovereignty. The space before the god of Daetongmu suddenly warped, and in the next moment his figure appeared behind Bardock. Countless silver spears aimed at Bardock's back. God's reign. Bardock felt the danger behind him and flew into the sky without looking back. The countless spears seemed to track him like guided missiles. Wherever Bardock flew, they followed. Damn it, I need to think of a way. The opponent's eye abilities are too peculiar. As Bardock flew, he contemplated countermeasures. Suddenly his expression shifted and he thought, eyes, that's it. If his eyes are his weapon, then their weakness must be the eyes. With this thought, Bardock had an idea. His figure flickered in the air, rapidly closing in on the god of Daetongmu. You think you can dodge by using sprint speed at close range and make me fall for it? The god of Daetongmu remained calm and laughed, saying, your calculations are good, but it's useless. The ultimate reincarnation eye of the god of Daetongmu shone brightly and a heavy shield appeared in front of him. Your prediction is wrong. Bardock sneered and shouted, Solar Fist. A blinding light illuminated all around and the expression of the god of Daetongmu immediately changed. Damn it, what is this light? The dazzling light forced the god of Daetongmu to close his eyes, and as he did, the countless spears and the shield in front of him vanished. You're done for. Bardock seized this excellent opportunity and activated 5 times Kaioken, launching a fierce assault on the god of Daetongmu. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms echoed in the air as the god of Daetongmu was pounded by Bardock. The violent force shattered the earth and the once beautiful surroundings had turned into ruins. Put. The god of Daetongmu was caught in a disadvantaged position, driven deep into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and his once pristine garments now filthy. Huangquan Birio. The god of Daetongmu roared in anger. Once the light of the solar fist faded, the ultimate reincarnation eye activated again and his body vanished instantly. Bardock's punch missed and he immediately realized it was another one of that eye's special abilities. Damn Saiyan, you have successfully provoked me. The god of Daetongmu roared to the sky, pulling out several fiery red fruits from nowhere and swallowing them in one go. Boom! A more terrifying aura emanated from the god of Daetongmu and his form began to change. His once slender body instantly expanded and his cool face twisted into a grotesque visage like that of a demon. In an instant the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. The originally clear sky turned dark with lightning flashing continuously, resembling the end of the world. What? He transformed. Bardock's face turned pale. The aura radiating from the god of Daetongmu was several levels stronger than before, making the situation more difficult. The fruit he just ate, could it be the elixir those guys mentioned earlier? Bardock suddenly recalled the elixir that the elder of Daetongmu had spoken of. It seemed that its effects were even more potent than the fruits of the spiritual fruit tree. His battle power had surged several times. Ha ha ha. After taking the elixir and transforming, the god of Daetongmu let out a wild laugh. In this moment it seemed he had lost all sense of reason. Especially his originally patterned eyes, which were now blood red. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn apart suddenly echoed as the god of Daetongmu transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards Bardock at an astonishing speed, faster than before by several times. So fast. Bardock's expression changed drastically. The speed of the god of Daytonmu was too quick, and even in the state of 5 times the Kaioken he still couldn't see his movements clearly. Boom! With a deafening roar, Bardock was sent flying like a cannonball, shattering several mountains along the way. Wow! Bardock spat out a mouthful of blood. That last strike had severely injured him. But the god of Daytonmu gave Bardock no chance to catch his breath, instantly crossing the distance of thousands of meters and appearing behind Bardock. The god of Daytonmu clenched his fists tightly and struck down at the back of Bardock's head. You want escape? Bardock with quick reflexes detected the danger from behind and immediately dodged to the side while throwing a punch at the god of Daytonmu. Boom boom boom. The intense battle reignited, with both combatants engaging in pure primitive combat, neither side dodging nor retreating under the powerful energy collisions. Everything around them was completely destroyed. What a terrifying creature! What level of battle is this? Far away, Gak and others trembled. The scene before them resembling the apocalypse, they found it hard to imagine such overwhelming power. We need to retreat quickly or we will be caught in the crossfire. Gak hurriedly urged his teammates to distance themselves from the battlefield, feeling grateful that they had found Bardock. Otherwise, if they faced that monster, they would likely be wiped out in one fell swoop. This guy seems unable to use his strange abilities after transforming. During the fight, Bardock noticed that the god of Daytonmu had not utilized his ultimate rebirth eye. Could it be that he can't use it due to losing his reason? This presents a good opportunity. To be honest, the abilities of the god of Daytonmu's ultimate rebirth eye were very troublesome. To test his hypothesis, Bardock increased his energy again and directly activated the tenfold Kaioken. Now his battle power had reached an astounding 5 million. Thunder Cannon. Bardock seized an opening, creating distance from the god of Daytonmu as lightning coalesced in the palm of his hand. An energy ball infused with thunderbolts shot towards the god of Daytonmu. This was Bardock's ultimate move used against Frieza 20 years ago. Wow! Facing the incoming thunder cannon, the god of Daytonmu's eyes shone with red light as a massive energy tree rapidly formed, colliding with Bardock's thunder cannon. At that moment, heaven and earth lost their colors. The raging energies of both combatants could even affect the very fabric of reality as torrential rain began to pour and dense lightning continuously struck from the sky. Damn it, this guy has no intention of dodging at all. Bardock gritted his teeth, but despite activating the tenfold Kaioken in terms of raw power, the god of Daytonmu still surpassed him. The situation gradually escalated. The two were locked in a clash, neither yielding to the other. However, as time passed, the energy sphere of the god of Daytonmu began to overpower the thunder cannon and was rapidly descending upon Bardock. If hit by this attack, Bardock would definitely be in mortal danger. I won't let you succeed. In this critical moment, Bardock maximized his energy, gritting his teeth and roaring 20-fold Kaioken. Boom! As Bardock activated the 20-fold Kaioken, the previously unfavorable situation was instantly reversed. Bardock's thunder cannon completely engulfed the god of Daytonmu's attack and struck him in an instant. Aha! The god of Daytonmu let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body engulfed in a tremendous explosion. Huff! Finally dealt with it. Bardock instantly slumped back to his normal state, collapsing onto the ground. The 20-fold Kaioken was his limit and his energy was nearly depleted. He had no strength left to stand and had sustained severe injuries. He was in desperate need of healing. How careless of me, I should have brought some senza beans. Bardock lay flat on the ground, unable to stand for a while. He looked up at the thunderous sky and suddenly his pupils constricted sharply. He saw a figure floating in the sky. How is this possible? Bardock's face was filled with shock, for the god of Daytonmu had not died. However, the god of Daytonmu was in bad shape as well. His body was covered in injuries. One of his eyes had been knocked out and he was left with only half of his body. Die. Even in this half-dead state, the god of Daytonmu remained incredibly ferocious, his remaining eye fixated on Bardock, and in the next moment he charged violently at Bardock. Not good. Bardock's face changed dramatically. He wanted to dodge, but it was impossible. He didn't even have the strength to stand. Puff! The god of Daytonmu's attack was simple and brutal, crashing down from the sky, a hammer striking directly into Bardock's abdomen. Already heavily injured, Bardock was pushed further into despair. Bang bang bang! The god of Daytonmu resembled a primal beast. Despite having only half a body, he continued to pound Bardock relentlessly, seemingly intent on not stopping until he crushed his enemy. Wow! Bardock was completely in a state of being beaten. His bones were shattering and the excruciating pain caused him to scream in agony. But despite being beaten nearly to death, Bardock still held a firm conviction within himself. I cannot die. How can I die here? I still need to go to Namek. I haven't defeated Frieza yet. I haven't united all the Saiyans. There are still many things left to do. I absolutely cannot die at the hands of this guy. Boom! At that moment, a golden light shot up into the sky. The god of Daytonmu, who had been hammering down on Bardock, was blown away by this powerful aura. A golden pillar of light pierced the heavens. What is this? Bardock slowly rose from the ground, staring in awe at his own hands, feeling an unceasing torrent of power surging through his veins. In that instant Bardock felt he could shatter the heavens and cleave the earth with a mere gesture. Super Saiyan. No, this transcends even the true Super Saiyan form. He murmured to himself, the most obvious sign being that his hair had not turned gold. A pseudo-Super Saiyan. Bardock recalled witnessing a similar transformation during Goku's life, a fleeting desperate evolution born of extremity. It was during Goku's battle against Slug-cornered and near-death Goku had briefly manifested this very pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Though vastly inferior to the authentic Super Saiyan, this form granted Bardock more than enough power for his present plight. You are finished, Daitomo no Kami. A confident smile curled Bardock's lips, his gaze hardened into cold lethal intent. Having assumed this pseudo-Super Saiyan form, his strength now surpassed even his 20-fold Kaioken state. And Daitomo no Kami, already spent, his vitality waning, was no longer a match. The tide had turned. Daitomo no Kami, stripped of reason, knew no fear. With a feral roar he hurled his sole remaining right fist toward Bardock. Alas, Bardock now stood leagues beyond him. With one swift motion he seized the god's fist and without hesitation hurled him skyward like a discarded stone. Kamehameha. Bardock unleashed his full might, no hesitation, no flourish, for he sensed this state would not last. Victory demanded swiftness. A. The Kamehameha charged with overwhelming force engulfed Daitomo no Kami, its raw energy reducing him utterly to dust. His ki has vanished, at last I've won. As tension fled his body, Bardock reverted to his base form, collapsing instantly, drained and unconscious, plummeting from the sky. His wounds were grievous. Without a Senza bean, recovery would take weeks. Hurry, he's fading. Get him to the medical pod now. From afar Gak appeared just in time, swiftly directing his comrades to carry Bardock aboard their starship. Gak, take me to Namek, Bardock whispered, then slipped into oblivion. Even battered like this he still clings to Namek. Gak muttered under his breath, but moved without delay. Within moments Bardock lay secured in the medical pod and their vessel surged toward Namek. Time flowed swiftly, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. A starship descended onto Namek's verdant soil. Unlike Earth, Namek shimmered with boundless emerald life, its skies and seas alike bathed in soft green hues evoking serene restorative calm. So this is Uncle Piccolo's homeworld. It's breathtaking. Gohan, visiting another planet for the first time, gazed around in wide-eyed wonder. I sense several formidable auras, these must be Namekian's ki. Goku ignored the scenery, closing his eyes instead to trace the subtle currents of energy flowing across the land. He detected numerous key signatures echoing Piccolo's lineage, scattered across the terrain, varying in intensity yet unmistakably kindred. This is... Suddenly Goku's eyes snapped open, sweat beading on his brow. For just then he perceived an aura of pure suffocating malevolence, distant yet so terrifying it chilled his soul. Damn it, Frieza has truly arrived. Nappa and Raditz paled. Goku remained unaware, but they knew all too well that dread-inducing presence belonged to Frieza himself. They hadn't expected Frieza to reach Namek so soon. So this is Frieza's ki. Truly monstrous. Goku clenched his fists, his heart pounding with equal parts fear and exhilaration. Ha! That's Vegeta's ki, he's fighting someone. Goku's spirits lifted instantly. He's nearby, we'll find him. Without another word he shot off toward Vegeta's aura, Raditz and the others racing after him. Vegeta, you're truly unlucky to cross my path here. On a vast barren plain stood a purple-skinned alien, arrogant and sneering, his gaze locked contemptuously upon Vegeta. Sent by Frieza to locate the Dragon Balls he'd merely passed through, and stumbled upon Vegeta. Frieza himself had issued a standing order: execute Vegeta on sight. Oh. So it's you, Zebo. Vegeta arched a brow, his tone dripping with disdain. Unlucky. That's rather perplexing. Having survived near-fatal defeat at Goku's hands, undergone radical resurrection and endured relentless gravity chamber training, Vegeta's power had soared to 300,000, vastly eclipsing his earthbound self. Facing Zebo now, his blood burned with murderous resolve. You filthy monkey, Lord Frieza commanded your utter annihilation. Zebo cracked his knuckles, grinning darkly. I'll deliver your head to him and earn his highest favor. Is that so? Then try me. Vegeta dismissed Frieza's decree entirely, extending a single finger toward Zebo in a gesture of supreme insolent provocation. Damn you, still as insufferable as ever. Die. Enraged beyond restraint, Zebo unleashed a barrage of ki blasts straight at Vegeta. Boom. 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 Violent detonations erupted, churning clouds of dust into the air. Humph, just a mangy monkey hardly worth. Zebo's taunt died mid-sentence, his face froze in abject disbelief. For Vegeta stood unmoved and scathed untouched. Zebo, did you skip lunch? Is this all you've got? Vegeta brushed dust from his shoulders, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Let me show you how true ki is wielded. Vegeta splayed his fingers and in a flash loosed a searing yellow beam. No, don't. Zebo screamed, but the gulf between them was absolute. With a single effortless strike, Vegeta erased him. Several auras approach, it's Kakarot and his tiresome entourage. Vegeta abruptly turned skyward, and there they were, Goku and his allies descending fast. His expression darkened instantly. He'd only just arrived on Namek, convinced his early departure would grant him decisive advantage. He hadn't reckoned with Bulma's spacecraft, its sluggish speed had cost him dearly. Now Kakarot and his companions had caught up. Hey Vegeta, I thought you had stolen the spaceship and gone somewhere. Turns out you've come to Namek too. Goku seemed oblivious to Vegeta's displeased expression as he greeted him casually. I don't need to explain where I'm going to you. Just get lost, you fool. Vegeta crossed his arms and said coldly, not even glancing at Goku. Come on Vegeta, you want to find the Dragon Balls, right? Goku smiled. Why don't we team up? With our Dragon Ball radar, finding them will be a breeze. What? Dragon Ball radar? There's such a thing. Vegeta's expression changed slightly. He wasn't aware that such a device existed. However, the thought of teaming up with Goku made him hesitant. Yet Goku was right, it would indeed be much faster with the radar than searching blindly. Vegeta, I'm sure you can feel Frieza's energy too. His target must be the Dragon Balls. Raditz then stepped forward and said, we have the Dragon Ball radar, which gives us an advantage. You should know the consequences if Frieza gets the Dragon Balls. Vegeta is right. We should unite. Even if we can't obtain the Dragon Balls, we must not let Frieza have his way. Nappa also chimed in. After all, Vegeta was once his big brother. Just don't get in my way. Vegeta's resolve wavered. Indeed, Frieza was terrifyingly strong. If he obtained the Dragon Balls, it would be impossible to defeat him for a lifetime. That's more like it. Let me see where the Dragon Balls are located. At this moment, Goku took out the Dragon Ball radar, which displayed 7 light spots. 5 of them clustered together while the other 2 were spread out, with one not far from them. From the radar, the 5 light spots represent 5 Dragon Balls gathered together. Goku, now with his intellect engaged, analyzed these must be the Dragon Balls that Frieza and his group found. The other 2 were scattered elsewhere, which means Frieza hasn't collected all of them yet. We still have hope. Kakarot, let's go to the nearest Dragon Ball location. Raditz stopped wasting time and flew towards the radar's indicated location. Goku and the others hurriedly followed behind. In a small village, the once warm village now resembled a hell on earth, with the corpses of Namekians laying scattered, both old and young, all devoid of life. In the entire village, only an old man and a small Namekian child remained. Opposite them stood 2 men. One had pink skin covered in bumps with a fierce expression. The other had green skin, handsome looks and graceful manners. These 2 were Frieza's right-hand men, Dodoria and Zarbon. Dandy, hurry and run, the old man said, shielding the child behind him. Elder Mu too won't leave you. I can't abandon you. Dandy was terrified, cowering behind Elder Mu and trembling, yet he did not flee. Old man quickly revealed the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, not only will you die, but that little brat behind you won't survive either. Dodoria said, arrogantly, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. The Dragon Balls are meant for the righteous. You're all villains. Even if I die, I will never hand them over to you. Elder Mu, though terrified, refused to compromise with evil. Is that so? What a pity. Dodoria shrugged, laughing. Kid, don't blame me, blame this old fool. Dodoria swiftly charged in front of Elder Mu, kicking him away, and then grabbed Dandy by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air like a small chicken. Dandy kicked his short legs desperately, but it was futile. Die, little brat. Dodoria's grip tightened, intending to choke the child to death. Stop. Just then a tender child's voice rang out and a figure flew in swiftly, delivering a fierce kick to Dodoria's face. Bang. Dodoria screamed, his chubby body flying back like a cannonball. Who is it? Zarbon, who had been watching from the sidelines, was taken aback, then looked up to the sky, discovering 4 men and 1 child. 3 of them were very familiar to Zarbon. Vegeta. Nappa. Raditz. Zarbon exclaimed in surprise, it's really you. As for Goku and Gohan, he did not recognize them. Are you all right? After landing, Gohan rushed to Elder Mu and Dandy, as it was he who had saved Dandy just now. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Dandy said somewhat timidly, but looking into Gohan's pure eyes, he felt a warmth inside. Damn it, who was it? Who kicked this great lord? Dodoria cursed as he flew back, rubbing his swollen cheek. Hey Dodoria, look. Lord Vegeta has arrived. Zarbon snapped back to reality, pointing at Vegeta, his handsome face filled with mockery. In the past, Vegeta and his group were the ones he looked down upon the most. He had suppressed Vegeta and the others both openly and secretly before. Oh. It really is Vegeta. Long time no see. Dodoria smiled at this moment, saying, "So it was you who sneak attacked me just now. It's been a few days and you've grown some wings, huh? Oomph, two useless fools, you're not worth the effort for Lord Vegeta to sneak attack." Vegeta said disdainfully, pointing at Gohan in the distance. "It was that little brat who did it. Lord Dodoria, you're getting worse. To be sneak attacked by a child is really shameful." Ha ha ha. Nappa laughed heartily beside him, holding his stomach. He had long been irritated by Dodoria having mocked him before he finally found an opportunity. What? That little brat. Dodoria's face turned red with anger as he glared at Gohan, saying viciously, "Kid, who are you? Are you tired of living? Dodoria, watch your tone, he is my nephew." Raditz stepped forward coldly, stating, "I don't know if he's tired of living, but I know you don't have much time left." Raditz was utterly disgusted by Dodoria and Zarbon, these two lackeys who relied on others for power. "Oh. Raditz, are you being bold? Your tone is quite disrespectful to me." Dodoria widened his eyes and said, "It seems I haven't played with you for a long time. After all, your wild monkey's ignorance is truly terrifying." "Hey Vegeta, leave these two guys to me, don't interfere." Raditz clenched his fists, his face filled with ferocity. Finally he could personally deal with these two. "Do as you please, I disdain to strike at garbage." Vegeta watched coldly. His target was Frieza, everyone else was just an ant. "Hey Zarbon, did you hear that? Raditz wants to take us both on. Is today April Fool's Day?" Dodoria laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Then you can play with Raditz, consider it an entertainment program." Zarbon elegantly turned around and sat down to the side. In his eyes, whether it was Vegeta or Raditz, they were nothing but worthless. He could crush them with one hand. Whoosh. However, before he finished speaking, a shadow flashed like a specter before Zarbon. What? So fast? Sabo had barely settled onto the ground before he was struck with devastating force, hurled violently through the air and crashing into the distant lake. Dodoria rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't even glimpsed Raditz's movement, just a fleeting blur, and Sabo was already sent flying. No wonder he's my big brother. Goku stood proudly, arms akimbo, brimming with battle fervor. He knew full well Raditz's overwhelming strength, comparable even to his own current power. TCH. Vegeta curled his lip in disdain, though inwardly he muttered in astonishment, once a lazy, aimless warrior, how had Raditz grown so formidable? "What's wrong, Lord Dodoria? Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why have you frozen in place?" Raditz's mockery dripped with contempt, utterly unmoved by Dodoria's ashen, humiliated expression. "Do you think speed alone makes you invincible? Foolish boy, you're courting death." Roaring, Dodoria charged at Raditz. Though portly his speed was astonishing, he unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. "Too slow, far too slow. Your movements are slower than a tortoise's." Raditz evaded every strike with effortless grace, offering no counterattack, nearly toying with Dodoria as if sparring with a child. Under the crushing weight of 150x gravity, Raditz's combat power had surged to 300,000, equal to Goku's, while Dodoria's barely exceeded 400,000. There was no contest. "This is maddening." Dodoria grew increasingly frantic, unable to track Raditz's motion. Each blow landed on empty air. Boom. After a brief display of playfulness, Raditz lunged forward and delivered a single devastating punch straight to Dodoria's face. Ugh. One ordinary punch, no key amplification, struck like a meteor impact. Dodoria collapsed, instantly dazed and trembling, clutching his shattered visage as he sank to his knees. A single blow had stripped Dodoria of all capacity to fight. Thud. 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 But Raditz wasn't done. He mounted Dodoria's prone form and rained down relentless punches, left, right, left, like a street brawler exacting brutal vengeance. Raditz carefully restrained his ki, relying solely on raw physical force. This was no battle, it was catharsis. Years of humiliation under Dodoria's tyranny now repaid in full. Incredible. Den, shielded by Gohan and Goku at a distance, stared wide-eyed. The demon who had slaughtered his village now lay broken and helpless. Hope had arrived, the Namekian people were saved. "Don't worry, Elder. We'll protect you," Goku said with an easy, reassuring smile. "Young saviors, thank you. Our planet faces calamity and I deeply regret we cannot offer proper hospitality." Elder Mori bowed his head in apology. "I sense no malevolence in your auras, except perhaps that short one over there." Vegeta's face darkened at those words from afar, so much so that he nearly lunged forward. Goku could only respond with an awkward, sheepish grin. "Raditz, I will make you die." Just as Raditz pummeled Dodoria mercilessly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter straight toward him. Perfect timing. Raditz had sensed Sabo long before. He whirled around and met Sabo's charge with a single unflinching punch. Boom! The cataclysmic clash of energy drove the earth downward, cracking the ground beneath them. Sabo's furious assault rebounded upon himself. He flew backward, once more, blood spilling from his mouth. His heart trembled with shock. When had Raditz grown so powerful? This strength rivaled even Captain Jinyu's. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Raditz's face remained impassive as white ki flared around his body and he shot forward like a comet. He seized Sabo's skull in one hand and slammed it repeatedly into a towering mountain peak, dragging him forward with unstoppable momentum. The sheer velocity carved a deep, jagged trench across the earth. Spurt! Sabo's once handsome face was now a mask of blood and ruin as Raditz lifted him aloft single-handedly. Sabo, didn't you always call us Saiyans inferior beasts? Raditz slapped him twice, voice dripping with icy scorn. So tell me, what's happened now? How has the exalted Lord Sabo been hunted like prey by such inferior beasts? Inside Raditz exulted, this haughty aristocrat, once untouchable, now groveled beneath him like a worm. See, cursed Saiyan scum. Sabo seethed, paralyzed, not by injury alone but by the sheer immovable presence looming over him like a mountain. There was no choice left. He would have to use that technique or perish beneath Raditz's wrath. Ha! Suddenly Sabo's body blazed with radiant light, his aura surging violently upward. What's this? His ki is rising rapidly. Raditz paused, releasing his grip in genuine curiosity, watching Sabo intently, wondering what strange transformation this was. In the blink of an eye, Sabo was enveloped in blinding white light. When it faded, a grotesque, monstrous figure stood before Raditz. Oh! You can transform! Raditz's eyes widened, truly surprised. And this aura? Yes, far stronger than before. You wretched monkey, you forced me to this extremity. Excellent! Transformed. Sabo's face twisted with bloodlust. Without another word, he raised his massively muscled arm and brought it crashing down upon Raditz. Thud! To Sabo's utter horror, Raditz blocked the blow, not with a fist, not with a forearm, but with a single outstretched finger. How? How is this possible? Sabo stammered, voice quaking as if confronting a specter. You can't be this strong. It's impossible. I apologize, if this were the past, witnessing your transformation would have robbed me of all courage to even raise a hand in battle. But alas, those days are gone. You've writhed long enough. It's time you died. Raditz spread his palm wide, pressing it inches from Sabo's face, and unleashed a searing violet energy blast. No! Sabo screamed in despair, but it was futile. The gulf between their powers was absolute. Engulfed by violet annihilation, Sabo dissolved into ash and silence. Thus Frieza's two most trusted lieutenants, one slain, the other shattered, were erased from existence. Thank you so much. With the crisis averted, Dend and Elder Mori rejoiced. Gohan and Den, now fast friends, clasped hands and cheered wildly. Young warriors, you are not Namekians. Tell me, did you come here seeking the Dragon Balls? Elder Mori asked suddenly. Indeed. Our ally has perished, he like you was a Namekian. Goku withheld nothing, recounting Piccolo's origins and Frieza's invasion in full. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo and Dend were profoundly shaken. This Piccolo was in truth one of their own kin, no wonder Namek had suffered such devastation. They had drawn the attention of a cosmic tyrant of unimaginable terror. I understand now, evil has arrived. The darkest hour for Namek has begun. Elder Mo spoke with solemn gravity, yet even in darkness a sliver of dawn remains. You are kind-hearted. I entrust the Dragon Balls to you this very moment. With a subtle glance, Elder Mo signaled Dend, who instantly understood, dashing into the sole remaining hut and emerging with a colossal Dragon Ball cradled in his arms. So this is the authentic Dragon Ball. It's enormous. Goku marveled, the Namekian Dragon Ball dwarfed Earth's by far. Raditz and the others stood awestruck. Could this glass-like orb, so deceptively simple, truly grant any wish? Elder Guru possesses another Dragon Ball, Elder Mo continued. I shall escort you to his dwelling at once. Elder Guru forged the Dragon Balls himself. Should he perish, they too will vanish, thus his life must be safeguarded at all costs. No, this is disastrous. At that instant Vegeta seemed to recall something vital. In a flash he lunged toward Dodoria, seized the scouter affixed to his face, and with a single shattering blow obliterated Dodoria's skull. Hey Vegeta, he's already defenseless. Is killing him truly necessary? Goku, ever compassionate, frowned at Vegeta's ruthlessness. To him an unarmed foe posed no threat and required no death. Fool! Vegeta roared incensed. Dodoria still wore his scouter, a Stadioftark model. Every word we uttered has just been transmitted directly to Frieza. Damn it. He seethed with self-reproach, for overlooking this critical detail meant Frieza now knew of the Dragon Ball's existence. If Frieza gathered them all, catastrophe would follow. Quick, take this Dragon Ball back to our spaceship. Vegeta commanded, thinking swiftly. Frieza cannot sense ki, nor does he possess a dragon radar. Bury this ball well and he'll never complete the set. Indeed, though brutal and cold-blooded, Vegeta's intellect remained razor-sharp. Exactly. You're brilliant, Vegeta. How did you think of that? Goku slapped his forehead in sudden realization and wholeheartedly agreed. Facing Frieza Hedon, they stood no chance whatsoever. Let us accompany Elder Mo and Den to Elder Guru's abode, Raditz proposed. Nappa, you'll carry the Dragon Ball back to the ship. Hide it securely. Understood. Nappa nodded gravely. Gohan was still a child, and trusting him with such a task would be unthinkable. And as the weakest among them, Nappa rationally accepted this duty as his own. Nappa, conceal your ki completely. Under no circumstances must Frieza's forces detect you. Goku handed over the Dragon Ball, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Nappa nodded firmly, then soared skyward, cradling the Dragon Ball toward the site where their vessel had landed. Meanwhile, Goku and the others set off with Elder Mo and Den for Elder Guru's sanctuary. Inside Frieza's starship, the tyrant mused aloud. So, it appears the Dragon Balls cease to exist once their creator dies. He switched off the scouter, raised a goblet of crimson wine and murmured, thus Elder Guru must not die, not yet. And intriguingly, Vegeta's faction has allied with the Earthlings. Moreover, these Saiyan monkeys have grown markedly stronger, having slain both Dodoria and Zarbon. It is time then to deploy the Ginyu Force. Gazing out the viewport, Frieza added, first retrieve the Dragon Ball in their possession. As for Elder Guru, I can wait. When the time comes, I shall visit him myself and claim all 7 Dragon Balls. This revealed Frieza's staggering arrogance. Had he acted personally from the outset, the Dragon Balls would long since have been assembled. Meanwhile, on a remote corner of Namek, a small spacecraft descended silently onto the surface. A hatch slid open, and a towering figure emerged. His skin was emerald green, his countenance etched with cunning and malice. 2 slender antennae crowned his brow, features identical to those of the Namekians. The sole distinction lay in his age, his frame bore the unmistakable weight of centuries. Namek, my homeland. Never imagined I, Lord Slug, would return one day. Indeed, this was Slug, the Namekian prodigy of legend. As a child, he had been exiled from Namek. Unlike the peaceful Namekian, Slug embodied pure malevolence, akin in nature to the former demon King Piccolo. Most crucially, Slug possessed immense power, having conquered and ruled an entire planet through sheer might alone. Yet even such strength could not withstand time's inexorable march. Frail and failing, Slug refused to relinquish the empire he had forged or to die before achieving universal dominion. Thus he turned his thoughts homeward, to Namek. He recalled its Dragon Balls, but lacking precise coordinates he had dismissed the notion until now. Now confronting mortality itself, Slug expended vast resources to pinpoint Namek's location, and aboard the swiftest vessel in his fleet he had finally arrived. He felt no nostalgia for this land, only urgency. His sole desire was the Dragon Balls and eternal life. Who is that? The moment Slug stepped from the hatch, he glimpsed a figure streaking across the sky, clutching something in his arms. I'll question him. A sinister smile flickered across Slug's lips, then he vanished, reappearing instantly before the airborne figure. Who are you? A Namekian. Don't block my path. Nappa, irritated by the sudden appearance, snapped, I'm on urgent business, get out of my way. Tell me your name. You are no Namekian, Slug demanded imperiously. And what is that you carry? Is it a Dragon Ball? So it turns out it was a Saiyan. On board the spaceship of Goku and others, Nappa lay on the ground, a gaping hole in his abdomen, blood pooling around him, his life force long extinguished. Clearly Shirag had killed Nappa. The situation is more complicated than I imagined. Shirag sat in a chair frowning as he muttered to himself, I didn't expect even Frieza to show up, this is troubling. Shirag knew very well the name of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. He was a fearsome opponent, one he wasn't even confident he could defeat. Let's hide for now. I have a Dragon Ball in my possession and Frieza can't gather them yet. We'll observe the situation. Shirag quickly devised a plan. He glanced at Nappa's corpse and the spaceship, a smirk forming on his lips. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, destroying the spaceship, then vanished with the Dragon Ball. Everyone, this is the residence of the Elder. At this moment Goku and the others were still unaware that Nappa had been killed. They had arrived at a high mountain on Namek where there stood a small house, and in front of it was a solemn Namekian. Nara, these young people wish to see the Elder, could you please relay the message? Elder Mu was very polite. Nara standing before him was the Elder's Guard, the strongest warrior among the Namekians. I'm sorry, but the Elder's health is declining and he cannot be disturbed any further. Nara declined without hesitation, his gaze warily fixed on Goku and the others. Currently Namek was facing a crisis and any outsiders could be enemies. Nara, they are good people. At that moment Dundee held Nara's hand cheerfully, saying, they saved me and the Elder. But Nara was not unreasonable and he found himself in a dilemma. Nara let them in. At this moment a frail and weak voice came from inside the house. Yes, Elder. Upon hearing this voice, Nara immediately stepped aside, signaling for Goku and the others to enter. As Goku and the others stepped inside, they found the space to be quite small. An elderly man with a haggard face and a stout body was seated in a chair. Elder Mu and Dundee were very respectful. Saiyans, I am already aware of your intentions. The Elder spoke slowly. Namek is currently facing a crisis. Evil forces are stirring. Right now Namek does not need an elder but rather righteous warriors. Furthermore, your companion has already met his demise. That boy Shirag has returned to Namek. Despite his frail condition, the Elder was aware of everything happening on Namek, including Shirag's arrival. But faced with this situation, he was utterly powerless. His only hope lay in the few Saiyans before him. What? Nappa is dead. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were taken aback and quickly sensed around, discovering that Nappa's energy had indeed vanished. This is bad. That useless Nappa couldn't handle a simple task, and now the Dragon Balls will be taken. Vegeta immediately panicked. The Dragon Balls were in Nappa's possession, and now that he was killed, they would surely be taken by that guy named Shirag. Damn it, I'm going to get the Dragon Balls back. Vegeta, being impulsive, was about to fly out to find Shirag. Slow down, Saiyan. With your current strength, seeking Shirag is tantamount to courting death. The Elder stopped Vegeta at this moment, saying Shirag is a super genius of our Namek, but his heart is exceedingly evil. His battle power is no less than Frieza's. What? Upon hearing this, not only Vegeta but even Elder Mu and Dundee were shocked. When did such a powerhouse appear on Namek? How could he possess such high battle power? Regardless, the Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of others. Ultimately, Vegeta was still Vegeta. He was not intimidated by the Elder's words and insisted on finding Shirag. Vegeta, I'll go with you. Saiyans never back down. Goku and Raditz also expressed their intention, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. As expected of the warrior race, the Saiyans. The Elder sighed and said, alright, since you are not afraid of evil, I will lend you a hand. Come to my side, I can awaken your potential. Elder, you must not do this, it will. Naru interjected, urging him not to proceed as it would only worsen the Elder's already fragile condition. Naru, I have already said Namek needs not an elder but righteous warriors. The Elder smiled and said, moreover, I have little time left, so there is no need to worry. Hey, can you really awaken potential? If I find out you're lying, I won't let you off. Vegeta was tempted and jumped out first. Rest assured, Namekians do not lie. The Elder, unfazed by Vegeta's attitude, smiled as he placed his hand on his head. Vegeta snorted coldly, also curious if the Elder was truly that miraculous. Oh. Truly incredible, your potential is limitless. The Elder exclaimed in surprise, with my current ability I can only awaken a small portion of your potential. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta's eyes widened and a powerful energy began to surge forth from within him. His battle power soared, rising directly from 300,000 to 100,000. This was also due to the Elder's frailty. If he were younger, he could probably awaken even more potential. Incredible. Goku, Raditz and Gohan were left in awe. Just by a simple touch on the head, Vegeta's strength had dramatically increased. Was this really not a dream? Ha ha ha, I feel invincible now. The boost in power triggered Vegeta's old habit and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. What Shirag, what Frieza? None of them are my opponents now. Alright, let me try too. Goku couldn't hold back either and quickly approached the Elder. Incredible, your potential is even greater and your heart is pure and unblemished. The Elder remarked while stroking Goku's head. It's hard to imagine that among the bloodthirsty and warlike Saiyans there's someone like you. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from within Goku, who looked in disbelief at his hands. He had experienced a qualitative leap compared to just a moment ago. His current battle power had also reached 100,000. Next was Raditz and Gohan. As Goku's brother, Raditz's potential was also formidable. After awakening his potential, his strength reached 100,000. As for Gohan, his increase was relatively modest, only reaching 500,000. This does not imply that Gohan's potential was low. On the contrary, Gohan's potential was the highest among those present. It was just that when it was Gohan's turn, the Elder had only awakened a tiny bit before he was unable to continue. Everyone, Namek is relying on you. The Elder's forehead was dripping with sweat and his breathing had become erratic. Clearly the earlier awakening of potential for Goku and the others had drained his life force. Now the Elder was already close to death. Gohan, give us a few senzu beans. You stay here to protect the Elder's safety. Goku took the senzu beans from Gohan filled with fighting spirit as he said, we'll go meet Shirag and avenge Nappa. Let's go. Goku, Raditz and Vegeta soared into the sky, their fierce aura disappearing into the horizon. Wukong and his two companions soared swiftly back to the region where their spacecraft had originally landed. Gazing upon the scattered wreckage of metallic debris, Raditz snarled in fury, that slug is truly despicable. Killing Nappa was already unforgivable, but to destroy our spacecraft as well. Damn it. Without the spacecraft we can't return to Earth. Wukong slammed his fist into the ground. Vegeta remained silent, carefully sensing fluctuations in nearby ki. Though their spacecraft had been destroyed, he still possessed one in his possession. It was the vessel he had secretly taken, Bulma's newly completed craft, so returning posed no concern for him. All he desired now was to slay Slug, avenge Nappa and reclaim the Dragon Balls. He hadn't even realized that Nappa, once an expendable subordinate, had quietly gained a measure of weight in his heart. Found him. Suddenly Vegeta's eyes snapped open and he whirled toward the northwest before shooting off at blinding speed. Though Slug concealed himself adeptly, his mastery over ki was clearly crude. Vegeta effortlessly detected the subtle ripple of his energy. Wait, Vegeta. Wukong and Raditz hurriedly pursued him. Let's bury the Dragon Balls here for now, later we'll seize Frieza's set. Slug buried the Dragon Balls in the earth with a sinister grin. Once I restore my youth, even Frieza will hold no terror for me. Slug, prepare to die. Just as Slug stood unguarded, a thunderous roar split the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming domineering aura surging downward. It was Vegeta, Wukong and Raditz. Boom! Before Slug could even lift his head in shock, Vegeta's fist crashed into his cheek, sending him skidding violently across the ground, shattering mountains in his wake. Who dares ambush me? Though struck full force, Slug emerged unscathed, his face twisted with malevolence as he glared coldly at the trio in the distant Saiyans. Are you the allies the giant mentioned? This one reeks of vile energy, like the great demon king Piccolo himself. Wukong's expression hardened. He sensed pure unadulterated evil radiating from Slug, a darkness he had once confronted in the great demon king Piccolo. Dare you steal my Dragon Balls, Namekian? You court death. Vegeta's fury surged to its zenith. With a thunderous shout he unleashed his power, a torrent of overwhelming aura erupting from his being. In the next instant Vegeta vanished and reappeared directly before Slug, unleashing rapid barrages of ki blasts, waves of searing heat crashing toward his foe. A mere Saiyan dares challenge the Demon Clan. Slug sneered with utter disdain, deflecting every blast with a single hand. What? Vegeta recoiled in disbelief, though he hadn't fought at full strength. For Slug to neutralize his assault with such casualties defied all reason. So the Elder hadn't exaggerated, the legendary Slug truly possessed formidable might. Die, Saiyan. Slug, never one for patience, narrowed his eyes. Two crimson beams lanced forth with blinding velocity. Vegeta, move. Seeing Vegeta about to be struck, Wukong materialized before him and shoved him aside. Boom! 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 The scarlet beams cleaved the earth cleanly, carving two colossal chasms and splitting the sea itself down the middle. To reshape terrain with a mere flicker of effort, that was the terrifying scale of Slug's power. Kakarot, mind your own business. Vegeta bristled at Wukong's interference, yet inwardly trembled with relief. Had those beams struck him, he'd have been crippled, or worse. He'd assumed enhanced strength would ensure victory. Now he saw how grievously naive he'd been. Vegeta, this one won't fall easily. Tread carefully. Wukong's battle spirit burned white-hot. He darted forward and launched into a furious lightning-fast assault. Yet despite Wukong's relentless blistering offense, Slug evaded each strike with effortless grace. No matter the angle or timing, he slipped through every blow. Kakarot, I'll help. Raditz joined the fray, flanking Slug alongside his brother. Their combined ferocity sent shockwaves rippling across the land. No wonder the Saiyans are famed as a warrior race, each one thirsts for combat. Slug parried their dual assault with unruffled composure, even mocking them. But your strength is laughably feeble, you couldn't even scratch an itch. Boom! Slug spread his arms wide and casually caught both Wukong's and Raditz's fists, one in each palm. With a sharp yank he slammed them together, then tossed them aside like refuse. Though aged and far from his prime, Slug remained leagues beyond Wukong and Raditz in their current state. Gallic gun. A violet energy cannon erupted from behind, striking Slug squarely in the back. A cataclysmic explosion bloomed into a towering mushroom cloud, shrouding the battlefield in thick, choking dust. Humph, I'm your opponent. Vegeta bared his teeth in a feral grin. He couldn't believe Slug could withstand his ultimate technique unscathed. Yet as the smoke cleared, Vegeta froze in utter disbelief. For Slug stood unharmed, only his tattered garments betrayed the impact. Is this creature a monster? Damn it! Even Wukong and Raditz recoiled, neither dared absorb such a blast heat, and yet Slug bore no wound whatsoever. Was the gulf between them truly this vast? When did Saiyan stoop to underhanded ambushes? Slug brushed dust from his shoulders, his gaze turning glacial. Let me first acquaint you with the taste of fear. Shoo! Slug vanished, reappearing instantly before Vegeta, unleashing a viridian shockwave from his maw. Pooh! The devastating wave engulfed Vegeta, its raw force flattening everything in its path, leaving only devastation in its wake. Vegeta! Wukong and Raditz cried out, racing toward him. See, cursed wretch! Vegeta lay crumpled on the ground, drenched in blood, his ki plummeting to near extinction. Vegeta, quick! Swallow this senzu bean. It'll restore you instantly. Wukong thrust a senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Having witnessed its miracle before, Vegeta summoned his last shred of strength to swallow it whole. In the next heartbeat, Vegeta surged back to full vitality, his body healed, his aura blazing anew. You wretched scum, I'll kill you! Blind rage consumed him. The Prince of the Saiyans felled in a single blow. Such disgrace could never be borne. He swore Slug would drown in his own blood. Brother, our opponent is far too powerful, we stand no chance in unknown combat. We must join forces. Sun Wukong rarely favored teamwork in battle, yet dire necessity left him no choice. Slug's overwhelming strength meant continued solo engagement would surely end in death. This foe has barely unveiled his true power, a monstrous aberration. With a furious roar, Raditz activated the Kaioken and lunged at Slug. Sun Wukong refused to fall behind. Activating the Kaioken in turn, he charged headlong into battle against Slug. What is that? How can it restore vitality instantly? Slug's eyes widened in astonishment, but there was no time for reflection. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Raditz had already closed in upon him. Thud, 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 thud. The three warriors encircled Slug in fierce assault. Explosive clashes of energy thundered across the sky. Empowered by the Kaioken, Sun Wukong and Raditz fought with unparalleled ferocity, vastly surpassing their earlier prowess. Vegeta meanwhile darted relentlessly along the battlefield's periphery, launching disruptive ki blasts, forcing Slug into sudden disarray. How is this possible? Their combat power has surged dramatically. Slug assumed a defensive stance, parrying the relentless twin onslaught, but within his mind a tempest raged. For the first time he found himself faltering, on the verge of defeat. You insignificant insects, do not grow too arrogant. Frustrated by their coordinated assault, Slug blazed with radiant light. A surge of overwhelming aura violently repelled all three warriors. His arms elongated in an instant, seizing Vegeta, who had been barraging him with energy waves, and slammed him brutally into the earth. Ugh! A crimson arc of blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Beware, he can freely reshape his body. Sun Wukong, intimately familiar with Namekian combat techniques, urgently warned the others. Dang Kaho! A violet shockwave slammed into Slug's extended arm. Seizing the opening, Raditz unleashed his full-power assault. The blow struck Slug with searing pain, forcing him to release Vegeta and retract his limbs. Yet the strike ignited his fury, fingers splayed wide. He unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate ki blasts. A storm of energy projectiles filled the heavens. Sun Wukong and his allies dared not hesitate, darting through the air with lightning reflexes, evading each lethal wave. Kamehameha! Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, a torrent of azure light that shattered the dense swarm of ki spheres overhead. You've left yourself open. Unseen until the last moment, Slug materialized behind Sun Wukong. His face paled, instinct alone drove him to whirl and strike. Though Sun Wukong reacted with blinding speed, Slug evaded effortlessly and delivered a crushing blow straight to his abdomen. Yuwa! Struck by thunderous force, Sun Wukong hurtled toward the ground like a cannonball, only for Slug's arm to stretch once more, seizing and yanking him back midair. Thud, thud, thud. Sun Wukong was flung and battered like a ragdoll. Hundreds of blows landed in the span of a single breath. Gravely wounded, Sun Wukong could no longer sustain the Kaioken, collapsing from the sky onto the earth. Damn you, I'll kill you. Witnessing his brother's torment, Raditz erupted in wrath, surging forward with terrifying aura. Vegeta followed suit. The two launched another furious assault. Get out of my way. But Slug had grown weary of play. With contemptuous ease he seized both warriors, one in each hand, and slammed them repeatedly into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Flesh met flesh with sickening force. Powerless before Slug's terror, Raditz and Vegeta were pinned and pummeled without respite. Within moments they lay broken and breathless, unable to rise. Curses, I have no choice. Time to unveil my true power. Seizing the lull, Sun Wukong swallowed a senzu bean, his mangled body instantly restored to full vitality. Kaioken, 20 times. A deafening roar split the heavens, blinding crimson light erupted skyward. Sun Wukong's aura soared, muscles swelling with titanic might. Under the Kaioken's 20-fold amplification, his battle power surged to 10 million. What? The heavens trembled beneath his ascendant presence. Slug stared eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Why had his power leapt so astronomically? Die. In his 20-fold Kaioken state, Sun Wukong moved with impossible speed. Slug perceived only a blur before Sun Wukong stood before him. Too fast. Before he could utter another word, a devastating punch slammed squarely into his gut. This is repayment for your earlier strike. Sun Wukong clenched his jaw, sweat pouring from his brow. 20-fold Kaioken pushed his body to its absolute limit. Agony consumed him with every heartbeat, so he resolved to end this swiftly. Ugh. Slug rocketed upward, blood spilling from his lips. Within him, shock crashed like tidal waves. Sun Wukong's power now nearly rivaled his own. When did Saiyans grow so formidable? But before thought could crystallize, icy dread pierced his spine. Sun Wukong closed the distance in an eye blink, driving a brutal slam into the back of Slug's skull. Slug crashed back to earth, but Sun Wukong granted no reprieve, vanishing and reappearing before him, then delivering a devastating kick that sent Slug soaring skyward once more. Ugh! Blood streamed from Sun Wukong's nose and mouth. The strain of 20-fold Kaioken exceeded even his wildest expectations. 20-fold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Summoning every shred of will, Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique toward the airborne slug. A colossal azure shockwave crackling with cataclysmic energy tore apart the clouds above. Nearby lakes boiled violently, erupting into spiraling water tornadoes that clawed toward the heavens. Such was the apocalyptic might of the Kamehameha under 20-fold Kaioken. Kakarot, I'll aid you. Raditz flashed beside Sun Wukong, swallowing his final battle meal, his body fully regenerated. Roaring, he hurled his own maximum energy blast skyward, his frame blazing with crimson light as he too activated the 20-fold Kaioken. The Kamehameha and Raditz shockwave coiled together, then fused into a single transcendent blast of amplified devastation. A cobalt violet maelstrom radiating unimaginable force struck Slug's position in the blink of an eye. Sensing mortal peril, Slug's expression twisted in alarm. He had intended to conserve strength for his impending duel with Frieza, but survival now demanded everything. You truly believe this will defeat me? How naive. With a thunderous bellow, Slug condensed a colossal sphere of energy and hurled it downward. The two titanic forces collided instantly. A violent tremor reverberated throughout the entire Namek. Both the remaining Namekians and Frieza's crew felt the immense energy saturating the planet. What's happening? Who is fighting? Frieza aboard his spaceship soared into the sky, gazing at the colorful horizon in the distance, his serpent-like eyes narrowing. Is it Vegeta's group? No, they shouldn't have the capability to stir up such a commotion, Frieza murmured to himself. Or is there a situation I am unaware of? Frieza activated the scanner and indeed detected several powerful fighting energies alongside a few weaker presences not far from the battlefield. Had daring to play tricks right under my nose. Who is so bold? A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips as he turned and commanded Captain Jinyu, please go check who is fighting over there. If you find Vegeta's group, eliminate them on the spot. The Jinyu force had just arrived on Namek. Understood, Lord Frieza, Jinyu replied without any hesitation, vanishing into the sky with his teammates. Frieza gazed at the horizon, feeling an ominous premonition that something bad was about to happen. At the Grand Elder's residence. Several powerful energies are approaching this way. Who could it be? Gohan, who had been fully focused on the battle involving Goku, suddenly straightened his body, his gaze fixed on the distance. He could sense 5 energies swiftly approaching. Although these presences seemed weak in Gohan's eyes at that moment. Naru, child, you must go bring your friends back immediately. The Grand Elder spoke at that moment. Frieza's subordinates are heading over there. They are severely injured. If Frieza's men find them, it will be disastrous. What? Gohan's expression changed. He quickly sensed Goku and the others' energies and found that they were indeed as weak as the Grand Elder had said. Without a second thought, he flew towards Goku with all his strength. Grand Elder, this is a special situation. If I leave, I fear. Nara hesitated, worried that if he left, the Grand Elder would be in danger. It's alright if I die, the Dragon Balls will vanish. Right now I am the safest. The Grand Elder was clear-headed and unconcerned about his own situation. Then I shall take my leave first. Nara thought it over and realized it was true. Frieza would definitely not harm the Grand Elder before obtaining all the Dragon Balls. Moreover, he was a righteous person. Had it not been for the Grand Elder, he would have charged out long ago. He quickly followed Gohan. Ha ha ha, damn ants. Did you expect that your attacks could not defeat me? Shrag was in a dire state, covered in injuries, with his right hand severed from the earlier attack. However, Namekians possessed self-healing abilities and Shrag similarly had this skill. With a loud roar, his severed arm regrew. Yet this left Shrag with almost no energy. His fighting strength was reduced to less than 1/10 of its normal capacity. Meanwhile Goku and the others, due to the earlier explosion, were already severely injured and unconscious. At their current state, any one of them could be easily killed. Let me send you all to hell, cursed Saiyans. Shrag felt a deep hatred. He had originally planned to hide and cause trouble, but now after being worn down by Goku and the others he was severely injured and unable to recover in time. Thus he harbored immense resentment towards Goku and the others. Shrag condensed the remaining energy to form an energy sphere, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He was about to strike down Goku and the others when suddenly his expression changed. Who is coming? 1207. Shrag's face turned grim. He sensed several energies approaching him and they were very close. Before he was injured these energies would have seemed like mere ants to him, but now it was different. He had almost no fighting strength left, and if they were enemies he might die on the spot. The usually cunning and cautious Shrag would never recklessly endanger himself due to momentary anger. Next time I will kill you all. Shrag decisively retreated from the battlefield without even grabbing the hidden Dragon Balls. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as Shrag left, Gohan and Nero arrived at the scene. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan spotted Goku and the others lying on the ground, quickly landing and realizing they were simply unconscious, letting out a sigh of relief. Uncle Nero, let's hurry and leave. Gohan picked up Goku and urged Nero. Wait a moment, there are Dragon Balls hidden here. Nero walked to a concealed corner, retrieved the Dragon Balls from the shadows and tossed them to Gohan. Oh, this is the Dragon Ball Elder Mu gave us. It turns out it was really taken by Shrag. Gohan took the Dragon Ball, looking at the stars on it, and suddenly realized. Let's go. Nero picked up Raditz and Vegeta, preparing to leave the place. Oh, hello there. At that moment 5 shadowy figures suddenly appeared before them. This group was none other than the Ginyu Force. They struck an awkward pose, acting like fools. Who are you? Are you Frieza's subordinates? Gohan had no time to admire the Ginyu Force's pose, although he thought it looked cool. Oh, there's an Namekian here. Hey, isn't that Vegeta and Raditz? Ginyu, hands on his hips, said, Hey little brat, is that a Dragon Ball in your hand? That's great. Ha ha ha. Ginyu hadn't expected that just by coming out to scout he would discover Vegeta's whereabouts and more importantly a Dragon Ball. Now he could hit 2 birds with 1 stone. When he returned, Frieza would surely reward him handsomely. Little brat, hand over the Dragon Ball and I might consider giving you a quick death. Rikum boasted shamelessly. A mere child he could blow away with a puff of air. You all better get lost. Gohan was anxious, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. He was eager to take Goku away and had no time to waste on the Ginyu Force. Thus Gohan unleashed his full power, orange light gathering in his hands. Demonic Flash. Without a shred of hesitation, Gohan raised his hand and unleashed his full power Demonic Flash. The powerful energy beam shot towards all members of the Ginyu Force like a laser. What? Quick dodge. Feeling the immense energy of the Demonic Flash, all members of the Ginyu Force were filled with terror. Unfortunately, they underestimated their opponent, leaving them no time to evade. With a deafening explosion, all members of the Ginyu Force were blown to smithereens. Pitifully, they had barely made their entrance before they met their demise. After all, Gohan's current fighting power far surpassed theirs. Dealing with the Ginyu Force was easier than drinking water. Without hesitation, Gohan swiftly left with the Dragon Ball and Goku on his back. Dend, hurry and heal them. In the Elder's chamber, Gohan and Nail had safely returned Goku and the others. The Elder immediately instructed Den to administer magical healing. Yes. Denda's small face grew solemn. He closed his eyes and a soft green light shimmered from his palms. Moments later, Goku and the others were fully restored. That wretched Slug, I'll kill him. As ever, Vegeta charged forward, recklessly shouting vengeance against Slug the instant he regained consciousness. This defeat had been utter and humiliating. Fighting alongside Kakarot was already an indignity, now even an Namekian had bested him. It was an unforgivable stain upon his pride. Wait, Vegeta, hold on a moment. Goku stepped forward, restraining him. Staring incredulously at his own hands, he exclaimed, What's going on? Why has my power increased so dramatically? Goku felt profound astonishment. He had not only recovered but his strength had multiplied several-fold. How could this be? Poof. Kakarot, we Saiyans are a warrior race, Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, voice cold. Whenever a Saiyan hovers on the brink of death and is then restored, their combat power surges exponentially. Precisely. The more grievous the injury, the greater the leap in strength, Raditz added. I believe that with our current might, should we face Slug again, victory would no longer elude us. Goku clenched his fist, a fierce battle lust rekindling within him. For the first time he had encountered a foe like Slug, truly formidable. Saiyans, do not act rashly. The Elder spoke at last. The situation is delicate. Frieza stirs with growing ambition while Slug watches like a predator. Should you move prematurely, they may unite to eliminate you first? The elder ancient and shrewd assessed the balance of power with uncanny precision. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, lips curling, though proud he was no fool. He grasped the elder's meaning instantly. The plan was clear: let Slug and Frieza clash first while the Saiyans lay hidden biding their time. Elder, I understand your intent, but how do we provoke them into fighting each other? Raditz voiced the pivotal question. After all, Slug and Frieza harbored no grudge. Should they meet, battle was far from inevitable. The Dragon Balls. Though lacking martial prowess, the elder possessed unmatched intellect. Truly, age brought wisdom like no other. The Dragon Balls. What do you mean? Confusion rippled through the group. None yet grasped the elder's implication. You hold one Dragon Ball already. Deliver it to Slug. The elder spoke with calm authority. Then send one of you to Frieza, revealing that Slug possesses the Dragon Ball, and lure Frieza to him. Frieza, coveting the Dragon Balls, will inevitably strike. You meanwhile remain concealed, ready to seize the moment. But one condition applies: you must trust your speed implicitly. This stratagem, drawing out the serpent, was deceptively simple. Frieza's nature guaranteed he would bite. Wow, Grandpa, you're brilliant. Goku, though barely following the logic, sensed its brilliance. Poof. Then I'll go. Your speeds are no match for mine. Vegeta, ever vying for supremacy over both Kakarot and Raditz, seized the role without hesitation. Vegeta, is this truly wise? Raditz had intended to draw out Frieza himself, only to be preempted. Just watch and wait. Of all of you, I know Frieza best. No one is more suited for this task. Turning away from Goku, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Gohan. Boy, hand me the Dragon Ball. I'll return it to Slug at once. Gohan hesitated. He trusted Vegeta little, but seeing Goku nod reassuringly, he reluctantly surrendered the Dragon Ball. Wait, hold off for at least 1 hour. The elder intervened again. Slug has just endured a brutal battle. His strength remains diminished. To lure Frieza now would mean certain death for Slug, and thus a swift, unbalanced confrontation. Let Slug recover first. That way Frieza too will expend energy, tipping the odds further in your favor. This old man. Truly a master strategist. Raditz and Vegeta exchanged a long silent glance at the elder, benevolent in appearance yet possessing a mind of razor-sharp, all-encompassing brilliance. Only Goku, blissfully oblivious, remained utterly lost. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within a dim, damp cave, Slug finally regained full strength. Namekians possessed extraordinary regenerative ability. So long as life persisted, wounds healed spontaneously. Still, it paled beside Majin Buu's near-immortal, reality-defying recovery. I am whole again, time to slaughter those wild apes. A cruel smile twisted Slug's lips. But first I must retrieve the Dragon Ball I hid. No sooner had Slug emerged from the cave than he froze. There before him lay the very Dragon Ball he had concealed. What is this? Why is my Dragon Ball here? Snatching it up, Slug scanned the shadows, warily roaring, who's there? Show yourself, no more skulking. He knew someone had placed it deliberately, but could not fathom who or why. Yet no reply came, only silence answered his fury. You'll die for this. From a distant crag, Vegeta watched with a cold, knowing smile, then turned without a backward glance, sprinting toward Frieza's location. To avoid detection, he suppressed his aura entirely and ran instead of flying, ensuring neither sight nor energy signature betrayed his passage. What in blazes is happening? Even the Ginyu Force's signals have vanished. Frieza's expression darkened, malevolent, killing intent radiating from his core. An hour has passed and still no report. They've been annihilated to the last. Frieza mused, a loud voice dripping with contempt. Such audacity, they dare defy the great Frieza himself. Frieza, come out and face me. A familiar voice echoed outside the spaceship. Vegeta. Hearing the sounds from outside the spaceship, Frieza was somewhat surprised. The next moment he broke through the top of the spaceship and floated in midair. So it was you causing trouble, Vegeta? Frieza had already suspected that it might be Vegeta's group causing mischief. Now that he saw Vegeta appear, his certainty increased. King Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta said ominously. Did you eliminate the Ginyu Force? Frieza did not immediately attack, instead he questioned the Ginyu Force. How ridiculous. Those useless fools are not worth my effort. Vegeta had already learned from Gohan that the Ginyu Force had come, so he was not surprised by Frieza's reaction. It's been a while and your strength has indeed improved. You even managed to defeat the Ginyu Force. At this moment Frieza clapped his hands and exclaimed, I always thought you were a talent. It's a pity that you are so disobedient. Now that you show yourself before me, do you think you can defeat me? I will take your life eventually, but not now. After saying this, Vegeta exploded with anger and left at the fastest speed. Trying to run. Not so fast. Seeing that Vegeta was making a quick getaway after just a few verbal jabs, Frieza could not agree to this. He even forgot about his special vehicle and directly pursued Vegeta. The momentum of their flight was like a raging storm with debris flying everywhere in their wake. How has this guy become so fast? Frieza's expression showed some surprise, for after chasing for a distance he realized that in this form he could not catch up to Vegeta and the gap was only growing. This left him utterly shocked. Although he was currently in his weakest form, he still had a combat power of 530000, yet he was being outpaced by Vegeta. When did Vegeta become so powerful? After flying for a while, Vegeta suddenly halted and shouted, "Shrag, come out and meet your death." He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave downward, causing a violent explosion that kicked up clouds of dust. Now's my chance, I need to make a getaway. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Vegeta quickly descended and concealed his energy, hiding in a corner where no one could find him. At this location, Goku, Raditz and Gohan, who were acting according to plan, had been waiting for a long time. You really are impressive, Vegeta. Goku gave Vegeta a thumbs up. If it were him, he probably would have rushed into battle upon seeing Frieza. Don't speak, keep your energy hidden. Frieza is coming. Raditz quickly lowered his energy to the minimum and signaled everyone to be quiet. Goku and the others also suppressed their energy, concentrating intently on what lay ahead. Vegeta, how dare you come here to seek death? Shrag walked out from the cave almost exploding with rage. This clown had the audacity to provoke him instead of hiding. Did he really think he wouldn't dare to kill him? Who are you? Where's Vegeta? Frieza, flying from a distance and noticing Vegeta's absence, instead saw an Namekian and coldly asked, "Are you a Namekian?" "Oh. I didn't expect you to still have the Dragon Balls." Shrag's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You are Frieza." He had never seen Frieza before, but he could clearly sense the terrifying energy hidden within him. In the entire universe there was only one being with such overwhelming energy, Emperor Frieza. "Oh. You actually know my name. How flattering," Frieza said as he descended from the air. "You are different from other Namekians. Who exactly are you?" Who hasn't heard of the name of Emperor Frieza?" Shrag replied casually, but inside he was extremely cautious. "I am Shrag of the Demon Clan." "Shrag. You are the leader of the Shrag army that has been gaining notoriety recently." Frieza was slightly surprised and said, "I heard you have been quite active lately, recruiting soldiers everywhere and even poaching many of mine. I was planning to meet you after acquiring the Dragon Balls, but I didn't expect to run into you here." "I have no time to chat with you right now. I still need to go kill that brat Vegeta." Shrag did not want to fight Frieza here. He acted as if he was about to leave. If there was to be a fight, he would rather wait until he regained his youth. Swish. But unfortunately Frieza had no intention of letting Shrag leave and directly blocked his path. "Frieza, what do you mean by this? Do you really think I fear you?" Shrag's eyes turned cold. What was going on today? Why was everyone he encountered treating him with such disrespect? It seems we have both been played by Vegeta. Frieza was not a fool, on the contrary, he was very astute. After a moment of thought, he realized that Vegeta had deliberately lured him here to instigate a fight between him and Shrag. However, Frieza did not care. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were mere clouds. Moreover, Shrag was so arrogant on his turf, he had originally planned to deal with Shrag. Most importantly, Shrag had a Dragon Ball in his possession. For this reason, Shrag would not leave Namek alive today. On the contrary, Frieza wanted to thank Vegeta. If it weren't for his deliberate provocation, finding the Dragon Ball would have been quite a hassle. "Shrag, I now give you two choices. First, bring your army to join my Frieza Force," Frieza said with a broad smile. "Second, hand over the Dragon Ball and I will grant you a quick death. You choose." You want me to join you? To become your subordinate? What a joke." Shrag laughed in anger and said, "I, the great King Shrag, have always had others as my subordinates. You want the Dragon Ball, right? If you have the ability, step over my dead body to take it." Shrag slammed the Dragon Ball he held to the ground with force, his tone filled with arrogance. Though he had always been cautious, that did not mean he was timid. Frieza was practically shitting on his head. If he backed down now, he would be laughed at for ages. Besides, he had confidence in himself. Although the outside world claimed Frieza was the strongest in the universe, Shrag was not to be underestimated. At worst, they could perish together. "Good, you have guts. No wonder you have risen so quickly." Frieza clapped his hands, his tone a mix of admiration and regret. "What a pity. A talent like you would have been a great asset as my subordinate. But it's too bad you don't know better. Since that's the case, I can only send you on your way." Frieza slowly ascended into the sky and Shrag, refusing to back down, flew up to meet Frieza's gaze. The battle between these two titans was about to commence. Indeed, you have courage. In my current form I can hardly defeat you. Since that's the case. Frieza crossed his arms and sneered, I shall let you witness what true terror is. Shlag's rapid rise indicates his formidable strength. In his weakest form he cannot win, so Frieza decided not to toy with him and directly activated his final transformation. After a burst of light, Frieza's final form appeared before Schlag. What? Such an overwhelming aura. Goku and the others hiding at a distance were astonished. Although the scene wasn't earth-shattering, Frieza's current aura still sent chills down their spines. Even from such a distance they could clearly feel the crushing pressure emanating from Frieza. Is this Frieza's strength? I am still far from his level. A bead of sweat trickled down Goku's forehead. He felt both excited and shocked, thinking that after his near-death revival his strength should be close to Frieza's. However, he did not expect the gap to be as vast as that between an ant and an elephant. Vegeta gritted his teeth after seeing Frieza's final form. He realized he had always underestimated Frieza. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart. This is my true form. So how will you respond? Frieza spread his arms, lightly tapping his tail against the ground, a mocking smile on his face. Schlag did not speak. He felt extremely heavy-hearted at that moment because Frieza's current strength far surpassed his. Even if he regained his youth, victory was impossible. Schlag had once naively thought that the title of Cosmic Emperor was merely a boast, but now it was clear that he had been too much of a frog in a well. Aren't you going to strike? You might not even get a chance to act later. Frieza's demeanor was relaxed, completely disregarding Schlag. You underestimate me. Schlag was enraged, raising his energy to the maximum as a fiery beam shot from his mouth. The intense flame seemed capable of burning the very air away. Going all out right from the start. Interesting. Frieza smiled gently, raising his right hand. With just one hand he stopped Schlag's fiery beam and then squeezed tightly. The flames, which seemed capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, were extinguished by Frieza with a single hand. Whoosh! Schlag did not expect his previous attack to be effective. His body vanished, reappearing behind Frieza as he kicked towards him. Frieza's body did not move, but his tail seemed to possess eyes, wrapping around Schlag's legs and throwing him violently to the ground. Boom! Schlag's body crashed to the ground, the immense impact causing the earth to sink repeatedly. Frieza descended from the air, looking down at the disheveled Schlag and taunted, "What's wrong? Just a casual strike and you're left helpless." Damn! These words deeply humiliated Schlag, leaving him furious. He concentrated again, forming a massive energy ball in his mouth. A mere clown. Frieza didn't give Schlag a chance, directly pressing his palm against the energy ball, ignoring the violent power within, and forcibly shoved it back into Schlag's mouth. Wah! Schlag's eyes widened as the energy ball exploded in his mouth, the violent blast tearing his mouth open and sending him flying. Incredible that Schlag seems like a child before Frieza, without any room to fight back. Goku sighed. Was this really the same Schlag who had annihilated their group? How could he be so utterly defeated at this moment? Vegeta and Raditz were also greatly shocked, trembling inside. Is this Frieza someone they could deal with? Gohan, can you hear me? Gohan. Gohan was originally astonished, but at that moment a familiar voice echoed in his heart. Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo. Where are you? What's going on? Gohan was quite familiar with this voice as it belonged to Piccolo. He quickly looked around but could not see Piccolo anywhere. I am with Lord King Kai, currently communicating with you through him. Since Piccolo's death he had been training with King Kai, which was obviously arranged by King Kai. Piccolo had learned all about the situation on Namek from King Kai. So that's how it is, Uncle Piccolo. Is there something you need me to do at this time? Gohan was quite clever. He knew that at this moment Piccolo surely had something important for him to do. That's right, I already understand the situation on Namek. Piccolo quickly summarized, saying, listen, Frieza and Schlag are currently fighting and his spaceship must be poorly defended. You should conceal your energy, take Schlag's Dragon Balls and then immediately go to the Elder to obtain the last Dragon Ball. After obtaining the 2 Dragon Balls you must rush to Frieza's spaceship as fast as possible. There are 5 Dragon Balls there, and with that all the Dragon Balls will be gathered. But what do I do once I gather the Dragon Balls? Gohan understood Piccolo's intention. It was simply to collect all the Dragon Balls while Frieza was occupied. The dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes, and the first wish is to bring me back to life. Piccolo said swiftly, as for the other 2 wishes we can think about them later. Hurry, Schlag won't be able to hold on much longer before he's defeated. I understand. Gohan nodded seriously and quickly relayed Piccolo's plan to Goku and the others. Why does it have to be you? Can't I go? Vegeta was immediately unhappy after hearing this. This was a great opportunity to make a wish. How could they let Gohan make those trivial wishes? Vegeta, it wouldn't matter even if we let you go, you don't know how to summon the dragon. Goku quickly stopped Vegeta, saying, besides, the three of us together can at least delay Frieza for a while if he reacts. What? You need to summon the dragon. Vegeta was suddenly at a loss for words because he indeed did not know how to summon the dragon. Though he felt very unwilling, he could only let go of that thought. He also understood that given the current situation, neither Goku nor Raditz would allow him the chance to make a wish. Alright, whatever wish you have, we'll talk about it after we defeat Frieza. Goku decisively patted Gohan on the shoulder, saying, Gohan, it's up to you to bring back Piccolo. You must complete it before Frieza reacts. Dad has faith in you. I understand, Dad. I won't let you down. Gohan's gaze was incredibly determined. He glanced secretly at the battlefield in the distance where chaos reigned and then suppressed his energy to the lowest level, quickly approaching the location of the Dragon Balls. The process was incredibly smooth. Neither Frieza nor Schlag noticed that the Dragon Balls lying on the ground had already been stealthily taken by Gohan. After obtaining the Dragon Balls, Gohan hesitated not at all and directly jumped into the lake, swimming along the bottom towards the Elder's location. This kid was quite cunning. He knew that if he flew he would surely be noticed immediately. So it was much safer to swim straight through the lake. By a lake on Namek, Gohan jumped out drenched from head to toe. Without pausing for a moment, he flew directly to the Elder to recount the events. The Elder did not hesitate for a second and handed the last Dragon Ball to Gohan. Thank you, Elder. I must be on my way now. Goodbye. Gohan, wait a moment. I'll have Dandy accompany you. The Elder spoke at this moment to make a wish. The language of Namek is required. Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer. The Elder's face was exceptionally pale and every word he spoke was a struggle. It was evident that his life was nearing its end. I understand. Gohan's expression turned serious as he let Dandy lie on his back and then flew with all his might towards Frieza's spaceship. Speeding along, Gohan quickly arrived above Frieza's spaceship. The 5 Dragon Balls are inside. There are some people inside the ship, but their energy levels are weak. Gohan placed Dandy on the ground, glanced at the Dragon radar and then rushed into the ship. Ah! The staff inside the spaceship fell victim to Gohan's thunderous strike, losing consciousness in an instant. However, Gohan did not notice that a soldier managed to send a message to Frieza before losing consciousness. Dandy, I'm counting on you now. Gohan quickly placed all the Dragon Balls on the ground and signaled to Dandy that he could summon the dragon. I understand. Dandy, recognizing the urgency, quickly spread his arms and began to summon the dragon in the Namekian language. Boom! The sky darkened instantly as a golden light shot up into the clouds and the massive dragon appeared out of thin air. Is this the dragon of Namek? It's much larger than the Earth Dragon. Gohan stared in awe. The dragon of Namek was indeed more formidable both in size and the pressure it exerted compared to Earth's. Truly the authentic dragon. State your 3 wishes, no matter what they are, I can fulfill them, the dragon's deep voice echoed in the sky. Please resurrect a Namekian named Piccolo. Dandy made the first wish as instructed by Gohan. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Piccolo, who was watching over Namek, felt the halo above his head disappear. Very well, I have resurrected him. Piccolo smiled in satisfaction and continued to instruct Gohan, saying, Gohan, now use the second wish to transport me to Namek. Ha! What? After an intense battle, the disparity in power became apparent. Slug was currently being dominated by Frieza, having no chance to retaliate. But as the battle continued, Frieza suddenly changed his expression dramatically. He looked up at the darkened sky and then turned to gaze at the enormous dragon in the distance, instantly bewildered. How could this be? Taking my Dragon Balls while I'm not around. Frieza exploded with rage. His scouter had just received a signal from his subordinates indicating that a child had infiltrated the spaceship and taken all the Dragon Balls. With the dark sky and the massive dragon, even Frieza, no matter how foolish, understood that someone had stolen his Dragon Balls while he was away. Damn brat! Frieza's fury reached its peak as he unleashed a powerful energy wave that sent Slug flying, then burst forth with all his might towards the spaceship. The terrifying energy flow shattered the surrounding mountains. Oh no, Frieza has reacted, we must stop him. Goku, who had been watching the battle, immediately activated his 20x Kaioken, transforming into a red streak of light, chasing after Frieza, followed closely by Raditz and Vegeta. Vegeta. Raditz. And this person looks familiar. Sensing the commotion behind him, Frieza glanced back, his anger intensifying. At this moment he fully realized that he had fallen into a trap. It was that bastard Vegeta who had deliberately lured him here to battle Slug and then sneak away with his Dragon Balls. Don't even think about leaving. Goku shouted and unleashed a fully powered 20x Kamehameha towards Frieza. He did not expect to defeat Frieza, he only needed to buy Gohan some time. Explosive wave. Power cannon. Raditz and Vegeta also went all out, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Facing the full force attack from the three, even Frieza had to stop. A bunch of ants. Frieza's veins bulged, his body glowing purple as he formed a circular barrier before charging directly at them. Supernova attack. The purple eerie light surged like a wild bull, directly shattering Goku and the others' attacks and charging towards them without losing momentum. What? Goku and the others were taken aback, feeling a chill in their hearts. Their combined full-force attack had been shattered by Frieza. What terrifying power was this? But now there was no time for them to think further, as Frieza had already arrived before them with a speed too fast for them to evade. Boom! With a loud explosion, Goku and the others fell from the sky to the ground. Frieza's furious strike was no joke, and Goku and Raditz had reverted from their Kaioken state. Frieza coldly glanced at the three of them and then rushed towards the spaceship again. For now he would spare their lives, he would deal with these three Saiyan monkeys later. Don't think you're getting away. Despite their injuries, Goku and the others were not severely affected, and the three of them unleashed their energy again to closely pursue Frieza. However, they were currently in a wounded state, and given the significant gap between them and Frieza, they could not intercept him at all. So this is Namek. Indeed, it feels familiar to the soul. Piccolo appeared in a certain place on Namek where he felt an extraordinary tranquility and a sense of belonging. This is his homeland, Namek. Now is not the time to think about this, I need to hurry to Gohan. Piccolo closed his eyes and said, I can sense Gohan's energy as well as Goku, Raditz and that guy Vegeta, and there is another terrifying energy moving at high speed. It must be Frieza. Gohan, wait for me. Just as Piccolo was about to take off, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Who goes there? Piccolo suddenly jolted, glancing around, and discovered the source of the voice was beneath a pile of rubble. Piccolo cleared the rubble, revealing a blood-eaten Namekian lying within his breath, weak and fading. Shirag, is that you? Piccolo was taken aback. He had learned everything about the Namekian race through King Kai and recognized Shirag immediately. It seemed Shirag had been defeated by Frieza and was on the brink of death. You actually know me? Shirag spoke weakly, stammering, please don't go. As a fellow Namekian, help me take revenge. Shirag regretted deeply he had overestimated himself and underestimated Frieza. In the face of Frieza, he had no strength to fight back, leading to his near demise. However, he was unwilling to give up. He vowed that even if he died, Frieza would pay the price. Help you take revenge. Don't joke with me. As a Namekian, you disregard the lives of your kin. How could I possibly assist someone like you? Furthermore, I can't defeat Frieza. Piccolo rejected him without hesitation. I can provide you with great power. If you agree to my terms, perhaps you could defeat Frieza. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are sincere. Shirag was not playing tricks, he only wanted Frieza to go to hell. Why should I believe you? However, Piccolo did not trust Shirag's words. I'm about to die. What's the point of lying to you? Shirag continued, if you don't believe me, you can kill me right now, but you will lose the opportunity to gain great power. Piccolo fell silent at this. Indeed, given Shirag's current condition, what good would it do to deceive him? If Shirag was not lying, this could be a worthwhile deal. He was self-aware his combat power was far too low to be Frieza's opponent. What do I need to do? After contemplating, Piccolo spoke, realizing that if Shirag was telling the truth, this exchange would be a sure win for him. After all, he would have to face Frieza anyway. You just need to place your hand on me. Hurry, I'm running out of time. Shirag said quickly, feeling death approaching. If I find out you're deceiving me, I'll kill you immediately. Piccolo snorted coldly, placing his hand on Shirag while remaining vigilant, ready in case Shirag tried to trick him. What a cautious guy. Now I will merge with you. Remember to help me take revenge. Shirag chuckled bitterly, and then his entire being transformed into energy, merging completely into Piccolo's body. Boom! In that instant, Piccolo's aura surged like a rocket, a torrent of energy erupting from within. His combat power soared to an astounding 60 million. Ugh! However, at that moment, Piccolo screamed in agony as his body was now filled with a massive amount of evil energy. This was the evil energy originally belonging to Shirag. As the two merged, Shirag's malice infused into Piccolo's body. At that moment, Piccolo felt as if he wanted to annihilate everything and continue to dominate the universe. He wanted to reclaim the title of the Demon King. What a joke, I will not yield. But Piccolo's will was extremely firm. Despite the evil energy continuously affecting his mind, he maintained his composure, fiercely resisting the malice with unwavering determination. He thought of the moments spent with Gohan as well as his old rival Goku, and especially those innocent Namekians who had suffered tragic fates. Get out of my head! Piccolo roared, his body radiating vast white light. Plumes of black smoke billowed from him, dissipating in the next moment. The evil energy of Shirag was forcibly suppressed by Piccolo. Damn you, Shirag! Piccolo cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his firm will, he would have likely been consumed by the evil energy, reverting to the old Demon King Piccolo. However, Piccolo did not have time to dwell on these thoughts. He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. Gohan, wait for me. Now state your third wish. The figure of the Namekian dragon suddenly flickered and became indistinct as the Grand Elder's lifespan had reached its end. Gohan, hurry, make your wish. The dragon is about to disappear and the Grand Elder might. Tears streamed from Dandy's eyes as a Namekian. He knew the dragon's current state all too well. Ha! Gohan was startled. He hadn't thought of a wish yet and could not reach Piccolo. In a moment of uncertainty, he decided to wish for Dabba's revival. Because he couldn't think of any other wish in such a short time. Dandy in tears spoke the final wish in the Namekian language. Wait, my wishes. Frieza's voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. I understand. At that moment, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes and then its body completely vanished, the sky returning to clear blue, 7 Dragon Balls scattering like stones in all directions. Move from now on, you will be the Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder smiled with satisfaction and spoke his final words before passing away peacefully. Grand Elder, may you rest in peace. Mu and Nail bid farewell to this great figure with the highest Namekian honors. On a vast expanse of land on Namek, a spaceship landed. Bardock, this is Namek. Gak waved his hand from the spaceship, saying thank you for helping me deal with the Dayanma clan. Until we meet again. By the way, be careful on your way back. There have been frequent black hole appearances in this area lately. Alright, see you next time. Bardock waved back at Gak. After several days his injuries had healed and he successfully arrived at Namek. However, he did not take the black hole issue Gak mentioned to heart. After bidding farewell to Gak and his companions, Bardock gazed at the scenery before him. After battling with the god of Dayanmu and recovering from near death, my strength now utilizing the 20 times Kaioken is enough to contend with Frieza. Bardock clenched his fists, confidence radiating from his face. His combat power had already reached 4 million, and if he unleashed his full strength he could match Frieza. With Goku and the others joining, defeating Frieza was not impossible. I can feel it, it's Frieza's energy along with Kakarot, Raditz, Gohan and Vegeta. Bardock closed his eyes and sensed, carefully frowning slightly, this powerful energy is that Piccolo. What's going on? Why does his energy feel different? Moreover, it's so immense and Dabba's energy has vanished. Could it be that something has happened that I'm unaware of? Bardock slowly ascended into the air, his gaze fixed in a certain direction, and then he transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot with incredible speed. Good, very good. Frieza's expression was terrifyingly dark, his gaze fixed on Gohan, a horrific aura gushing forth like a fountain. You little brat, if I don't tear you apart today my heart will never rest. Frieza roared, and a violent gust of energy swept through, instantly obliterating everything around. Gohan was taken aback and immediately cradled the panicking Dandy, taking flight. In the spot he had just occupied, the ground was razed to the ground and even Frieza's spaceship was reduced to nothing in an instant. One can only imagine how furious Frieza was at this moment. Frieza! Goku's voice came from afar, a beam of red light streaking across the sky, standing in front of Gohan, his expression grave as he gazed at Frieza. Gohan, hurry, take Dandy and get out. Raditz also stood in front of Gohan, urging him to flee. Although Gohan's combat power had greatly increased, facing such a level of battle was dangerous even to watch, let alone for Dandy who had no combat ability. Dad, uncle, you must be careful. Gohan held Dandy tightly, knowing that he was just a burden now, and turned to leave. You can't go anywhere. But at that moment Frieza suddenly appeared in front of Gohan, his tone ominous as he seized Gohan by the throat. What? Frieza's speed shocked Goku and the others, they hadn't even seen how he moved. Let go of Gohan. Goku and Raditz were furious, but they dared not act rashly. At this distance Frieza could snap Gohan's neck with just a little force. You really have some guts. Stealing my Dragon Balls while I'm not around, you want die a good death. Frieza's right hand gradually increased its grip. Ugh. The immense pressure made it hard for Gohan to breathe, yet despite this he held Dandy tightly in his arms. Gohan. Dandy was firmly protected by Gohan, tears flowing as he closed his eyes, filled with self-reproach. It was all his fault. If it weren't for his inadequacy, Gohan wouldn't be burdened. Boom. But just at this critical moment a flash of light appeared and a figure cloaked in white suddenly appeared, kicking Frieza away. Frieza was kicked away, crashing into a mountain. Gohan, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late. A familiar voice reached Gohan's ears and he widened his eyes. Recognizing the visitor he exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Piccolo. It was indeed Piccolo. Quick, find a safe place to hide now, Piccolo said, turning his back to Gohan. Ill-handle Frieza. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan was overjoyed and hurriedly ran away with Dandy. This person is the Namekian Gohan spoke of on Earth. Dandy blinked and suddenly shouted, "Go defeat Frieza, avenge the Namekians." Piccolo glanced at Dandy with a faint smile. "Piccolo, why are you here? Aren't you?" Goku moved closer to Piccolo, exclaiming, "How amazing! How did your energy become so strong? It's different from before. Damn it, what's up with this Namekian? Why has he changed so much since we were on Earth?" Vegeta's teeth nearly ground to dust. The energy emanating from Piccolo was far stronger than his. This infuriated him. By this calculation he had become the weakest. Although Goku and Raditz had combat powers similar to his, they could use the Kaioken, and in full force they could defeat him in an instant. Now even Piccolo had surpassed him by far. How could he not be enraged? "I had Gohan use the second wish to teleport me here." Piccolo removed his cloak and had his expression serious. "As for my situation, it's a long story, but for now let's deal with the situation at hand." Boom! Just as Piccolo finished speaking, Frieza's figure burst forth from the rubble. Goku and Raditz stood ready. A Namekian. I never expected there could be such a strong one on Namek. Frieza wiped the dust from his mouth, coldly stating, "Instead of hiding properly, you choose to seek death. Isn't it better to enjoy your last moments? Humph, you slaughtered my homeland Namek and killed many innocent people." Piccolo said fiercely, "Today I will stain Namek with your blood." "Haha, I didn't expect the Namekian to have a sense of humor." Frieza chuckled lightly, but his expression suddenly turned cold as he said chillingly, "Since you're all eager to seek death, I will grant your wish. Today both Saiyans and Namekians will be buried here." Boom! A purple aura exploded from Frieza and he took the initiative to attack, lightly waving his arm as massive boulders began to rotate around him. Whoosh! As Frieza's hand fell, the countless boulders shot down like cannonballs. "Are you ready? Let's go." Goku and Raditz activated the Kaioken, advancing instead of retreating, scattering the boulders that blocked their path. Piccolo did not lag behind either, advancing as he smashed the boulders with his fists and kicks. Vegeta meanwhile was even more violent, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that shattered all the boulders. "You've fallen for my trick." Frieza's sinister laugh echoed as he appeared above Goku, Raditz and Piccolo like a specter, simultaneously generating a ring of orange energy spheres with his hands. The energy spheres enveloped the three. "What is this?" Goku struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Bang bang bang. Frieza had no time to play with them. He kicked the energy sphere violently in the air, creating a thunderous sound. Go! Frieza kicked the energy sphere, sending Goku and the others plummeting like shooting stars. Boom! When the energy sphere crashed to the ground, it immediately triggered a tremendous explosion. A vast expanse of mountains and seas vanished in an instant, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Such was Frieza's power, even a casual attack could destroy a planet. "You let your guard down, Frieza." At that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly charged in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frieza flying. Frieza was knocked away, but Vegeta followed up with a flurry of punches directed at Frieza. Bang bang bang. Frieza's body was bombarded by Vegeta's fists, the sounds of impact ringing out. Vegeta felt an exhilarating rush. The scene was something he had only dreamed of. He never expected that today he would finally be able to pummel Frieza. "Vegeta, have you had enough? Don't you feel great?" But just as Vegeta was enjoying himself, Frieza suddenly seized Vegeta's fist. In contrast, despite enduring Vegeta's full force attack, Frieza appeared completely unscathed. What? Vegeta halted his fist in shock, both astonished and furious that Frieza was completely unscathed. "It is truly pathetic that you still do not understand the gap in strength." Frieza raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch to Vegeta's stomach. Puff! Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out as a mouthful of rich blood spewed forth, clutching his belly as he fell from the sky. Just a single punch left Vegeta severely injured. The disparity was truly like heaven and earth. "Vegeta!" Raditz's voice came from behind, engulfed in red flames as he kicked towards Frieza. "Raditz, I never noticed you had some talent before, but unfortunately you're still brainless." Frieza turned and caught Raditz's leg, but his arm trembled uncontrollably. It was evident that Raditz's kick was almost too much for him to hold onto. Frieza was taken aback. Raditz had previously been a weakling with a power level below 2000, yet after a short absence his strength had increased so drastically. Now Raditz was far stronger than Vegeta. Explosive impact. Caught by Frieza, Raditz reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash a deadly attack. A massive purple energy blast slammed into Frieza, instantly enveloping the area in thick smoke. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Goku flew to Vegeta's side, unable to contain his concern. "No, you don't need to worry about me," Vegeta replied coldly, trembling as he stood up, but his energy had significantly diminished. "That's good, handle yourself, I need to go help my brother now." With a smile, Goku shot back into the sky after confirming that Vegeta was not seriously harmed. Piccolo also returned at the right moment and the three surrounded Frieza. "You just hurt me." As the smoke cleared, Frieza's figure emerged, rubbing his injured face with a twisted smile. "From the moment I was born until now I've never been injured." "Very well, Saiyans cannot be spared. Let's settle this in a life and death battle, Frieza." Goku, Piccolo and Raditz erupted with rage, their terrifying auras constantly crashing against Frieza. This scene made Vegeta fume with anger. However, having been knocked out in an instant, he found it extremely difficult to even stand, forced to seethe in impotent rage. "A life and death battle?" Frieza sneered. "I'm sorry, but in my eyes you are nothing more than ants. What kind of life and death battle can we have?" He fixed his gaze on Raditz, his voice chilling. "You just hurt me, now it's your turn." Whoosh. With a whoosh, Frieza appeared in front of Raditz and elbowed him, sending him flying. "Brother!" "Raditz!" Goku and Piccolo reacted quickly, rushing towards Frieza, but what met them were two energy blades slicing through the air like swords. The massive energy blades skimmed the ground, slicing towards Piccolo and Goku. They dared not take it heaten and could only dodge to the side. Boom! The gigantic energy blade, akin to a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, sliced through Namek, creating a massive rift that spanned half the planet. Goku and the others felt their scalps tingle in just an instant. Such a powerful attack was unleashed, and a mere flick of a finger nearly split the entire planet in two. Frieza was truly terrifying. Ah! The sounds of agony echoed as Frieza grabbed Raditz by the leg, swinging him violently against the ground, causing massive cracks to spread across the surface, with the ground sinking beneath them. Chi Yuan Slash. In this moment, Goku would naturally hold nothing back, launching a Chi Yuan Slash straight at Frieza. Upon seeing this move, Frieza grinned maliciously, grabbing Raditz and throwing him towards the incoming Chi Yuan Slash. "Despicable!" Goku exclaimed in shock, having to redirect the Chi Yuan Slash away from Frieza, thus avoiding Raditz being sliced to pieces. "Old son, I've got him. Quickly use the Kamehameha." Piccolo's urgent voice rang out. He had managed to firmly hold on to Frieza using his long arms. "Well done." Goku couldn't help but cheer. Without hesitation, he gathered all his energy and shouted 20 times Kaioken Kamehameha. But before Goku could launch his attack, Frieza had already broken free from Piccolo's grip, swiftly severing Piccolo's arm with a hand strike, and in the blink of an eye he reached Goku and slapped him to the ground. In less than a second, Frieza had dismantled the combined assault of the two. Do you see the gap in strength now? What does it matter even if you three join forces? Frieza crossed his arms with a cold smirk. "Ants are ultimately ants, even when united they are still garbage." Damn it. Goku struggled to stand up from the ground. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had already exhausted most of his energy. The burden of the 20 times Kaioken was no joke. Raditz's situation was worse. While he hadn't lost all his combat capability like Vegeta, he had very little left. As for Piccolo, he was in the best condition, but his mood was extremely heavy. Because from the current situation, just as Frieza said, even if they teamed up they couldn't possibly defeat him. "What's wrong? Are you at your wits' end?" Frieza chuckled sinisterly. "If that's the case, then I should send you on your way." Frieza slowly floated into the sky, pointing his finger upward as a massive crimson energy ball instantly formed. "Do you see this? This is the technique I used to destroy planet Vegeta years ago." Frieza laughed maniacally. "Now I will use this planet-destroying bomb to send you on your way. This is called having a beginning and an end, ha ha." Goku, swaying, stood up, a helpless smile on his face, yet his eyes were resolute. "Old son, do you still have strength left?" Piccolo looked at Goku, and as old rivals, Goku immediately understood Piccolo's meaning. That meant to fight with all their might. "If we can't stop this energy ball, the entire Namek will be obliterated," Raditz said, forcing his injured body to Goku's side. "Alright, then we will fight with all we have. If worst comes to worst, we'll perish along with Namek." The fighting spirit deep within Goku ignited. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he erupted once more with the 20 times Kaioken, unleashing his strongest Kamehameha at Frieza. Demon Bind Light Cannon. Explosive impact. 3 attacks of different colors spiraled towards Frieza in the sky. Still making futile struggles, how foolish. Frieza shook his head, then pressed his finger down lightly. The massive energy ball, imbued with a destructive aura, collided with the 3 attacks. The entire Namek shook, the sky turned blood red, and such a staggering energy impact caused a phenomenon in the world. However, despite their combined efforts, their states were poor and they simply couldn't match Frieza's power. Frieza's planet-destroying bomb pushed against the 3 shockwaves, barreling downwards, about to engulf them in the next moment. "What if I join in?" A shockwave imbued with endless lightning surged forth, joining forces with Goku and the others' attacks, continuously countering Frieza's planet-destroying blast. At that moment, a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared before Goku. "Dad. Old man. Bardock." Seeing the figure's back, Goku and his brother Raditz were both shocked and delighted, as they never expected Bardock to appear at such a critical moment. I'm truly sorry something happened and I arrived late.
Bardock turned and said, Nappa, quickly take Vegeta away, he is in no condition to fight now. I understand.
Nappa, who had been resurrected by the Dragon Balls, happened to be present because Bardock sensed his energy while coming over and decided to accompany him. On the way, Nappa recounted the events on Namek to Bardock. This surprised Bardock as he hadn't expected that Slug had also come to Namek and the entire storyline was different from what he remembered. This made Bardock wonder if the changes in history were due to his own actions. However, now was not the time to delve into such matters. After seeing Nappa take Vegeta away, Bardock's expression grew serious as he said, we cannot let this energy ball fall, otherwise we will all perish.
Everyone give it your all.
With that, he activated the 20 times Kaioken, his power skyrocketing to 80 million, nearly matching Frieza's current strength.
With Bardock's addition, Goku and the others surged with fighting spirit, unleashing their ultimate powers. Even Gohan, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but join the fray. Alright Gohan, you've gotten stronger. Bardock smiled and shouted, let's go all out.
With everyone shouting in unison, the previously dire situation was instantly reversed.
Multicolored shockwaves pushed against Frieza's planet-destroying blast, quickly forcing it back towards Frieza. What?
You Bardock, you actually didn't die.
Frieza was greatly astonished, not believing that the one who had resisted him 20 years ago was still alive.
Haha, if you haven't died, how could I easily fall? Bardock roared, now let me show you the might of a Saiyan. Die Frieza. The overwhelming energy ball engulfed Frieza, pushing him into outer space where it detonated. The entire sky was enveloped in blinding light.
Phew, finally done. Goku's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground, instantly reverting to his normal state. He was completely drained, unable to even fly.
Raditz and Piccolo had also exhausted themselves, both lying beside Goku panting heavily. Frieza's energy has disappeared, it seems that even he couldn't withstand such an attack.
Bardock carefully sensed and discovered that Frieza's presence was gone.
This meant that the grudges of the past had evaporated, though it was somewhat regrettable that he couldn't witness Kakarot's Super Saiyan transformation.
Grandpa. Gohan jumped onto Bardock's shoulder, hugging his neck with a smile. Gohan, you've grown quite a bit.
Bardock patted Gohan's head, silently thinking that he was indeed a remarkable individual. His growth rate was impressive. Dad, you're the one who's become incredibly strong. The power you just unleashed left us far behind. Goku said in admiration, having sensed Bardock's 20 times Kaioken aura, which was far stronger than his own at that moment. This made him realize that his training was still insufficient and he needed to work harder to surpass his father.
You're truly a monster.
Piccolo, though somewhat reluctant, had to admit that despite assimilating Slug, his power was merely on par with Goku and Raditz, still falling short of Bardock. Piccolo, your transformation is the most significant. Tell us how you became so strong. Bardock was quite curious about what Piccolo had experienced, going from a fighting power of less than 2,000 to 60 million in just a year.
Who would believe such a thing? Goku and the others were equally curious about Piccolo's journey. Even the injured Vegeta couldn't help but come closer.
Piccolo explained that after his death he trained in the other world and then came to Namek via the Dragon Balls, assimilating Slug in the process.
Ah. So that's how it is, no wonder you're so strong.
Goku thought to himself, realizing that it was because of assimilating Slug, while Gohan and Dandy cheered for Piccolo. Damn it, these despicable guys one after another really infuriate me. The only one who couldn't find joy was Vegeta, feeling a deep sense of humiliation.
Among these people his strength was among the lowest, which was unbearable for the proud Vegeta.
No, he must train harder than ever. He must become a Super Saiyan. As long as he could become a Super Saiyan, then Bardock and those Namekians would all be beneath him. Vegeta. Whoosh. Just as everyone was laughing and enjoying the moment, a chilling ray fell from the sky, moving at an unmatched speed, catching everyone off guard. Even Bardock couldn't sense it.
Put.
A purple beam pierced through Raditz's chest, striking right at his heart.
Old man. Raditz's pupils dilated as he incredulously looked at his chest and then fell helplessly to the ground. Oh ho ho ho, let me see who I hit. A signature sinister chuckle suddenly echoed. Oh dear, it's Raditz, ha ha ha.
Frieza.
Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Even after such a terrifying assault, Frieza was still alive.
Brother.
Uncle. Raditz.
The three of them, Bardock and his grandsons, were furious as they looked at Raditz, who had lost the light of life, especially Bardock.
Memories of Raditz's birth suddenly flooded his mind, every detail vividly resurfacing.
A surge of furious rage erupted from deep within his soul. It felt as if a certain chain within him had been shattered by that rage. At the same time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, with silver bolts striking down as if heralding the apocalypse.
Frieza. Bardock let out a beast-like roar and a golden aura surged into the heavens.
Golden hair danced in the wind and green eyes sparkled with boundless ferocity while golden flames blazed fiercely.
A terrifying might swept across the eight desolations, sending those nearby flying. What?
What is this? Frieza became somewhat unsettled, exclaiming in astonishment, You transformed. Don't Saiyans only turn into giant apes? Not only was Frieza perplexed, but even Goku and the others were equally baffled by the situation. However, one thing they could confirm was that at this moment Bardock's combat power had qualitatively soared, a stark contrast to just moments ago. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pupils contracted, his face filled with dread as he shouted, "There is no mistake, this is the legendary Super Saiyan." Super Saiyan. Bardock was equally dumbfounded. As a Saiyan of the Saiyan lineage, he was naturally aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan. He simply never expected to witness the legendary Super Saiyan with his own eyes. Super Saiyan. What is that? Goku and Piccolo were filled with curiosity. A Super Saiyan is a transformation state of a Saiyan with power 50 times that of their normal state. Before Vegeta could respond, Bardock spoke up, "I can handle that guy Frieza all by myself." Fueled by extreme rage, he became a Super Saiyan, and at this moment his heart was filled with bloodlust and excitement, yet his will remained resolute, suppressing the urge to unleash his bloodthirst. At this moment his combat power had reached 200 million, far surpassing Frieza. Damn it! Vegeta's teeth nearly ground to dust as he clenched his fists tightly. Why? Bardock was clearly just a low-level warrior. Why had he become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, as the prince of the Saiyans, felt that it should have been him. Yet regardless of his inner dissatisfaction, the current situation was as it was. Super Saiyan. I thought that was merely an ethereal legend. I never expected it to be real. Frieza's expression fluctuated. His ancestors had left behind a warning not to confront a Super Saiyan. The reason he had always targeted the Saiyans was because of this, yet he never expected a Super Saiyan to actually exist. Bardock merely lifted his foot and in the next moment appeared beside Frieza. Frieza, although you annihilated the Saiyan home planet, I know you were merely following orders. Bardock whispered to Frieza, I do not blame you for this. Even without you the Saiyans would have met their end eventually. However, I cannot forgive you for treating us Saiyans like dogs to be enslaved. From Goku's past memories, he had long learned that Frieza was simply acting on the orders of the god of destruction Beerus to destroy planet Vegeta. In truth, he also understood that given the Saiyans' past conduct, even without Frieza their extinction was merely a matter of time. What? Who? Who are you? What do you truly know? Even the invincible Frieza was thrown into a panic. Despite his rampant dominance across the universe, he was merely a worker. Often he acted on the orders of those in power to annihilate planets. How did Bardock know such secret matters? What was this guy's background? I know far more than you do. Bardock coldly stated, now it is time to seek justice for the Saiyans you enslaved and for my son Raditz. Boom. Bardock struck Frieza with a powerful elbow to his waist, sending him flying through the air. Frieza's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he steadied himself, Bardock followed up with a frenzied assault on Frieza. Bang bang bang. Frieza was subjected to a relentless beating from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the ocean. The entire Namekian planet became their battlefield. Under Bardock's absolute domination, Frieza was utterly powerless, his body riddled with injuries. So powerful. Is this what a Super Saiyan is capable of? Goku and the others watched in awe, witnessing Frieza, who had once exuded majesty and dominance, now being thrashed into a state of confusion. Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan? Ah. The fierce battle in the sky. No, it should be called a massacre, continued as Bardock seized Frieza's tail and spun him, throwing him down to the ground. What's wrong? Is this where you reach your limit? Show me your full power. Bardock looked down at Frieza like a deity, his golden aura still surging high. In contrast, Frieza appeared weak and severely injured. If it weren't for the robust physique of the frozen demon clan, anyone else would have been dead by now. Damn it, just a mere Saiyan monkey, and you've pushed me to this point. Frieza roared in frustration, his fists clenched as his energy surged once more, flashes of lightning flickering around him. Hey, you want to unleash your full power? How ridiculous. Bardock paid no mind and refrained from interrupting, wanting Frieza to truly understand the gap between them. This guy, can he still increase his power? Goku said solemnly, that bastard was just toying with us earlier, now he's finally showing his true power. The others deeply agreed. Full power. Frieza roared with fury, a thunderous explosion reverberating as his muscles suddenly bulged, completing the gathering of his full power. Now it's your turn. Frieza grinned wickedly, his body appearing before Bardock as he delivered a punch. Bang. Facing Frieza's fist, Bardock did not flinch or evade, instead bracing himself to take the hit. Bardock endured the onslaught, but strangely his body remained steady as a rock, not even retreating half a step. What? How is this possible? Frieza began to doubt his existence, retreating in terror. He had unleashed his full power, yet this Saiyan before him seemed completely unaffected. Is this all your power? You've truly disappointed me. Bardock shook his head. His physical strength was already formidable, and after becoming a Super Saiyan it had reached an even greater level. He could now stand there without defense, and Frieza's attacks couldn't even budge him.
Continuous death ray.
Frieza, furious and humiliated, unleashed a barrage of purple beams from his fingertips. Purple beams of light shot toward Bardock at incredible speed. To everyone's astonishment, Bardock merely used a single finger to block all of Frieza's attacks.
Impressive. Frieza has already lost.
Goku and the others were filled with excitement, and given the current situation, Frieza's defeat was already a foregone conclusion.
The gap between the two sides was too vast. Impossible, impossible. How could Frieza lose?
Frieza was greatly affected as he realized he was left utterly helpless. Neither physical attacks nor magical assaults had any effect on Bardock.
How can we fight now? Frieza, you have already lost. Go to hell and repent to those innocent souls.
Bardock no longer wanted to play. Frieza was already at the end of his rope, and continuing to fight seemed pointless.
It was time to send him off.
I lost. Hearing this, Frieza's mouth twitched, then he roared in fury, King Frieza will never lose.
You all shall accompany this planet in its demise.
Frieza, losing his sanity, decided to take them all down with him. If it was to be this way, it would be a mutual destruction. As far as he knew, Saiyans could not survive in space, but he could.
If he blew up this planet, those detestable Saiyans would perish in the universe.
A massive energy sphere quickly coalesced. Frieza wasted no words and directly smashed it into the ground.
As long as this energy sphere hit the surface, all Super Saiyans would be doomed. What? This guy wants to destroy this planet. Despicable villain.
Goku and the others looked horrified, but at this moment they were powerless. This energy sphere contained all of Frieza's might, and it was beyond their ability to withstand.
Dandy closed his eyes in despair.
You really are as insidious as ever. But Bardock would not let Frieza have his way. He had long anticipated Frieza's desperate move.
Swish. Bardock flashed down to the ground, and with a crackle of lightning from his right hand he unleashed a shockwave imbued with electricity. Thunder cannon.
The massive lightning shockwave tore through the sky, forcefully pushing Frieza's planet-destroying blast back, returning it right before Frieza in the blink of an eye.
Damn it.
Frieza's eyes were bloodshot with rage, but it was futile. His body was engulfed in the massive shockwave and he was thrust into outer space.
Boom.
The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the skies, and the heavens were enveloped in a thick layer of white light. Frieza's presence had completely vanished. The once mighty cosmic emperor had perished.
We did it.
Goku and the others cheered, for Frieza was truly dead this time.
That's great.
Dandy and Gohan held hands in joyful celebration. This wicked Frieza finally received the retribution he deserved.
Those fallen Namekians could finally rest in peace.
Frieza's energy has vanished. The past grievances should come to an end now.
Bardock carefully sensed, confirming that Frieza was indeed dead beyond revival.
He sighed in relief, and the golden light around him faded, returning him to his normal state. Overall, this journey to Namek yielded great rewards. Not only had he killed Frieza, but he also saved Namek from destruction and broke through to become a Super Saiyan. Although Raditz perished, it's no matter. The calm Bardock thought Piccolo has been revived, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have awakened again.
In time, the deceased Namekians and Raditz will also be brought back to life. Dad. Grandpa. Goku, Gohan and Piccolo approached.
Thank you so much for saving Namek.
Dandy sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, just a small effort on my part.
Bardock smiled and then said to Piccolo, Piccolo, contact King Kai and have him inform the God of Earth to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Frieza's gang.
I see, I understand now.
Piccolo, highly intelligent, grasped Bardock's intention. He contacted King Kai through special means and relayed the situation to him. Naturally, King Kai would not refuse such a minor request. Bardock had taken out Frieza, effectively clearing a major threat from his jurisdiction, and King Kai was grateful to Bardock. Immediately, King Kai contacted the recently revived God of Earth. The God of Earth did not hesitate, ordering Mr. Popo to summon the Eternal Dragon, and then made the wish. The once lifeless Namek was instantly filled with vitality, and all the slain Namekians were revived on the spot, including Raditz. However, the Grand Elder had died of natural causes, so he was not included in the revival.
Ha! Didn't I die?
How? Raditz suddenly sat up from the ground, looking somewhat bewildered. He remembered being ambushed and killed by Frieza before, so how was he alive now?
Haha, big brother, you were revived by the Eternal Dragon.
Goku said excitedly, draping an arm around Raditz's shoulder.
You missed it, Dad transformed into a Super Saiyan and took down Frieza. It was incredible.
What?
A Super Saiyan? Is that for real?
Raditz looked at Bardock in shock. His own father had become the legendary Super Saiyan.
It's good that you're fine.
Bardock simply smiled and said this is just the beginning, there are many in the universe far stronger than Frieza.
I'm merely a step ahead of you. With your current strength, becoming a Super Saiyan is just a matter of time.
This was not an exaggeration for Raditz. Goku and Vegeta now had battle powers exceeding 3 million.
They just needed an opportunity to break through at any moment.
Bardock, don't get too proud. Bardock's words weren't well received by Vegeta, who retorted in Kakarot and Raditz, I will definitely become a Super Saiyan before you.
When that time comes, I'll defeat you one by one. Vegeta, I look forward to your challenge.
Bardock replied with a calm smile, but now is not the time for such talk. You have sustained significant injuries, so let Dandy tend to you first.
Yes, I'll heal you right away.
Dandy was very obedient and treated each of them one by one.
Now we should take our leave.
Hey Vegeta, bring out the spaceship you stole from Bulma. Goku said the spaceship we were using was blown up by Shrag, so we can only use yours now.
TCH.
Vegeta scoffed but still retrieved the spaceship.
Wait, everyone, wait.
At that moment Elder Mu and Nail's voices came through. Everyone, you saved Namek, you are all the most esteemed guests of Namek. Elder Mu said solemnly, from now on Namek welcomes you at any time.
Your power is impressive, won't you stay? Nail looked at Piccolo. Seeing him as a fellow warrior of Namek, he could immediately tell Piccolo's strength. No, the lifestyle on Namek does not suit me.
Piccolo replied with a slight smile, however, I can promise you that if Namek encounters any danger, I will be the first to appear.
Good, I will also strive to protect Namek.
Piccolo and Nail exchanged smiles. Everything was understood without words.
Gohan, are we really going to part ways? I can't bear to see you go.
Dandy's eyes were filled with tears. Gohan was his savior and a good friend, and he couldn't bear to separate from him.
Dandy, we will definitely have the opportunity to meet again.
Gohan held Dandy's hand, speaking sincerely, if you ever get the chance to come to Earth, I'll show you around. Earth is much more fun than Namek.
Really? Then let's make a pinky promise.
Dandy's eyes sparkled, his heart was filled with excitement for Earth.
All right.
After saying goodbye to everyone, Bardock and the other warriors boarded the spaceship, and with a farewell wave from all the Namekians, the spaceship turned into a streak of light and shot away from Namek.
In a secluded space within the universe,
a woman radiating divine light sat cross-legged, her ice blue hair cascading down her back, dressed in a flowing white gown with a halo of light glowing behind her head. Beside her, specks of light danced like sprites, and at the center there was a massive pendulum clock. This pendulum clock was unlike any ordinary one, filled with countless points of light, and curiously the hour hand moved at an exceedingly slow pace.
Another failure.
The woman opened her eyes, which seemed to conceal the essence of time and space. As she opened her eyes, the surrounding points of light shattered.
In the vastness of the universe,
a spaceship was advancing.
Dad, what does a Super Saiyan look like? I haven't seen one yet. Can you transform for me to see?
Raditz kept clamoring for Bardock to transform. His curiosity about Super Saiyans piqued, eager to witness it firsthand.
You little brat, do you think I'm a god? I just barely stepped into this realm.
Bardock replied irritably, I haven't mastered it yet, how could I transform on command? In the original story, Goku also took a considerable amount of effort to become a Super Saiyan before he could do it effortlessly. Having just broken through, how could he transform at will? Raditz felt a bit disappointed. Hearing Kakarot boast about Super Saiyans being invincible made him genuinely want to see it. Vegeta sat alone in a corner, wishing to inquire about how to become a Super Saiyan, but he couldn't bring himself to ask, so he pondered alone. Piccolo was also deep in thought, his training method differing from that of the Saiyans, while Gohan hurried to finish his homework, fearing he wouldn't be able to train if his mother found out he hadn't completed it. Affected by Bardock, Gohan's dream of becoming a scholar had faded significantly. Now his priority was to cultivate and become stronger to keep up with his grandfather. As for studying, he just had to ensure he didn't fall behind.
Boom! Just as everyone was resting, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Hey Nappa, what's happening?
Have you forgotten how to pilot a spaceship after dying once? Vegeta, in a foul mood, immediately vented his frustration on Nappa.
It's not my fault. Nappa replied, puzzled, I don't know what's going on. There's a powerful energy pulling the spaceship and the defense system can't withstand it.
What?
Is that even possible?
Bardock rushed to the control panel and said, show me the view outside. We haven't run into space pirates, have we? His words were not unfounded, as there were many space pirates in the universe, such as the notorious Dorith.
I'm not sure, let's check the situation first.
Nappa quickly activated the spaceship scanner and a massive projection appeared inside.
Seeing the scene in the projection, everyone including Bardock gasped. A black hole. Aside from Goku, the others looked shocked. How unlucky to encounter a black hole. Damn it, that jinx Gak.
Bardock cursed inwardly, feeling anxious. The power of a black hole is no joke. Being in space, even as a Super Saiyan, if pulled into a black hole he would likely perish instantly.
But they couldn't survive in the vacuum of space.
This was truly a stroke of bad luck. Nappa, quickly activate the propulsion system. If we get sucked into the black hole, we're all dead. Vegeta's face turned grim. He hadn't become a Super Saiyan yet. How could he die in a black hole? He knew the spaceship had a speed-up system. He just hoped it would work. Nappa didn't dare delay, quickly activating the propulsion system, and the spaceship emitted a flame that propelled it forward. However, facing the black hole's gravitational pull, the ship advanced less than 100 meters before being sucked back. Damn it, the propulsion system is useless, damn it. Nappa roared incessantly, but he was at a loss. No matter how advanced the technology, it must yield to a black hole. Are we really going to die here? Goku was also panicking. He wasn't afraid of death, but dying like this felt too frustrating. Bardock's expression kept changing. He looked at Goku, then at Raditz, finally fixing his gaze on Gohan. Seemingly having made an important decision, Bardock took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Nappa, open the spaceship's hatch." "Ha! Bardock, what are you planning?" Nappa looked at Bardock incredulously, unsure of his intentions. "Bardock, you..." Piccolo seemed to guess Bardock's plan and grabbed him tightly. "Piccolo, this is the only way." Bardock didn't explain further, shoving Nappa aside and pressing the hatch's opening button. A surge of energy erupted, pushing everyone back as he leaped out into space. "Dad!" At this moment, even Goku understood Bardock's intentions. He couldn't help but roar in anger, wanting to rush out to stop him. However, it was too late. Bardock unleashed a blast of energy that sent Goku back into the spaceship while he flew towards the black hole. "Kakarot, you are the hope of the Saiyans. Even if I die, you must survive." Bardock's gaze was resolute in this critical moment. His hair turned golden and golden flames ignited around him. "Get back!" He formed an energy shield around himself, and despite being pulled by the terrifying gravitational force, he remained steadfast, turning to the spaceship and firing a Kamehameha. The blue Kamehameha cut through the dark universe, striking the spaceship, the powerful energy propelling it away from the black hole. Bardock controlled his power well, ensuring the spaceship wasn't destroyed. "Kakarot, farewell." Bardock shouted this phrase as his body was completely engulfed by the black hole. "Dad! Old man! Grandpa!" Witnessing Bardock being swallowed by the black hole, Goku, Raditz, and Gohan kept pounding the floor. Bardock had chosen to take such a risk to save them. "Bardock!" Piccolo fell silent, filled with respect for Bardock but also deep regret. "What are you all mourning about? Isn't there still the Dragon Balls on Earth?" The only one remaining calm was Vegeta, who crossed his arms and said, "Even if Bardock really died, as long as we return to Earth, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive him, you bunch of fools." "Right, how did I forget about that?" Though Vegeta's words were harsh, Goku's eyes lit up. "Right, how could he have forgotten this?" Now the group's sorrow quickly dissipated. "Alright, full speed ahead back to Earth." Goku clenched his fists, vowing that upon returning to Earth he would summon Shenron to revive Bardock. What is this? After Bardock was sucked into the black hole, he did not experience the sensation of his body being torn apart as he had imagined. He widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and found himself in a silvery tunnel-like space. This tunnel-like space was filled with shattered points of light which seemed to flow backwards incessantly. What is going on? Could it be that this is what it's like inside a black hole? Bardock had never encountered such a situation before and had no idea what was happening. However, for now it seemed that his life was preserved. But what does this mean? My body cannot move. Where does this tunnel lead? Bardock realized he couldn't move and could only watch helplessly as the scenes around him retreated. With no other option, he closed his eyes to meditate. Since his body couldn't move and he had no idea when it would end, he might as well meditate to strengthen his mental power. True to being a purebred Saiyan, he never forgot to train even in such an environment. Bardock's mind constantly recalled the feeling of transforming into a Super Saiyan and battling Frieza. He repeatedly relived that sensation, and his body occasionally shimmered with golden light. His hair changed from black to yellow and back again. Although his body was immobile, his energy remained. Initially it took Bardock a long time to successfully transform, but as time passed the time required for his transformation became shorter. In the end it only took a single thought for him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wonderful, I can finally master it. Bardock stopped meditating. He didn't know how long had passed, but he was already certain that he could transform at will. At the same time, his combat power had also made significant progress. With a mere thought, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Buzzing. Just then a strange occurrence happened. The shattered points of light scattered throughout the tunnel seemed to be drawn by some force, all rushing into Bardock's body. What? Bardock was startled and quickly tried to channel energy to expel these points of light from his body. However, it was futile. Once these points of light entered his body, they completely fused with his flesh and blood. Bardock hurriedly used his energy to scan his body, worried that something sinister had entered him. But to his confusion, his body was intact with no abnormalities. Yet Bardock did not let his guard down, carefully probing every corner of his body.
What's going on? Why is there an energy in my aura similar to the one that Jebet uses for instant transmission? At that moment Bardock finally sensed something was wrong.
He discovered that there had been some changes in his aura. This change felt somewhat familiar, as the mutated energy was strikingly similar to the energy Jebet used during his instant transmission.
Of course, this did not mean that their energies were identical. Could it be?
Bardock had some speculations in his heart. To verify, he closed his eyes again and carefully observed the situation within his body. He did not know how much time had passed when a round archway emitting white light appeared before Bardock.
Oh, I can move my body now. Bardock's eyes lit up.
He had no idea how long he had been in the tunnel and thought he would never see an end. Now that an archway appeared, did this mean he could leave through it? Without any hesitation, Bardock dove into the archway, and in the next second he landed on solid ground. As Bardock departed, the mysterious tunnel space also vanished. Where is this place? Bardock surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a desolate ruin. All around were crumbling buildings, the ground littered with destroyed vehicles, and more importantly, there wasn't a single person in sight.
Describing it as lifeless would not be an exaggeration.
How is this place so similar to Earth? Bardock furrowed his brows and carefully sensed the area, speaking in a low voice. I can sense human energy, but it's very sparse.
What's going on? What exactly happened here?
Although the human energy was very weak, Bardock could still feel it, just that the numbers were extremely few, not even 1,000. To clarify the situation, Bardock flew into the sky, heading towards the source of the human energy. The more he saw along the way, the heavier his heart became.
This place was no different from a dead city.
There were no signs of life, and everywhere were devastated buildings.
Not to mention humans, there wasn't even a single animal. This energy is...
Just then Bardock suddenly stopped.
He turned to look northwest, his eyes widening in surprise. This energy, is it Gohan? How is that possible? When did Gohan's energy become so strong? Not only Gohan, but there's another energy slightly weaker, and also Bulma's energy.
Bardock was increasingly astonished.
Although Gohan had become stronger, he was definitely not this powerful now.
This energy was already comparable to his own.
Perfect, I can try that move to see if my speculation is correct. Bardock slowly closed his eyes, and in the next second he vanished from his spot.
When he reappeared, he was on a very distant hillside. Indeed, my speculation was correct. Those shattered points of light are the energy of time and space.
What I just used was instant transmission. Unlike the instant transmission of the Yardrat people, his instant transmission is the same as Jebet's.
It doesn't require sensing energy to reach anywhere, unlike the Yardrat people's instant transmission, which cannot go to places without energy. From the moment he sensed that his energy was the same as Jebet's during his instant transmission, he had a vague suspicion. Later, after digesting all the energy from those shattered points of light, he comprehended instant transmission himself. It was just that he couldn't try it out in that tunnel space, and now that he has successfully used it, he can finally confirm that those shattered points of light contain the energy of time and space. However, he did not know how this time and space energy was formed or how it appeared in that strange tunnel. But now it wasn't the time to think about these things. He needed to figure out the current situation first.
Dad! How could this be?
Just then a voice filled with surprise reached Bardock's ears.
Bardock was taken aback.
Before his eyes stood a one-armed youth and a boy with blue hair.
This one-armed youth resembled an adult version of Gohan, while the blue-haired boy bore some resemblance to Vegeta. Seeing these two, Bardock exclaimed, Gohan!
Trunks!
He realized, so I've unexpectedly arrived in the future world.
Upon seeing the young Trunks, he already knew where he was. This was still Earth, but a different timeline. In this timeline, Goku had died from a heart disease, and the Dragon Ball warriors, including Vegeta, were killed by the androids 17 and 18.
Only Gohan and Trunks remained. You're not my father. Gohan widened his eyes and spoke solemnly. Although you look like my father, your demeanor is completely different, and my father doesn't have a tail. Who exactly are you?
At the moment he saw Bardock, future Gohan instinctively thought he was Son Goku. But upon closer comparison he realized they were not the same person at all. The difference in their demeanor was too vast. Goku was innocent and cheerful, while Bardock was mature and composed.
The most obvious distinction was that Goku did not have a tail. The young Trunks was full of curiosity. This person had a tail. Could he be a Saiyan? Gohan, you might not believe me, but I am not Kakarot.
Bardock explained, I am Bardock, Kakarot's father, which makes me your grandfather.
Ha! Upon hearing this, Gohan and Trunks were utterly shocked. But I heard Uncle Vegeta say you had died long ago. Gohan still found it hard to believe. After all, it was too outrageous. Don't rush, let me explain.
Bardock then detailed how he came from the past and accidentally arrived in the future due to a time-space black hole.
Gohan and Trunks were in a daze for a long time. I see, no wonder you look so much like my father. Gohan took a deep breath and said, I never expected that there wouldn't just be one timeline and that the events of the past are completely different from those in our timeline.
In the future timeline, I am and Bardock had long since died and Frieza was defeated by Son Goku. Indeed, the universe is vast and boundless with countless timelines existing simultaneously, each with different historical developments.
Bardock explained.
These things he originally did not know, but through Kakaroto's past memories he had learned many secrets.
He even knew that future Gohan would soon perish at the hands of the androids. However, since he had come here, he would not allow Gohan to fight alone. After all, future Gohan could be considered his grandson. They're just androids, nothing to worry about. Grandpa. Gohan's voice faltered.
After all his relatives and friends had perished, meeting a close relative was a rare joy, filling his heart with happiness.
At last he was no longer alone. Good. Bardock nodded and then looked at Gohan's empty sleeve, asking, did you lose your hand because of the androids? That's right. Gohan replied solemnly, the androids are powerful.
In an unknown situation I am not afraid of them, but since there are two of them I can barely hold my ground alone.
Gohan, you fought alone for so many years, it must have been tough for you.
Bardock patted Gohan's shoulder and comforted him, but now you don't have to worry. I will fight alongside you to defeat the androids. A bunch of scrap metal has no right to act recklessly. Currently his strength had just entered the Super Saiyan phase, but his normal combat power was already higher than Gohan's.
Moreover, with his mastery of instant transmission, defeating one of the androids should not pose a problem.
Don't underestimate the androids, they're really formidable and they have unlimited stamina, which makes them quite troublesome.
Trunks, who was standing by, couldn't help but remind Bardock. He felt Bardock was slightly underestimating the enemy. Ha ha, Trunks, you don't resemble your father Vegeta at all. Bardock laughed heartily. Your father Vegeta, though reckless, never fears strong enemies.
That is the pride of the Saiyans. Even against the strongest foes they will fight to the end. Pure-blooded Saiyans and hybrid Saiyans are just not the same. In the future world, Gohan and Trunks tend to lack a certain fierceness when faced with insurmountable foes. In contrast, pure-blooded Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta react to strong enemies with excitement rather than fear.
Trunks was left speechless. Having been born shortly after Vegeta's death, he knew nothing about Vegeta's character.
Don't worry with me here, the future world won't fall into darkness again, Bardock said.
For now, let's not discuss that. Can you take me to get something to eat? I am very hungry. He was indeed very hungry after the battle with Frieza on Namek and experiencing the time-space black hole. He hadn't eaten anything.
Ahaha, Grandpa, that sounds just like Dad.
Hearing this familiar line, Gohan couldn't help but smile for the first time in a long while.
Originally he intended to fight the androids alone, but now with Bardock's arrival the thought had vanished.
Perhaps teaming up with Grandpa could indeed defeat those two demons. With this hopeful mindset, Gohan led Bardock to Bulma's residence in West City.
Future Bulma was already aging, and upon learning that Bardock was from the past and was Gohan's grandfather, she was greatly surprised.
Time-space black hole.
A spark of inspiration flickered in Bulma's mind. She was conducting a secret research project but had hit a bottleneck. Now, after hearing Bardock's story, many of her questions had been answered.
Mr. Bardock, come, there's plenty to eat here.
Bulma took out a large amount of food from the universal capsule and then hurried off to continue her research without looking back. She was confident that soon she would invent an earth-shattering machine.
Wait, Bulma. At that moment, Bardock suddenly called out to Bulma.
Ha!
What is it, Mr. Bardock? Bulma stopped and looked at him curiously.
I want to ask, are there still spaceships available?
Spaceships? Not only Bulma but Gohan and Trunks were also puzzled, unsure why Bardock was asking about this.
Currently there are none available, but if you need a spaceship with the resources I have at hand, it will take about 2 months to manufacture it. Bulma felt somewhat apologetic due to the androids. Many places in the future world had been devastated, leading to a severe shortage of scientific materials.
If materials were sufficient with Bulma's scientific technology in the future, she could produce a spaceship in just 1 day. 2 months, huh? That's fine.
Bardock pondered for a moment and said, please help me make a spaceship.
Grandpa, why do you need a spaceship at this time? Are you planning to go to space? Gohan couldn't help but ask. That's right, I want to resurrect the Dragon Balls.
Eh?
The Dragon Balls. Bardock's words startled Gohan, Goten and Trunks.
In this era, the Dragon Balls had vanished along with Piccolo's death. Indeed, Bardock explained, though the Guardian perished with Piccolo, that does not render the Dragon Balls unusable. All we need is to travel to Namek, locate an Namekian and bring him to Earth to assume the role of the new Guardian, then the Dragon Balls will function once more.
This method was inspired by Goku's actions in the main timeline. Is that even possible? Gohan asked, astonished yet puzzled. But Grandpa, whom should we choose? Surely we can't just pick any Namekian at random. Moreover, the original Namek was destroyed by Frieza, and we have no idea where the new Namek lies. Heh, he's easy to find. Once I've dealt with the androids, I'll simply consult the KO for the coordinates of the new Namek. As for the new Guardian, I've already decided. You know him well, Gohan. Me. I know him. Gohan froze, then realization struck. Grandpa, do you mean Dend?
Among all Namekians, Dend was the one he knew best.
Exactly, Dend.
Though not a warrior, he is a prodigious Namekian genius. Trust me, he is the ideal candidate for Guardian.
Wonderful.
If the Dragon Balls truly return, hope will be restored to the world.
Gohan clenched his fists.
With the Dragon Balls, this alien world, so unfamiliar now, could finally change. His only regret, those who had perished over a year ago could not be revived. But how do we contact the KO you mentioned?
Bulma interjected, the crux of the matter.
She had heard Goku speak of the KO before, a deity even higher than the Guardian, but how precisely could one reach him?
Don't worry, I have a way, Bardock replied with a smile. First let's fill our stomachs, then go settle the score with the androids.
In truth, the spacecraft wasn't necessary at all. If Bardock so wished, he could instantly teleport straight to the new Namek.
Yet he chose not to. If he solved every problem himself, the younger generation would never develop the drive to grow.
Moreover, as a traveler from another timeline, aiding Gohan against the androids was already an exception, granted solely because Gohan was his own grandson. Other matters, however trivial, were best left to the younger generation to resolve. Bulma gazed at Bardock's confident expression, and for a moment her thoughts drifted.
That look was achingly familiar.
She felt as though she were gazing upon Goku himself long ago.
A quiet warmth settled within her. She smiled faintly, then slipped away into her laboratory.
Bardock paid no mind. Gripping two drumsticks, he devoured them with gusto, his terrifying appetite rivaling, even surpassing Goku's.
Gohan and Trunks watched in silence.
Their hearts raced, not with hunger but with tension and exhilaration.
All right, in full.
Rising to his feet after the meal, Bardock declared, Gohan, do you know where the androids are?
Let's go eliminate those two scrap metal abominations, now. I do. Though the androids emitted no ki, Gohan had tracked their movements relentlessly, and thus knew their location precisely. Gohan brother. Uncle Bardock. I'm coming too.
Seeing Gohan and Bardock prepare for battle, Trunks eagerly stepped forward.
Trunks, you're still too weak. Going with us would place you in grave danger. Gohan frowned.
A Super Saiyan level clash would shake heaven and earth. Even observing such a fight would endanger Trunks.
No, I must witness firsthand as you destroy the androids.
Yet Trunks stood firm, stubbornness blazing in his eyes, a trait uncannily reminiscent of Vegeta.
Let him come, Gohan.
Bardock clapped Trunks on the shoulder and grinned. I'll ensure nothing happens to him, and this battle will benefit him greatly.
Trunks, watch closely. Learn well. Don't shame your father's name.
Yes, sir.
Trunks answered loudly, eyes alight with fervor.
Meanwhile, in the past timeline's Earth, exactly 1 year had passed since Bardock defeated Frieza and the Dragon Balls had become usable once again.
What is your wish? I shall grant one.
The colossal Shenron coiled through the sky, his crimson eyes fixed upon those below. Shenron, please revive a Saiyan named Bardock.
Goku shouted, flanked by Gohan, Piccolo and Raditz.
As for Vegeta and Nappa, they had retreated directly to the gravity chamber upon returning from Namek and remained there training relentlessly. Curiously, the two behaved like incorrigible squatters taking up permanent residence in Bulma's home, refusing to leave no matter how many times they were urged to depart.
This left Bulma seething with resentment, yet for reasons unknown she never actually expelled Vegeta. Goku stared at Shenron, heart pounding.
He could never forget the moment Bardock sacrificed himself to save them all. Now that the Dragon Balls were active once more, he summoned them without delay.
That wish is simple.
Shenron's eyes pulsed with crimson light, yet after a pause he intoned, regrettably, your wish cannot be granted. The Saiyan Bardock has not perished. Please choose another wish.
What? Dad isn't dead.
Goku and the others exchanged stunned glances. How could anyone survive being swallowed by a black hole?
Nonetheless, profound relief washed over them.
Though the wish failed, knowing Bardock lived was worth far more.
That was infinitely better than anything else.
But if Bardock lives, why hasn't he returned to Earth?
Piccolo asked, brow furrowed. Right. Goku smacked his forehead. If Bardock survived, why hasn't he come back even after a whole year? Could something have happened to him?
Shenron, tell us where Bardock is now.
Raditz demanded.
I apologize, I lack the power to perceive beyond the boundaries of spacetime.
Beyond spacetime? What does that mean?
Does it mean Bardock is no longer in this world? Piccolo frowned, his intellect vast as it was struggled to grasp Shenron's meaning. Precisely. This timeline holds no trace of him. Do you have another wish? Shenron asked. No need, Shenron, we won't make a wish this time, Piccolo replied. Instantly Shenron dissolved into 7 shimmering beams of light. If even Shenron could not locate Bardock, then wasting a wish would serve no purpose. Piccolo, what exactly is going on? Goku was completely bewildered by the dragon's words and had to ask Piccolo for clarification. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure either. Piccolo replied heavily, but one thing is certain, Bardock is currently not on Earth nor even in the universe. If he were still in this universe, no matter how far away the dragon could locate him. The fact that even the dragon doesn't know means Bardock has gone to an unknown place. Is that so? Goku felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, saying, "Sigh, I wonder when Dad will come back. It's been a long time since we sparred." Upon learning that Bardock was still alive, Goku's worries had actually been put to rest. Now he was eager to let Bardock see his strength. It's worth mentioning that Goku had already entered the realm of Super Saiyan. This story goes back to shortly after they returned to Earth when Frieza's brother Cooler attacked. Faced with Cooler, who had 4 transformations, Goku was at a loss despite using all his strength. However, Cooler was reckless, insisting on attacking Gohan and almost killing him. This ultimately led to an enraged Goku breaking through his limits and successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then decisively eliminated Cooler. I also want to fight Dad and show him my current strength. Raditz was also somewhat disappointed. Not only Goku, but he too was the second to become a Super Saiyan after Goku. This matter is somewhat interesting. After Raditz returned to Earth, he chose not to stay there but instead wandered in the universe, clearing out Frieza's remnants. During this time, Goku contributed significantly, and the two brothers happened to pass by planet Adatella, where they learned the instant transmission technique. Once Raditz and Goku encountered Frieza and Cooler's father, King Cold. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Bardock killed Frieza and Goku defeated Cooler, which created immense hatred. So upon meeting, King Cold immediately declared war. That battle was extremely brutal, as King Cold possessed 4 transformations just like Cooler, even more than Frieza, with strength far exceeding both. Even after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for King Cold. In a life-and-death moment, Raditz, angry at his own weakness, successfully awakened his Super Saiyan form. The two Super Saiyans combined their strength to defeat King Cold. Afterward, Raditz forcefully incorporated King Cold's forces into his own. However, Goku had little interest in these matters and rarely ventured into the universe afterward. Kakarot, I'm going back to the Saiyan Alliance. Raditz said Frieza's minions have mostly been cleared out, but Cooler's forces are still causing havoc. I need to return to oversee the Saiyan Alliance. Speaking of Cooler's remaining forces, Raditz couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. These bastards were incredibly cunning, always engaging in guerrilla warfare, causing significant losses to his Saiyan Alliance. He wanted to return to base and decisively eliminate Cooler's forces. Uncle, I want to go with you. At that moment, Gohan excitedly said. During this past year, he had often followed Raditz into battles across the universe. Fortunately, he hadn't fallen behind in his studies. Despite being under 8 years old, he had already advanced through the university curriculum, truly a child prodigy. It was precisely because of this extraordinary academic talent that Shishi did not impose many restrictions. Currently, she had no time to manage Goku and Gohan, as she was busy running a restaurant. Interestingly, due to her collaboration with Bulma's Capsule Corporation, Shishi's restaurant had become the most famous on Earth, with no fewer than 100 branches, making her a bona fide wealthy woman. Alright, just let your mother know. Raditz ruffled Gohan's hair, quite pleased with this nephew. Not only did Gohan possess immense potential, but he was also well-rounded, serving as a model genius among the younger generation in Raditz's Saiyan Alliance. As for Piccolo, he was spending less time with Gohan now, but it did not affect their bond. He still enjoyed cultivating alone, occasionally sparring with Goku. This balance of work and rest allowed Piccolo's combat power to rise steadily. Let's go, Piccolo, it's time for us to train. Watching Gohan leave with Raditz, Goku said nothing. With Raditz around, Gohan could receive excellent training, which made him happy. Damn Kakarot and Raditz. On the balcony of Bulma's house, Vegeta tightly gripped the railing, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Because Goku and Raditz had already left him far behind. Although his base power had increased significantly, he still couldn't break through the Super Saiyan barrier. This made him furious. He dreamed every night of Goku and Raditz transforming into Super Saiyans. Hey Bulma, hurry and get me a spaceship. I want to train in the universe. In the end, Vegeta could no longer endure it. He had now fallen far behind, and coupled with reaching a bottleneck, training in the gravity chamber had yielded minimal improvement. He desperately needed an opportunity to break through.
Bulma came over supporting her waist, her belly already round and clearly pregnant. Vegeta, the baby is about to be born. Are you really going to train in the universe?
Bulma understood Vegeta's feelings and comforted him, saying, should we let Nappa accompany you?
Her child was expected to arrive in a month or two. Even Goku and the others were unaware of this. Naturally, she hoped that when the baby was born, Vegeta would be by her side. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to him, after living on Earth for a year, his original hostility had dissipated considerably. Had it been the Vegeta who first arrived on Earth, he would never have agreed. Don't worry, I will make it back in time. Vegeta ultimately agreed, saying you should stay put during this time. As for Nappa, let it be. That guy doesn't have time to train right now. Speaking of Nappa's current situation, everyone was taken aback. Because this guy had now become a globally recognized top action star. Once Nappa was discovered by a talent scout on the street who invited him to act in a movie. Nappa initially wanted to refuse, but his curiosity got the better of him and he ended up shooting an action film. To everyone's surprise, Nappa demonstrated impressive acting talent, completing various high-difficulty stunts without needing a double. Since then, Nappa became an instant sensation, with directors seeking him out for roles in droves, and his pay skyrocketed. As for Nappa himself, he reveled in the spotlight, discovering that he enjoyed the feeling of being in the limelight. Of course, despite becoming an action star, Nappa did not neglect his training. No matter how busy he was, he would still carve out time to train. Go for it, Vegeta. If Goku and Raditz can become Super Saiyans, I believe you can too. Bulma smiled encouragingly at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta snorted, taking the capsule. Bulma handed him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he turned away. In a future world amidst the ruins filled with rubble and debris, a golden-haired girl was relentlessly bombarding a still intact skyscraper. The golden-haired girl possessed a stunningly beautiful face, yet at this moment her expression was twisted with rage as she continuously unleashed energy blasts. Behind the girl stood a boy wrapped in a red scarf, resting his chin on his hand and observing. He was handsome, with long hair parted in the middle, enhancing his charming demeanor. These two were none other than future No. 17 and No. 18, modified by Dr. Gero. Hey No. 18, is it really worth getting this angry over losing a video game? I don't care. I just want to vent. Where are the humans? No. 17 spread his hands, looking helpless. Where have all the humans gone? No. 18 gritted her teeth in frustration. They've almost all been exterminated by us. No. 17 sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed them so quickly. Now that they're all gone, we have nothing to play with. Is that so? If there's nothing to play with, I'll play with you. Just then a commanding voice resonated from the sky. Bardock, arms crossed, slowly descended from above, his expression exuding authority. Beside him were Gohan and Trunks, looking alert. Son Goku. Upon seeing Bardock, both No. 17 and No. 18 were taken aback. Wait, Son Goku died from a heart disease, didn't he? How is he suddenly here? Bardock replied lightly, I am not Son Goku, but Son Goku is my son. You two scrap metal dare to call yourselves androids. Not much skill, yet your attitude is quite arrogant. His nonchalant tone clearly showed he did not regard the two seriously. Gohan felt a cold sweat break out. This grandfather was a bit fierce. As for Trunks, his face was full of admiration, thinking how cool and imposing Bardock was. Oh. The father of Son Goku. No. 17 sized Bardock up with curiosity, saying he looks exactly the same, but his aura is completely different. Interesting. You say we are scrap metal? No. 18 was already enraged, and now Bardock's words only fueled her anger as she coldly retorted, we lack skill. What a joke. Perfect timing for me to let off some steam. With a swift motion, No. 18 charged directly at Bardock, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Grandpa, be careful. Gohan couldn't help but warn Bardock as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks, seeing the battle begin, quickly retreated to a safe distance. A woman dares to act so arrogantly. Get lost. Bardock showed no mercy because No. 18 was a woman. He tightened his fists and charged towards her with immense speed. Bang. No. 18, enraged and overconfident, took a solid punch from Bardock. Her body flew backward, crashing into several already dilapidated buildings. No. 17, watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, realizing that this self-proclaimed father of Son Goku had some real power to injure No. 18. Interesting. No. 17 clapped his hands in praise to be able to knock No. 18 back. You have some skill. Let me play with you. Bardock glanced at No. 17, aware that this android was slightly stronger than No. 18. Wait, no. 17, this guy is mine, I am genuinely angry now. No.
18 charged back once more, though her hair was disheveled and her denim jacket was quite torn.
Your opponent is me. A flash of golden light appeared as Gohan stood in front of No.
18, his emerald green eyes filled with killing intent.
Son Gohan, you really have a short memory. No.
18 scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. How many times have you lost to us?
A stray dog thinks he can fight me. Gohan retorted, speaking the truth.
In an unknown fight he had no fear of No.
18. You're looking for death. No.
18 was evidently provoked by Gohan's words, vanishing from her spot in an instant.
Gohan, unwilling to be outdone, also moved at high speed, engaging in an intense aerial battle with No. 18.
Their colliding energies created explosive sounds in the sky.
Now it's your turn, scrap metal. Make your move. Bardock was utterly arrogant, disregarding No. 17's displeased expression as he beckoned him with his finger. You're quite arrogant, but the more arrogant one dies faster. No. 17's expression grew increasingly cold.
He lifted his foot slightly, and in the next moment he appeared before Bardock, delivering a sweeping kick.
Bardock's fighting style was different from Goku's. He did not like to test the waters, directly transforming into Super Saiyan. Bang.
He simply raised his arm to easily block No.
17's sweeping kick. Poof. No.
17 snorted coldly, flipping twice in the air before firing an energy blast at Bardock.
Bardock effortlessly swatted it away with a single hand.
However, taking advantage of his infinite energy, No.
17 frantically unleashed energy blasts.
In an instant the sky was filled with a barrage of energy blasts. Infinite energy really allows for recklessness. Bardock sighed, but he would not sit idly by. A brilliant golden light erupted from him as he transformed into a golden streak, forcefully breaking through the dense barrage of energy blasts like an unstoppable wild dragon.
What? No.
17's expression changed slightly. This Saiyan was actually able to forcefully break through his offense. Even more terrifying was that this guy completely disregarded defense. None of his attacks could harm him. What kind of body strength is this? But he had no time to think, as Bardock had already rushed in front of him and threw a punch.
Boom. No. 17 could not evade and could only brace himself, retaliating with a punch.
Their fists collided against each other's cheeks and a massive energy burst created a white energy ring.
Haven't you eaten? Is this all the power you have? Taking No.
17's punch. Bardock remained largely unharmed with his current body strength. No.
17's physical attack was insufficient to breach his defenses. However, No. 17 did not possess such strong physique.
After taking Bardock's punch, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
Don't get too cocky. Roar. No. 17 shouted, fiercely charging forward to grapple with Bardock. Bardock was completely unafraid, trading punches and kicks. There were no fancy moves, it was a simple and brutal fight.
Their figures flickered back and forth in the sky, the intense energy shaking the ground violently. The intensity of this battle was even greater than that of Gohan and No.
18. So impressive. Uncle Bardock is truly remarkable.
On a tilted building, Trunks was filled with excitement as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, Android 17 is actually at a disadvantage while Uncle Bardock is growing stronger with every battle, even surpassing Brother Gohan. Though still young, his mind was mature. Observing the battle on the sidelines, he was gaining invaluable insights, completely focused and not daring to divert his attention from the two battlefields.
Bardock and 17 were locked in an intense battle and Gohan was not lagging behind.
Gohan's power was on par with 17, and now facing the relatively weaker 18 alone, he had completely taken control of the battle's rhythm.
Against Gohan's ferocious assault, 18 appeared to be in a tight spot.
Unlike the Gohan from the past timeline, the future Gohan possessed significant battle experience, easily seizing every opening for counterattacks. In contrast, 18 seemed lacking. Despite her advantage of limitless energy, her combat skills were truly inadequate.
Once Gohan got in close, she could only defend and take hits. Damn it.
With her hands guarding in front, 18 endured Gohan's relentless iron fists that seemed to come crashing down like a storm, forcing her to retreat step by step. As 18 was nearly cornered, Gohan prepared to strike decisively when a green energy ball suddenly flew in, hitting Gohan squarely.
Puff. Gohan was caught off guard and sent flying, blood spitting from his mouth.
It was precisely because of this that 18 found a moment of respite. She quickly looked up and saw that it was 17 who had noticed her dire situation and came to her aid. You're still distracted while at a disadvantage.
You're finished. Bardock looked at 17 as if he were a fool.
To be distracted while fighting an opponent of the same level was courting death.
He was not like Goku. Bardock seized the opportunity and drove his knee hard into 17's abdomen. Wow.
17's stomach felt as if it had been punctured, bending over in pain.
Bardock would not let this opportunity slip.
He kicked 17 under the chin, sending him soaring into the air, and then with a flash of golden aura he appeared behind 17 and delivered a devastating elbow strike to his back.
In a fluid series of attacks, 17 was being tossed around like a ball.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Bardock was enjoying the fight, a sudden whistling sound came from below and a storm of pink rays surged upwards. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that 18 had come to provide support. Bardock had no way to dodge and was hit by the overwhelming pink rays, resulting in a massive explosion. It was this interference that granted 17 a momentary chance to catch his breath.
With a face full of horror, he stared ahead, realizing how terrifying this Saiyan was.
In battle he fought like a madman, completely reckless, showing no defense against his attacks. But the downside was that the opponent's body was as tough as steel and his attacks were hardly effective.
Did I succeed? 17 and 18 watched the explosion sight, knowing that what just occurred was 18's full force attack and it should have yielded some results.
However, when the smoke cleared, the two were utterly dumbfounded. Bardock, aside from his battlesuit being shredded, had no serious injuries.
No wonder you're an android. Even at full force I could still feel pain.
Bardock looked at his still smoking, trembling hands and had a good understanding of the situation. In terms of combat power, if the opponent did not go all out, they could not breach his defenses.
For instance, 18's full force strike could make him feel pain, but it was clearly not enough to injure him. Damn this monster.
18's expression turned extremely ugly as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's kill him together, 17." Before she could finish, a powerful punch struck her, sending her flying.
Your opponent is me. Don't think you can team up again. Gohan slowly ascended from the ground.
He had been ambushed by 17, sustaining noticeable injuries, but thankfully nothing serious.
Son Gohan.
18 was furious, stabilizing her stance and rushing at Gohan, conjuring multiple pink energy balls in her hands.
The energy balls whistled past, transforming midair into a form resembling a chi blade. Not this move again. Gohan was quite familiar with it, having suffered greatly from it before.
However, without needing to worry about 17 now, Gohan found it much easier. His body suddenly split into multiple afterimages and 18's attacks all struck his illusions.
Oh. Multi-shadow fist.
Bardock, watching from the air, noticed Gohan's technique and smiled slightly, no longer concerned.
With Gohan's strength, defeating 18 was not a problem. For now it was best to deal with 17 first. Alright, scrap metal, it's time for you to go.
Bardock suddenly unleashed his aura, lightning flickering in his right hand, instantly forming a massive energy ball.
Lightning cannon.
The flickering thunderous wave sliced through the sky, smashing towards 17 with overwhelming force, creating violent energy waves that scattered the clouds.
Force field. Faced with the incoming shockwave, 17's face changed dramatically.
Sensing the threat of death, he dared not be careless and immediately activated his protective shield.
This shield was 17's trump card and could withstand any attack. Boom.
Like a meteor crashing into Earth, Bardock's lightning cannon struck 17's shield but was stopped, the raging lightning failing to break through.
Did you think you'd be safe just because you put up a shell? Bardock was not surprised. He knew about 17's trick.
He slowly brought his palms together, raising his energy to its peak as the golden aura surged.
Haim, ha! Bardock unleashed his full-powered Kamehameha.
The Kamehameha and lightning cannon combined, causing an explosive increase in energy that shook the entire area as fierce winds expanded outward. Even Trunks, watching from a distance, was blown away by this force.
What?
17's eyes widened as he saw his shield beginning to crack.
Bardock's energy was so immense that it exceeded the shield's capacity. Crack!
A sharp sound of shattering pierced the air as 17's shield instantly broke apart.
No!
The raging energy engulfed 17, and after a flash of light, nothing remained of him.
17. 18 was shocked to see 17 being eliminated, completely bewildered. Even Gohan was a bit stunned. Gohan, what are you doing?
Hurry up and finish this, stop dragging it out.
Bardock urged Gohan, who was taking too long.
Wu Fan regained his senses and fixed his gaze on Android 18, his voice laced with murderous intent. "You androids have reduced our world to ruin. Countless Earthlings perished by your hands. Now go to hell and beg forgiveness from the innocents you murdered." A formidable aura rose from Wu Fan. With the only remaining arm pressed to his brow, he uttered the name of the technique: Special Beam Cannon Magwan Guan Sha Pao. He fired Piccolo's ultimate attack while silently thinking, "Uncle Baiku, I have avenged you."
No.
Android 18, already bereft of will after Android 17's death, could not muster a shield. The special beam cannon tore through her body. Crimson blood spurted forth. A great hole opened in Android 18's abdomen, her eyes instantly lost the light of life and her body burst apart in midair. The wicked deeds of Android 17 and Android 18 had finally cost them their lives.
Well done, Wu Fan.
Bardock smiled with relief, then returned to his normal form and descended.
Grandfather, thank you, Wu Fan said with wet eyes and trembling excitement. Without you, who knows when this hellish era would have seen peace.
Foolish child, what are you saying? Bardock replied, patting Wu Fan on the shoulder.
Wu Fan, Uncle Bardock Talon Kasi flew over at that moment, face alight with admiration. Uncle, you were incredible, you defeated Android 17 so easily. The young Talon Kasi now regarded Bardock as an idol.
Haha, it's nothing, Bardock laughed, it was merely a trifle.
Bardock laughed and ruffled Talon Kasi's hair. Alright, let's return first. Back home I will teach you to train and make you into a Super Saiyan.
As for what comes next, I will not interfere further, leave it to the people of this era to handle.
Yes, grandfather, we will restore this world, they answered.
Wu Fan nodded firmly. Bardock had solved his greatest crisis and he could not in good conscience trouble him further with city reconstruction and development. As for Talon Kasi, he was overjoyed at the thought of Bardock teaching him to become a Super Saiyan.
Meanwhile, elsewhere.
On a planet in the bygone world, Vegeta stood alone atop a mountain peak, his body smeared with blood. Above him, meteorites rained down without pause.
Kakaluo Tela DZ Bardock, he roared as he smashed meteor after meteor with his fists. I will not fall behind you. I must become a Super Saiyan.
He shattered a dozen meteorites in succession, but a colossal meteor bore down upon him.
Struck by the impact, Vegeta was slammed into the earth and plunged into the depths below. His wounds worsened, yet Vegeta remained upright by sheer tenacity.
He recalled what had transpired since he first came to Earth.
First he had been cowed by Bardock's strength, then bested by the lower-ranking warrior Kakaluo Te.
On Namek he was pummeled by Sherlagu, and before Fuli saw he was felled by a single blow. What stung most was that he had been saved by the very lower-class warrior he had despised. All of this swelled within him into an unprecedented fury.
I refuse to believe I will fail, he snarled.
The rage burst the shackles within his body and a domineering earth-shaking aura suddenly surged heavenward.
Vegeta's spirit rose as never before with a roar. Golden light shot into the sky.
His hair turned gold and his body blazed with a golden flame.
Ha ha ha.
I have done it, he laughed to the heavens, reveling in the bodily transformation and the incomparable power that now coursed through him. He had awaited this moment for so long. He had finally broken through, no longer forced to bow his head before those low-ranking warriors. With a dull thud he collapsed to the ground, exhausted from the effort. The future world. Half a year had passed since the defeat of the androids. In those 6 months Wu Fan had traveled by spaceship to Namek and successfully brought Dan D back to Earth, who became the new god. After Dan D became god, the Dragon Balls could be used once more, and Dan D strengthened the dragon. The current Dragon Balls could now grant 3 wishes like Bolu and Jia. Through the Dragon Ball, cities destroyed by the androids were restored and those who had died were resurrected. The only limitation was that those dead for more than a year could not be revived. Although Earth's population was halved, the outcome was good. The hellish future world had once again welcomed peace.
Talon Kasi, your extraneous motions are too many, they leave you wide open, Bardock admonished while training Talon Kasi and Wu Fan on a wide plane.
Sorry, Master, Talon Kasi panted. After 6 months of cultivation and Bardock's careful guidance, Talon Kasi had become a Super Saiyan and leapt forward in strength, yet his combat technique remained wanting and needed much honing. Wu Fan, you are still the same as before, too one-dimensional. Learn to adapt, Bardock said, catching Wu Fan's punch and sending him flying with a kick.
Ah.
I still can't beat grandfather, Wu Fan said as he reverted to his normal form and lay in the grass drenched in sweat. In the past 6 months not only Talon Kasi had advanced greatly, Wu Fan's progress was not insignificant either, and he sensed he was nearing the limit of the Super Saiyan. Indeed, master is formidable, Talon Kasi wheezed, clearly exhausted. Haha, your potential is strong, sooner or later you will surpass me, Bardock laughed. Though he had spent most of the time guiding Talon Kasi, his own cultivation had not lagged. He had 1 foot into the Super Saiyan second stage, only lacking a single catalyst to break through. In the past 6 months he had mastered instant transmission and even developed a devastating new technique. He had even attempted to apply Kaioken while in Super Saiyan form, but sadly every attempt ended in failure. Kaioken imposes tremendous strain on the body. Combined with the burden of Super Saiyan, the two together would simply crush the body. It was no wonder the original Kakaluo Te never used Kaioken atop the Super Saiyan form.
Bardock wondered, when will I be able to return to my original world?
Bardock felt anxious. He had been in this world for a long while and had no idea how to return. He could not simply wander the cosmos hoping to stumble into a black hole. Just as Bardock stood at a loss, a sacred radiance descended from the sky. A figure wreathed in holy light slowly lowered from the firmament. You should leave this spacetime, the figure intoned. A divine halo radiating with holy light encircled her, adorned in a long white gown with flowing hems, her black hair billowing in the wind, a perfectly exquisite face, and in her right hand she grasped a silver divine staff. Without a doubt she was a flawless woman. Who are you? The expressions of Bardock and the others changed drastically as they cautiously regarded the extraordinarily beautiful woman before them.
Who is this woman? I can't sense any aura. Bardock's face turned pale as he thought to himself, not sensing any aura, could it be? He contemplated a possibility. Trunks and Gohan were also on high alert, fearing another enemy had appeared.
The woman surrounded by holy light glanced at the three of them before finally fixing her gaze on Bardock, her voice cold as she said, "Otherworldly being, it is time for you to leave with me."
Wait, who exactly are you? Or rather...
Bardock's tone grew grave as he asked, "Are you a god?" In this moment Bardock recalled high-tier gods like the destroyer gods. For such beings mortals could not perceive their aura.
What? A god? Gohan and Trunks' pupils contracted slightly. The term god was not unfamiliar to Gohan.
After all, Earth had its own deities and there were even higher-tier gods like the Kais. Could it be that this woman before them was a god akin to the Kais? "You seem to know quite a bit." The woman like an iceberg said coldly, "I am Lunars, the god of time."
Lunars? God of time?
This term was quite unfamiliar to Bardock.
From what he knew, there were only Kaishin's destroyer gods, the angel race, and the supreme Omni-King in the universe. When did a god of time appear?
"As an individual from another timeline, I owe you an apology," Lunars said. "Due to my momentary error, I inadvertently pulled you from another timeline into this one."
It was you. Bardock suddenly realized, so the black hole I encountered back then was caused by you.
However, he did not show hostility. He felt no malice from Lunars, and from her words it seemed that it was not intentional. "Because I had a slight mishap during my cultivation, fragments of time and space scattered into your universe, forming a time-space tunnel. From you I can sense the energy of the time-space fragments. Did you absorb them?"
Bardock nodded and replied, "That's right, I even gained insight into instant transmission from them." Instant transmission, you say?
Lunars examined Bardock up and down and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you have grasped the basics of instant transmission. Possessing a god's skill as a mortal shows great talent." However, the instant transmission she referred to was not the pirated version used by the yard rats.
Basic instant transmission. What does that mean? Bardock frowned slightly from Lunars' implication. Did that not suggest there was a more advanced form of instant transmission?
"Your strength is too weak. Knowing too much is of no benefit to you." Lunars did not respond but continued to speak to herself. "I must take you away now. My mistake has caused you to arrive in this timeline, indirectly altering the original historical trajectory of this timeline. You cannot remain here any longer."
As the god of time, her duty was to oversee all timelines in the universe.
Should a serious disruption occur, she would come to rectify it. Bardock stared intently at Lunars, and after a long pause he said, "I will leave with you, but could you please allow me to say a few words of farewell to them?"
"That is acceptable."
By the rules, Bardock had already committed a grave crime by traversing timelines, and she should have directly expelled him and imprisoned him in a timespace prison. But since this was caused by her own mistake, she chose not to punish Bardock.
"Gohan, Trunks, you have seen it. I must leave this timeline."
Bardock turned to the two who were still in shock.
"Grandpa. Master."
Gohan and Trunks were filled with reluctance, but they understood that Bardock could not stay here forever. After all, he was not from this world. Yet the inner feelings of reluctance were very strong. Gohan had no need to say more, as this was his only remaining family. Trunks felt immense sorrow. After all, Bardock was the one who had taught him everything.
"How have I taught you?"
"You must be strong. Saiyans do not shed tears." Bardock's expression turned serious as he said, "Listen, your current strength is far from enough. There are many powerful enemies in the universe.
Even if I am gone, you must never neglect your training.
Additionally, if you encounter any opponent you cannot defeat, you can go to the hyperbolic time chamber in the lookout to train. It allows for rapid improvement of your strength.
Lastly, please say goodbye to Bulma for me." Bardock waved his hand and then stood before Lunars.
Lunars did not waste any words, and colorful radiant light surged into the sky.
"Grandpa, say hello to my past parents for me." Gohan and Trunks waved their hands in farewell.
Bardock smiled with satisfaction, and then his entire being vanished alongside Lunars.
Gohan, Master has really gone. Trunks felt very low, as if he had lost a close relative. "Alright, Trunks, Grandpa is right, we must be strong." Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder and said, "This timeline ultimately does not belong to Grandpa. Only by our efforts to grow stronger can we protect our homeland. Perhaps one day we can see Grandpa again." Gohan did not know that what he said would soon become a reality. In an isolated space within the universe,
a flash of silver light flickered and the figures of Bardock and Lunars appeared out of thin air. "Where is this place?" Bardock gazed around and discovered he was inside a palace. Directly in front of the palace stood a massive pendulum clock. The energy here is exactly the same as that of the time-space fragments from before. Bardock's mind shook violently. This place was filled with the energy of time and space. "This is where I reside, called the realm of time," Lunars said, looking at the great pendulum clock. This exists independently from the entire universe. Do you see the pendulum clock ahead?
Do you know what it represents? Not really. Is there a saying about it?
Bardock also gazed at the great pendulum clock. That is the clock of time and space. All dimensions and timelines of the universe can be observed through this clock. Lunars waved her divine staff lightly and the clock of time and space displayed projections that seemed incredibly real. Bardock, a Saiyan born on planet Vegeta in the 7th universe, was saved by the Kaishin 20 years ago. Lunus slowly said, however, in other timelines you have perished at the hands of the cosmic emperor Frieza. Not only that, but you possess a unique ability to traverse time and foresee the future. In other timelines you have even used this unique ability to travel far back into the past. Bardock stared at the projections, his mind in turmoil. The events recorded here recount his experiences in other timelines. He foresaw that Son Goku would defeat Frieza, and he even traveled further back in time, transforming into a Super Saiyan to defeat the ancestors of the Frozen Demon Clan.
Such occurrences left Bardock in awe. The powers of time and space are indeed unfathomable.
What level of power does this Kaishin who governs the entire universe's time and space possess?
So what are you trying to express?
Bardock was unsure of Luna's intentions as she brought him back to her palace, speaking a lot of nonsense.
You may not know this, but due to the fragments of time and space you currently possess some divine aura.
Lunus looked at Bardock and said, especially since you are naturally talented in the path of time and space, I wish to cultivate you into the new Kaishin of time.
What? You want me to become the Kaishin of time? Bardock frowned, not agreeing immediately, but instead asked, aren't you doing fine as is? Why do you want me to become the Kaishin of time?
What is your purpose? Because the seal of the rift in time and space is gradually weakening. Lunus was not displeased. Instead, she patiently said, if the things inside the rift escape, not only will your universe be at risk, but the other 12 universes will also cease to exist. As for my purpose, it is quite simple. I need help because I alone cannot prevent that ancient and immense power from breaking free.
A rift in time and space. An ancient power.
Bardock seemed to have caught wind of some cosmic secrets and continued to ask, what is sealed within the rift in time and space that you speak of?
Even if you cannot resolve it, aren't there the destroyers, the angels, and the Supreme King?
I truly cannot understand what role I could possibly play. What he said was indeed the truth. Compared to those mighty gods, he was not even an ant.
How could he possibly handle matters of such a cosmic level?
Oh. You are indeed remarkable. Even the Supreme King and the angels are aware of you.
Lunus was slightly surprised and said, my duty is to maintain the balance of time and space across the entire realm.
Thus I am different from other deities. I do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Supreme King. The Supreme King and I both have our respective duties. He will not interfere in my matters, and conversely I will not intervene in the Supreme King's affairs.
As for the details, your current power is still too weak to understand. Think it over.
If, as you say, the power within the rift breaks free and affects the entire realm. Bardock pondered for a long time and said, such a matter that impacts 12 universes, would the Supreme King really just watch all life be destroyed? In his view, the 12 universes were managed by the Supreme King.
If there were real danger, he surely wouldn't sit idly by, right? You are mistaken. Do not measure the Supreme God with human thinking.
Lunus shook her head and said, what you do not understand is that the duty of the Supreme King is to erase. Even if all universes were destroyed, it would not be a big deal in the eyes of the Supreme King. Since there is destruction, naturally there will also be creation. Even if all universes cease to exist, other forces will recreate new universes. This is the cycle of the grand cosmos.
I see.
It's like how the destroyers govern destruction while the Kaishins govern creation.
Bardock nodded in understanding.
He would not comment on whether the actions of the Supreme King were cold or ruthless, for as Lunus said, one should not use human reasoning to speculate on the thoughts of deities. Because their heights are different from a human perspective, the Supreme King's actions seem cold-blooded and cruel, but from a deity's perspective it is merely a process of cosmic replacement.
I have another question.
If what you say is true, why do you want to stop the rift in time and space?
Bardock asked the crucial question and said, as you said, even if all our universes are destroyed, won't other deities create new ones?
If that is the case, why do you care about this unnecessary matter?
Because this situation is different. Lunus said solemnly, as for the reason you are not yet qualified to know.
All I can tell you clearly is that if that power escapes, all life and all universes will perish. In this realm, aside from me and a few individuals under the Supreme King, no one will survive, and there will be no opportunity to create new universes. Lunus's words plunged Bardock into deep thought. He did not doubt that Lunus was deceiving him, as there was no need to. They were not even in the same dimension. Why would she deceive a lowly being like him?
However, if what Lunus said was true, it would likely be an unprecedented disaster. At that point, even the Super Dragon Balls might not be of any use.
Alright, I agree to your request, Bardock said.
But I must make it clear that I do not like a constrained life. If becoming the Kaishin of time means losing my freedom, I would rather die than do it. Lunas chuckled. You are quite an interesting person. Lunas rarely showed a smile and said, rest assured, I will not restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want, but your current strength is too weak. You should start as an apprentice Kaishin. Once you perfectly master time and space, you will officially become the Kaishin of time. Hearing this, Bardock's lips twitched. This woman's words are truly merciless. She never fails to mention his weakness. It is quite hurtful. Here is the time-space ring, take it. Lunas tossed a silver ring to Bardock and said, this is the identification token for the apprentice Kaishin of time. To perfectly master time and space, you need to continuously explore and comprehend in different timelines. But I must remind you of one thing: you must never influence the historical trajectory of other timelines. This will cause the laws of time and space to become chaotic, accelerating the degradation of the rift in time and space. I see. Bardock finally understood why Lunas had sent him back from the future. It was for this reason. No wonder there is a law among the gods that clearly states that manipulating time is a grave offense. The root of the problem originates from here. Bardock donned the silver timespace ring and instantly radiated a silver holy light which quickly flickered and vanished. Lunas said, now that you possess a hint of divine aura, you have transcended the realm of mortals, but this is merely the beginning. You must strive to cultivate and master the laws of time and space as much as possible. What exactly are the laws you keep mentioning, Lord Lunas? Bardock was utterly confused by the concept of laws, which sounded quite impressive. The so-called laws are the primordial energy of the universe, Lunas explained. For instance, the creation laws of the Kaishin, the destruction laws of the destroyer god, and the power laws of the angelic race, among others. So does that mean instant transmission is also a part of the laws of time and space? Bardock, being quite intelligent, grasped the meaning immediately. Correct, your mind is quite sharp, Lunas nodded and said. Instant transmission is a manifestation of the laws of time and space. What you can currently do is merely the first stage of entry into this skill. The true mastery of instant transmission can traverse space and weave through time, allowing one to freely travel to both the past and the future. Is it really that incredible? Bardock raised an eyebrow, realizing that his current ability for instant transmission was just the first stage, indicating he had much more to cultivate. He looked again at Lunas, the Kaishin of time who could easily traverse space. It was evident that he had already mastered the ultimate instant transmission. Alright, if you have any questions in the future, you can contact me through the timespace ring, Lunas said. Now I will send you back to the 7th universe. With a wave of her staff, a 5-colored holy light enveloped Bardock and he vanished from sight. In the 7th universe at Bowsy Mountain. I'm so bored. I really want to find an opponent to spar with. Goku, dressed like a farmer, tossed his hoe aside and lay on the ground with his hands behind his head. He felt extremely bored. Raditz was busy with Saiyan Alliance matters, Gohan was there helping out, Piccolo was training alone, and that guy Vegeta was as elusive as a dragon. He wanted someone to spar with but couldn't find anyone, feeling as if his body was rusting. Yo Kakarot, long time no see. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Goku jumped up from the ground, his face filled with surprise as he looked at Bardock, who appeared out of thin air. Dad. Goku was instantly thrilled and hurriedly asked, Dad, you're back. Where have you been all this time? It was no wonder Goku was surprised. It had been 2 years since Bardock had gone missing. He originally thought it would take Bardock a long time to return. It's a long story. How is everyone doing recently? We'll talk about that later. Goku rubbed his hands together and smiled. Dad, it's been a while since we sparred. 2 years apart means you must have grown much stronger. His words were not flattery. Just a moment ago Bardock had silently appeared before him without him noticing. That alone was enough to indicate everything. Haha, you're still the same. Bardock laughed heartily and said, but let's hold off on fighting for now. Gather everyone here first so I can properly spar with you. Alright. Goku felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly perked up, placing his finger on his forehead and closing his eyes. Found it. It's the energy signature of my brother in Gohan. Goku's figure vanished before Bardock. Oh. It seems that many things in this timespace have diverged, but Kakarot has still learned instant transmission. Bardock was slightly surprised. He had initially thought that due to his presence the trajectory of this timespace would be completely different, but unexpectedly the overall direction remained largely unchanged. I can feel it, the flow of time in this timespace is returning to normal with no abnormalities present. Bardock closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of time. Since he contained Luna's timespace fragments, he could now perceive the current operation trajectory of time and space. Of course he could only sense a slight hint. After all, his current strength was still too low and his realm had not yet reached that of a deity. Swish swish swish. Suddenly a large crowd appeared before Bardock. It was none other than the Dragon Ball warriors, and even Krillin and Bulma were among them. It seemed that Goku had brought everyone to Baozi Mountain in an instant. Hello everyone, long time no see. Bardock smiled and greeted the familiar figures before him. Everyone also greeted Bardock, especially Gohan, who jumped onto Bardock's shoulder, his expression filled with excitement. Gohan, you've become much stronger.
Bardock's expression slightly changed as he sensed immense power from Gohan, a leap in strength compared to when they were on Namek. It was likely that soon Gohan would become the youngest Super Saiyan. Not at all, him still far behind compared to Grandpa.
At this moment Gohan seemed a bit shy. If people in the universe saw Gohan's current demeanor, they would surely be shocked. Was this still the unbeatable Saiyan genius? Hey Bardock, you've been gone for 2 years. Where have you been? Vegeta couldn't help but interject. I've gotten much stronger. I want to challenge you, and this time I will definitely defeat you.
He had completely mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. His power had undergone a metamorphosis and he was confident that he could defeat Bardock and erase past humiliation.
You're still the same Vegeta.
Bardock chuckled and said, but let's put off the fighting for now.
He walked straight up to Bulma, looking at the baby she was holding, and smiled. Congratulations Bulma, you've given birth to an incredible son. His name is Trunks, right?
At this moment he felt a bit shaken inside, for compared to the original history, Trunks had actually been born a year earlier. Indeed, the nature of time-space was too mysterious. Each timeline had its own distinct development.
Ha! Uncle Bardock, how do you know this child's name? Bulma couldn't help but exclaim while the others looked at Bardock in shock.
They had only just learned that Bulma had a child, but how did Bardock know?
Moreover, he accurately pronounced the child's name.
This is the reason I gathered everyone here, but we'll discuss these matters later. Bardock's figure slowly ascended, saying, come on Vegeta, let me see how much you've improved. Very well, I have awaited this day for far too long. Vegeta instantly surged with exhilaration. Who knew how arduous his wait had been? At last he would defeat Bardock and reclaim his title as the mightiest Saiyan.
Hey, wait a minute Vegeta.
I challenged Father first. Goku immediately protested, shouting at the top of his lungs. Poof. Kakarot, you'll just stand aside and watch, your turn will never come.
Vegeta dashed toward Bardock without hesitation, desperate to seize the spotlight before Goku could intervene.
When he first ascended to Super Saiyan, his very first opponent had been Goku, but their clash ended in a stalemate.
That outcome left Vegeta deeply disgruntled. He trained with even greater ferocity, determined not merely to surpass Goku, but to utterly defeat his entire family.
A draw was utterly unacceptable. After such relentless cultivation, he refused to believe he could still fall short against Bardock.
Oh. Your power has grown considerably, Vegeta.
Bardock's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the charging warrior. For the aura radiating from Vegeta was several times stronger than it had been on Namek. Surely with such innate talent he had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation.
Snap.
Bardock caught Vegeta's incoming fist effortlessly in one hand, the sheer force igniting a thunderous sonic boom.
Vegeta frowned. Though that strike had been merely a probe, holding back much of his strength, Bardock had blocked it barehanded without flinching.
So this wretch hadn't been idle these past 2 years either.
Yeah.
Vegeta threw back his head and roared, a domineering, overwhelming aura erupting violently, forcing Bardock to stagger backward. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing instantly before Bardock, his fists flying like rapid-fire machine guns.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A tempest of blows rained down upon Bardock, each impact detonating in the sky with deafening concussions. Vegeta's grown far stronger since our last battle.
Goku's face blazed with excitement, his eyes burning with fierce, unquenchable battle lust. Uncle Vegeta is incredible, he's actually overwhelming grandfather. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never before seen Bardock at a disadvantage. Gohan, you're mistaken.
Focus your senses carefully. Bardock's ki remains utterly steady, not a trace of instability. Piccolo spoke gravely beside him. Vegeta's assault is fierce, yet it inflicts no true harm.
Of all the Z warriors, he had always been the most composed and perceptive. Father has become unfathomably profound.
Raditz fixed his gaze intently on Bardock. 2 years apart had only magnified his father's terrifying power.
These Saiyans are true monsters, we can only look up to them in awe. Krillin sighed.
Despite years of diligent training, the gulf between himself and the Saiyans remained vast. Tien Shinhan and the others nodded in solemn agreement, awestruck by the sheer potency of Saiyan bloodline. Yu suffered not a single injury. Vegeta halted his assault, instinctively retreating several paces, his expression darkening. What kind of physical resilience was this? To endure such a barrage and emerge completely unscathed. How in heaven's name had he trained?
Vegeta, hold nothing back. Show me your true strength. Bardock stood calm and unruffled.
Even in his base form, his raw physical prowess, honed through ceaseless discipline, was formidable enough to render most attacks futile. Fine, don't faint from shock, Bardock.
Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, unleashing an overwhelming aura.
Golden flames erupted around his body and his hair blazed into radiant gold.
Oh, he's turning serious now. Goku crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Clearly in his base form Vegeta stood no chance against Bardock. Die.
Vegeta bellowed, darting forward like lightning, speed pushed to its absolute limit, closing the distance in a blink and launching a devastating punch straight at Bardock's face. Vegeta's power post-Super Saiyan exceeds his original timeline significantly, Bardock mused inwardly.
Facing him in base form is simply too great a disparity.
His own hair flashed gold in an instant, golden energy surging outward in violent waves, generating a crushing pressure field that sent Vegeta hurtling backward.
What? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible.
Could mere aura alone hurl him aside like this? What level of power was this? Goku and the others stared in stunned disbelief. Bardock's ki now towered far above Vegeta's.
Even as fellow Super Saiyans, the chasm between them had become unmistakable.
Strange, Bardock's ki carries a subtle, unfamiliar energy. What is this? Only Piccolo's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. He had sensed it, a faint anomalous energy unlike anything ordinary, barely perceptible yet unmistakably present.
Let's fight.
Undeterred, Vegeta charged again, throwing another furious punch. Bardock prepared to counter, yet in the next instant Vegeta fainted, vanishing mid-motion while a blazing energy wave erupted behind Bardock.
The blast detonated with cataclysmic force, engulfing Bardock entirely.
Yet astonishingly it struck only a phantom image. Bardock's true form had already reappeared elsewhere.
After Image Fist. How archaic. Vegeta scoffed, recognizing the technique instantly. Perhaps outdated, but undeniably effective. Bardock smiled. Now, it's my turn. Shoo.
His figure dissolved into silence, vanishing without a trace.
What? Vegeta recoiled in shock. He could no longer sense Bardock's ki at all.
He'd experienced this very technique before on Kakarot himself.
Ha! Instant transmission. Goku and Raditz gasped in utter astonishment. Bardock had just executed the legendary instant transmission. Fall Vegeta.
Bardock materialized directly above Vegeta and delivered a precise controlled kick, sending him crashing to the ground.
The blow incapacitated him yet inflicted no grievous harm. Damn it! Vegeta reverted to his base form, gritting his teeth as he forced himself upright, fury boiling within.
He couldn't fathom being overpowered so utterly, not even a single move endured.
It was unbearable.
Yet from that brief exchange it was clear Bardock had held back vastly, revealing a chasm of power impossible to ignore.
Dad, I'm coming.
No sooner had Vegeta fallen than Goku could contain himself no longer. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched himself at Bardock. Two golden streaks flickered across the sky as father and son clashed, not with brute force but with dazzling mastery of technique, rendering their duel even more intense than Vegeta's. Yet tragically Goku's strength matched Vegeta's precisely, and even his ultimate technique instant transmission proved useless against Bardock. Whether initiating or countering, Bardock evaded or neutralized it effortlessly. For Bardock's instant transmission incorporated profound principles of spacetime, far surpassing Goku's rudimentary version. In the end Raditz joined the fray and the brothers fought side by side against their father. Still the result remained unchanged. Bardock defeated both sons with effortless grace.